Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see fourth part, what if Deku was the kingdom's chosen Omega? Secrets, love, and power. Here is short summary. Izuku Midoriya has been sheltered from the kingdom and the world for most of his 21 years of life, kept locked away in the castle from alphas and suitors. He is kept under close watch, for he is the kingdom's chosen Omega and their future. He has been guarded all his life by his personal protector, the great swordsman Yagi Toshinori. Inexplicably, his father the Duke decides that his son needs an additional guard, and hosts a competition for prize of protecting the most important Omega in the realm. The victor is a beta male who crashes his way into Izuku's life, and later into his heart. Both of their secrets threaten to crush and shatter the kingdom, should they choose to let them. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Izuku woke to a warm hand rubbing his bare back and soft lips on his brow. He lifted his head from where he lay on his stomach, blinking drearily in the room's darkness. Katsuki. His guard smiled softly. Hello, darling. He beeped sleepily. The room was still dark. Is it morning already? No, dawn is still a few hours away. Katsuki stroked his bare back gently where the sheets exposed it, tracing some unknown pattern into his skin. I've been summoned to speak with Mina. Izuku frowned at that. Is something amiss? I don't think so, Katsuki murmured soothingly. His hand dipped lower to press into the divots at the small of his back. I believe she just wants to discuss our departure. Should I come? Izuku began to kick his knees up under his feet. Katsuki shook his head as he pushed him back down. No, darling, you should remain here and rest. I only wanted to wake you briefly to let you know. I would hate it if you had woken up to a lonely bed and no explanation for it. He moved both hands to massage his shoulders. Izuku smiled at him, relaxing under his soothing touch. That is kind of you. Thank you. Will you wake me again when you return? Do you want me to? Yes, please. He leaned up, bracing himself on his forearms to beep Katsuki. Our time together will be severely limited in the near future. I wish to make the most of it. Katsuki regarded him with heavy-lidded eyes, still smiling as he beeped him back. Very well. You know that I'll fulfill any wish you have. He guided Izuku back down to the pillows. Go back to sleep. I will return as soon as I can. Izuku went easily, sighing at the feeling of the soft sheets. Stay here, Deku. He nodded into the pillow, then whined when his skin was pinched. Izuku, promise me, and beeping mean it this time. I'll stay here, Katsuki. I promise. His hair was beeped as sleep embraced him again. He winced when he woke some unknown time later. The area between his legs ached, though it was not entirely unpleasant. He sighed as his sensitive hole clenched from the absence of Katsuki's fingers, his nipples unsatisfied from the lack of touch. He peered at the darkness beyond the window, determining that it was still not yet dawn. He stretched an arm over to the other side of the bed, frowning when he found it empty. Oh, right, it seemed Katsuki hadn't returned yet. He stood, stretching every muscle with a quiet groan. He padded to the mirror to regard his naked body. Marks were littered all over his chest and collarbone. Remnants of a harsh bite marked the skin of his ass when he turned, causing him to blush. Katsuki had been so shameless, so selfish. Yet he couldn't even bring himself to condemn it. His hair was a mess from last night, his braids ruined by the locks of hair that had escaped them in tufts. He undid it with shaky hands, cursing Katsuki for wasting the pretty braids. He had probably done it on purpose out of jealousy for not having been the one to style it, the fiend. Izuku relieved himself in the chamber pot. He sighed contently when a knock sounded from the door. He quickly retrieved his discarded small clothes, tugging them up over his hips before grabbing a dark blue nightgown that was draped over the divider next to the empty tub. He fastened its clasps as quickly as he could. The visitor was certainly Katsuki, but he wanted to be somewhat modest in case he had any companions with him. He likely did, otherwise he would have just entered without bothering to knock. He rushed to the door, yanking it open with a soft smile. It fell when he realized the wrong blonde stood outside of it. Monoma forced his way into the room, closing the door behind him. He looked at Izuku, his eyes wide with concern, uncaring of the way his boots tracked mud into the room. "We need to leave this city," the Alpha demanded. "As soon as possible." Izuku furrowed his brows in confusion. "What? Why? What's going on?" Monoma looked around, his shoulders slumping in relief when he saw that they were alone. "Something isn't right. Many things, in fact. Surely you have sensed it." The Omega frowned. "What do you mean? Explain yourself." He sighed, eyeing him carefully. "I think this town is full of apostates. And I think our companions are a part of that, as well." Izuku jolted. "What makes you say that?" Monoma held up his hand, lowering 2 fingers as he spoke. "Kirishima and Katsuki showed up to Mongoria at the same time. They are far too skilled to be mere farmers, even if they trained with each other." He tilted his head as he lowered another finger. "Kaminari is suspicious as well. He came to Mongoria only months ago, yet is inexplicably close with them. He has said that he was raised nearby, yet knows the lands of the entire realm far too well. He could be well-traveled," Izuku excused, but the Lord shushed him. "Keep your voice down." Monoma glanced at the door. Even as the son of a bastard, Katsuki should have some last name. And yet he has never admitted it. Izuku frowned. He could be ashamed of it. He is a very proud man. Monoma ignored the comment. "Even this city is confusing. The king would never call Count Tokage away so suddenly, especially since they both anticipated your arrival. He should be here, but he's not. And he left a beta woman in charge. It does not make sense." "Mina seems very capable," Izuku defended her. The Lord groaned. "He should have left Shinso in charge since he is an alpha. And now, she's already manipulated you into referring to her by her first name. Don't you see? This entire keep has been set as a trap." "A trap," Izuku echoed. "No, it can't be. You saw the way Kirishima looked at Ashido, right? And the way that they all speak with each other so familiarly. There's no chance today was the first time they met. And, further still, despite the city's small size, there are much fewer people than there should be. Shinso said that a curfew was imposed." Monoma shook his head. "Even still, many of the houses were empty. Shihai and I went door to door to check them. The town is hardly half populated." He grasped Izuku's hand with both of his. "Commander Zero tried to get us to stay longer, despite the king's clear orders for us to make haste to Greymore. He only wanted us to rest enough." "No, that's not it." Monoma looked at the glass of the window. "We searched the entire town. There are no lords to be found. No major city is bereft of them. Something is very wrong." Izuku frowned, his mind racing. Even if some of them are apostates, Katsuki has no part in it. He would never do that. He didn't mention the fact that Katsuki did follow the old gods like apostates do. There was no question that the Lord was up to something nefarious, as the alternative was unthinkable. He had to make Monoma think he believed him. "Deku." He turned to Monoma and the serious yet desperate expression on his face. "We cannot risk it. If they are all apostates, then I dread the reason why they haven't slaughtered us yet. We must go. If I am wrong, Katsuki will be pissed. If I am right, our entire futures are in grave danger if we don't leave. Katsuki will hunt me down." He would. Izuku was counting on it. "I will take the blame." Monoma glanced briefly at his chest where the deep neckline of the dress exposed it, then grabbed his hand to tug him to the window. "If you are right about Katsuki, then he will join us later." Izuku bit his lip nervously. He had forgiven the Lord earlier but was nervous and suspicious of him now. He looked down at his collarbone, where the gown exposed more than one mark from Katsuki's mouth. Was he planning to have his way with Izuku now that he viewed him as fair game? His thoughts raced as he tried to come up with a plan. He had no idea where Katsuki was. He only knew that he would return here to this room at some point. If Izuku went along with Monoma to avoid setting him off, it would only be a matter of time before Katsuki realized they were missing. If he left some kind of trail for his guard, he would just have to hold Monoma off until Katsuki found them. "Fine," he said to Monoma. "Fine, I'll go with you." Monoma sighed in relief. He shrugged off his cloak and wrapped it around his right fist. While he did, Izuku retrieved his dagger belt to wrap it around his thigh. Glass shattered as Monoma punched through the window, shards strewn across the floor from the wind that flowed into the room. He climbed out the window, bracing his feet on the roof's shingles before turning to lay the cloak over the windowsill. Izuku kept his face neutral as he purposefully stepped on a small piece of the glass, allowing it to cut his bare right foot and leave a blood trail behind it. Izuku went to brace his hands on the windowsill, but Monoma knocked them away. "Wait. Go lock the door and put on your boots. Your feet will freeze otherwise." He did as he said, locking the door and slipping his feet into his boots. A locked door will hardly stop Katsuki. It was true. In fact, the locked door would immediately alert Katsuki that something was wrong. He only fastened every other clasp on the boots, purposefully missing a few on the right one, then scurried to the window. "We need all the time we can get." Monoma helped him out of the window, then dragged them both down to crouch low on the roof. The fabric of the dress was thin and exposed his legs from the knees down, causing Izuku to shiver in the chilly air. He clenched his jaw to keep his teeth from chattering, not wanting to make any more noise than necessary. The night was silent other than the breeze. It had stopped raining, but the ground was still wet when Monoma carefully jumped onto it once they reached the roof's edge. Izuku tried to be more quiet, bracing his fingers around the edge while facing back at the keep to lower himself down slowly. Monoma's hands grabbed his waist as soon as he was within reach to help him the rest of the way. They crouched as they crept toward the stable, keeping to the shadows whenever possible. Izuku made his way through a thick mud puddle, letting the ground pull his shoddily fastened right boot from his foot. The moons were nearly full, illuminating the path stables ahead of their current hiding spot in a bush. Monoma held Izuku back, staring intently at the stables, until a single match was lit then immediately extinguished. They darted forward the last several bounds to the stables, and Shihai slowly closed the door closest to the castle behind them. The horses were quiet in their stalls, either munching on hay or sleeping. Shihai must have soothed them as he readied their 3 horses. "Did anyone see you?" he quietly asked them. "No," answered Monoma, striding toward his stallion. "Good." Shihai stood by his horse and waved Izuku over. "Come, you will ride my mare." "Why?" Izuku whispered, curious why he wouldn't take Yosetsu's. Shihai helped him up into the saddle. "She will follow after me if I'm on a different horse. We will need to gallop for quite a while and I certainly don't want you to fall off Awase's horse." Izuku nodded at the explanation. He winced slightly as he sat his sore crotch onto the saddle. "Food?" Monoma asked as he mounted. "Water. Our stores were already filled, thankfully." Shihai soothed Yosetsu's horse before lifting himself into the saddle. "They must have been planning to take him east tomorrow. Are we sure this is a good idea?" Izuku whispered nervously. He had no idea what Monoma's intentions were now that Shihai seemed to have the same ones. The latter had never leered at Izuku like the Lord had. "It will only take 1 day's ride to be close enough to Greymoor's immediate sphere of influence that the apostates won't be able to follow," said Shihai. "The king will be upset if I arrive with only 2 guards." Monoma steered his horse behind Izuku and Shihai. "I will take any punishment for it. If I am right about this, he will be relieved above all else." Izuku's eyes widened. The only reasonable explanation he could think of for all of this was that these 2 were apostates, not the others. Shihai had reason to hate the king for his family who suffered from the famine, while Monoma, who knew what the Lord was thinking. Maybe he had been even closer to Awase Yosetsu than he seemed and resented the king and Izuku for causing his death. Maybe he blamed Izuku as well for the death of his sister, if that story had been the truth. Maybe it truly was so simple that he just wanted Izuku for himself. Shihai began to lead them out of the other stable door, the open one. Izuku jolted as his horse surged forward to walk right next to him, eager to be close to her usual rider. He soothed himself by remembering that Masaria had more speed and endurance than any of their horses. Katsuki would find him. He had to. Something lit up from behind a nearby tree. It was an arrow, aiming directly at them. The flames illuminated Kaminari's furious face. "What the beep are you guys doing?" He stepped closer to them away from the tree so he could aim his bow at the sky to fire the flaming arrow. Another unlit one was knocked right behind it as Kaminari aimed and fired it impossibly fast. The arrow sunk into the chest of the horse Shihai rode, Yosetsu's horse. He cursed as its body went down, rolling away before it could crush his legs. Shihai's horse whinnied nervously, rearing back high on her hind legs. Izuku cried out as he was thrown from her. His breath was knocked from his lungs as his back hit the ground, the fall only slightly cushioned by the stable's hay. Shihai dragged himself back into the stable, getting himself out of Kaminari's line of fire before standing to soothe his still bucking mare. As soon as she settled, he dragged the stable door shut desperately. Beep. Monoma swore, "There's no time to prepare another horse. Here, Deku." He threw out a hand to try to get Izuku to join him on his steed. Izuku ignored it, instead backing up to the other stable door. Now that Kaminari was here, he felt as though a weight had been lifted from his chest. Kaminari didn't seem to like him very much nor approve of his relationship with Katsuki, but Katsuki trusted him. He would keep Izuku safe from these two. Something thudded loudly on the roof of the stables, followed by smaller thuds heading for the stable door Shihai was desperately trying to shut. A body dropped to the ground, quickly standing from its crouch to kick through the door. It splintered and shattered under the force, causing all of them to jump and raise their arms to protect their faces from the wooden shards. Kirishima wrapped his hands around the door's remnants, yanking them off the hinges to expose the stable to the night air. "Hand him over, now." He began to stride forward. Izuku gaped at him. The stable's roof was 10 feet above their heads. There was no way Kirishima could have jumped on it from the ground, but the only other possibility was that he had landed on it from the keep's roof. But the nearest roof was 50 feet away. That couldn't be possible. Monoma leapt down from his stallion, brandishing his sword at the other alpha. "I know what you are," he taunted, grinning viciously as he looked at Kirishima's belt. Izuku's heart dropped. Kirishima was doubtlessly the better fighter between the two of them, but he was completely unarmed. Monoma would skewer him. If he didn't, Shihai would bash his skull in. He stood behind Kirishima now, pulling the mace off his back to ready it. Metal clanged off metal as another arrow was sent at Shihai through the demolished door, aimed right at his heart. It ricocheted off the shield on his back, embedding itself in a nearby wooden post. The other horses became panicked, rearing and neighing anxiously. Shihai cursed, pulling his shield off to brace it on his free arm and lifting it to block another arrow that flew at his head. "Deku, go!" the beta yelled, grunting as he blocked arrow after arrow as Kaminari rapidly approached the stable. "Out the other door, make a run for it." Before Izuku could answer, said door was wrenched open. Shiro and Shinso stood on the other side, both commanders breathing hard. Idahiro opened the door the rest of the way, striding forward to grab Izuku's arm harshly. "You're not going anywhere, prize." Izuku's eyes widened at the harsh words. Shinso surged forward, easily dodging Monoma's sword to punch him right in the center of the face. He reeled back, reaching up to clutch his broken and bleeding nose. "Don't kill them," Izuku cried out. All heads turned to him. "They may be apostates, but we should keep them alive to be questioned." They may be apostates, but they were still his guards who had put their lives on the line for him in the Crimson Woods. Shinso laughed incredulously as he twisted Monoma's arm, forcing him to drop his sword. "Apostates, them." Shiro chuckled before racing forward, quick as a viper, to slam Shihai to the ground. "He's right, though, that we shouldn't kill them. Not yet." "Only right about that." Izuku tugged at Idahiro's hold on his wrist. He suddenly felt extremely nauseous, losing control of his gift. Something wasn't right. They weren't behaving like they were trying to save him from a pair of apostates. Kaminari's next arrow zoomed past Shinso to strike Monoma in the left shoulder, causing him to shriek in pain as he went down to his knees. Izuku felt the strike too and gasped, grabbing at his own shoulder as the pain intensified when he took it from Monoma. "What the beep?" Monoma muttered in confusion as his pain faded, but still took the opportunity to grab his sword and swing it at Shinso. The commander dodged, but it still caught him in the back of the knee. He hissed, then used the same leg to stomp on Monoma's hand, causing a sick crunch to echo off the walls. The Lord wailed, clutching his hand to his chest. Izuku needed to leave. He needed to leave now. He needed to find the only man he trusted in this whole city. He crouched into a low spin, knocking Idahiro's feet out from under him, then stood and twisted his arm free from his hold. Beeping hells, Idahiro panted against the stable ground as he fell onto it. There was no time for him to stop Izuku from dashing toward the door. He ducked when he heard another arrow loose from Kaminari's bow, swearing when it nicked his ear. He spun around to face the stable so he could see Kaminari knock another arrow as he backed up quickly. Careful, Kirishima hissed at the beta. You'll lose your hands if you hurt him. Izuku's eyes were wide as he retreated quickly. They were going to take him captive. He gasped when his back hit something solid. A familiar hand gripped his waist, causing his shoulders to slump in relief. Katsuki, he whispered, looking up at the blonde. Please, they've all gone mad. We have to leave. Katsuki didn't budge when Izuku tugged at his arm. He wore all black, cutting a striking figure under the moons that made his hair look white under their light. He wouldn't even look at Izuku, his face a completely blank slate other than his clenched jaw. Izuku reached out with his gift, worried. His heart fell when he felt nothing. Not his usual emotional agony, not any other emotion. His guard was cold and emotionless. Katsuki's other hand reached up to swipe at his ear. He's bleeding. Why the beep is he bleeding? You need to run, Monoma pleaded Izuku. Beeping run. He grunted when Shinso grabbed his hair to slam his head into the ground repeatedly. Careful, Katsuki warned. Don't kill them just yet. They tried to take the Omega to the capital, Idahiro protested. They wouldn't have gotten far. Katsuki's voice was cold and neutral. Izuku had never heard him sound like this before. Just knock them unconscious. We'll throw them in the cells. Shinso stood, lifting Monoma with him by the back of the shirt. He threw him up with so much unnatural strength that his head banged into the roof of the stable 10 feet above them before he fell back down, slumping limply against the ground. Izuku cried out as pain erupted in his head again. He couldn't get his gift under control. Why are you crying? Shinso asked him cruelly. Didn't you think these two are the ones who are apostates? You should be grateful. Izuku exhaled shakily. He had been wrong. Monoma and Shihai had been trying to help him. The worst possible outcome was happening. He was surrounded by apostates. He looked up at Katsuki again with wide, teary eyes. His guard met his gaze, a smirk pulling at the corner of his lip as he dropped his hand from his waist. He was one of them as well. He was an apostate. Izuku sidestepped quickly, dodging Katsuki's hand that reached for him to run out the door. He chanced to look over his shoulder, gaping when he saw Katsuki swing himself up onto the roof of the stable. He turned back around, willing his legs to pump faster than they ever had before. Katsuki landed in front of him, impossibly fast, with a growl, wrapping his arms around his body when he crashed into him. Izuku pounded his fists on his hard chest. You apostate traitor. His heart shattered when Katsuki grabbed his wrists to stop them, gripping them hard enough to bruise. You should have known this was coming. You know I worship the old gods, you know I hated the Duke. I killed him, and you know I hate the king. I would never let him have you. You lied, Izuku hissed as tears streamed down his cheeks, then sobbed brokenly. It was all a lie. Katsuki glanced down at his hair. You took out the braids. I hate you. I beeping hate you. I wish I had never let you touch me. Fabric dragged across the wet ground as Shihai and Monoma's limp forms were hauled out of the stable. Shinso beeped his tongue at Katsuki as he easily lifted Monoma's body over his shoulder, wrapping an arm around his waist. So I was right in my suspicions. You made him fall for you. That's cruel, even for you. It wasn't that hard, Katsuki said, smirking down at Izuku wickedly. I am quite handsome, after all, and he is quite naive. Izuku snarled and kicked up, striking his knee right in between his legs where there thankfully wasn't a cup to block it. Katsuki groaned and dropped Izuku's wrists to fall to his knees. Ow! Beep! You little minx! Kaminari chuckled, slinging his bow around his back. You deserved that. That was harsh. So heartless, even for you, Idahiro agreed, leering at the bruises on Izuku's exposed collarbone. Now, which of his hands can I take? I wish to send it, severed, to the false king. Neither, Katsuki wheezed, bracing a hand on the ground to get back on his feet. Absolutely not. Shigaraki slaughtered my family, Idahiro hissed, dropping Shihai to stalk toward them. Izuku unsheathed his dagger subtly, hiding it behind his back. He's done worse to all of us than take a useless hand. The prize doesn't need it. Katsuki glared at him. No part of him is useless. You will regret it if you touch him. Idahiro snarled at Izuku. You should be grateful that I'm only taking a hand. I would take your whole life if I had it my way. Izuku struck out at him, stabbing his blade right through the center of his outstretched hand. Idahiro howled in pain when Izuku didn't stop there, wrenching the dagger up to cut the flesh and bone between his fingers to free the blade. I told you that you'd regret it, Katsuki said behind him. Izuku hated how amused he sounded. He twirled to swing again, aiming the dagger at Katsuki's groin. Katsuki shot his hand out to catch his wrist again. Ah, you don't want to do that, baby. You can stab me anywhere but there. You'd only be disappointed later. Beep off, Izuku scowled, kicking hard at his shins. Katsuki, Kirishima chided, his and the other alpha's red eyes glowed unnaturally in the night. You're being too cruel. He likes it. Izuku cursed him, twisting to free his wrist. Katsuki bent to grab his waist. Izuku grabbed his hair to bend him lower, lifting his knee to ram him right in his face. I hate everything about you. I would have killed you months ago if I knew what you were sent to do. Sent. Kirishima lifted his brows incredulously. Katsuki lifted his bloody face to narrow his eyes at him, shaking his head. By the cursed one. Izuku's heart pounded as he backed away slowly. He serves him. You all serve him. Idahiro threw his head back to laugh. He's not very smart, is he? You'd be surprised by just how many people support him, Deku, Kirishima remarked, looking at Katsuki. Many more than just us. We're all over the major cities, we've infiltrated every keep and castle. Katsuki cut his eyes to Izuku. We've always had our eyes on you. Commander Torino, Izuku realized. He's an apostate, too. See, Katsuki grinned triumphantly after spitting out blood. He is smart. Well, sometimes, at least. Izuku slashed at him with the dagger, catching his chest, then stabbed down again. Katsuki caught it with his thigh, grimacing again. Izuku left it there, dropping low to kick his leg out and knock him off his feet. He followed him down, straddling him with one knee on either side of his waist to grab the dagger's handle and twist it deeper. Katsuki groaned, then smirked viciously. I like where this is headed. I do wish we didn't have an audience, though. Izuku punched his stupidly smug face. Should we intervene? Kaminari asked, amused. Zero elbowed him. No, don't. This is the best show I've ever seen. I hope Deku kicks his ass, the prick. He deserves it for procrastinating this for so long. Traitors, Katsuki bit out, grabbing Izuku's forearm with both hands and twisting them in opposite directions. Izuku gasped at the burning pain, dropping the dagger blade down. It was sharp enough to embed itself into Katsuki's abdomen. Stop holding back, Katsuki, Idahiro drawled, sounding bored. I'm beeping tired. Let's just throw them all in the dungeons. The sun will come up soon. Izuku growled, rolling over and twisting his arms free. He grabbed the dagger, yanking it out of Katsuki's gut and standing to throw it at Idahiro's heart. Idahiro only had time to turn his body so it hit his shoulder instead. Beep, you bitch. I'll beeping kill you. His eyes glowed as he unsheathed his sword and took off impossibly fast toward him. Izuku tried to run, but he wasn't fast enough. Idahiro slammed into his back with his arms wrapped around his sides, knocking him to the ground. Izuku cried out as he landed right on the sharp edge of the blade. It sliced deep into his abdomen. Idahiro made a triumphant noise as it did, dragging it so it carved through his guts. He shrieked in agony as blood pooled around him, soaking into the damp ground. The weight of Idahiro's body lifted suddenly. Katsuki stood over him, his face full of murderous rage. His fingers were dug into Idahiro's neck, piercing through his skin. Idahiro shrieked as Katsuki turned and threw him at the stable 40 feet away. His body hit the wood with a sickening crunch, blasting through the walls from the force of the inhuman throw. Izuku exhaled shakily, holding his hands over his abdomen to try to quell the blood that surged from it. The cut was deep enough that he could feel his guts threatening to spill through the wound. He rolled over, panting at the moons as his toes began to go cold. Katsuki knelt over him, joining his hands with his own. "I'll kill him," he promised Izuku. "I'll rip him limb from beeping limb for this." Kirishima walked over to them, frowning. "That looks bad. That looks really bad. We have to get him back to the keep." "I know." Katsuki pressed down hard, his brows furrowed as his hands became soaked with Izuku's blood. "You're not just an apostate," Izuku whispered up at him weakly. "You're a draconian." The coldness crept up his legs as he bled out. "I'm going to die because of a draconian." "You're not going to die," Katsuki scowled. "You're not." Izuku coughed, then gathered his bloody saliva to spit at him. "The gods will take me from you." He smiled triumphantly as the edges of his vision began to go dark. "I thank them for it." "Beep you," Katsuki hissed, wrapping his hands around his sides to lift him. He watched his blood dripping to the ground, staining the ground. "I hope Yagi kills you for this. I hope the king cuts off your stupid head." "Shut up," Katsuki growled as he began to walk quickly toward the keep. Izuku's eyes were heavy, his consciousness slipping away. His lips moved weakly as he muttered a prayer to beg for death to hurry up and take him. "Shut up, Deku. You're not going to die. Take me, gods," Izuku muttered, his eyes closing. "Please. Keep your eyes open, darling. You can't go to sleep yet. Not until after we've healed you." "I will die. I embrace it. You're not going to beeping die." Katsuki picked up his pace as he jogged through the keep's doors. "I won't let you." His consciousness slipped away, and Izuku fell into the darkness. Torchlight beepered behind Izuku's closed eyes the next time he was conscious again. He beeped at the burning pain in his abdomen. The agony had spread to every inch of his body, searing his skin and muscles. His bones themselves ached, his limbs heavy and motionless. This couldn't be death, not yet. The heavens were supposed to rest the soul, wrapping it in peace and ecstasy, free of the suffering of death for the rest of eternity. This couldn't be death, unless he was in one of the hells. It was certainly reasonable, based solely on the way his every nerve burned in pain. It was even more of a reasonable possibility as loud, familiar voices echoed in his head, causing his brain to pound between his ears. Something was being pressed to his lips harshly. He tried to turn his head from it, groaning when it followed him determinedly. "Bite, Deku, you need to drink from me." Izuku scowled at the sound of Katsuki's voice. That was the last person he wanted to be with him right now. He braced his hands on the mattress wet with blood beneath him, trying to push off of them in an attempt to roll over away from where Katsuki's voice was coming from. A strong hand held him down by his shoulder, holding him still. "Stop moving, you're going to bleed out. Open your eyes for me. Bite me. You want to hurt me, don't you? Bite." Katsuki brought his hand to Izuku's face, squeezing his jaw to force his mouth open. He slipped his wrist between his lips, shoving it against his teeth. Izuku dropped his jaw to hold his mouth wide open to keep from piercing his skin with his teeth, wiggling uncomfortably, and then beeping from the resulting flash of pain. "You need to hurry," Kirishima insisted from further away. "He's lost too much blood from the wound, it is too deep. His organs will fail soon. He will die in mere minutes." "I know that, damn it," Katsuki hissed. He moved his hand to his chin to try to force his mouth shut around his wrist. Izuku resisted it, locking his jaw to keep it from closing. Kirishima sighed in exasperation. "Just tear your wrist open yourself. He's not going to listen to you anytime soon. He won't drink your blood unless you force him. I will if you don't. I'm not going to beeping force him, and neither are you." Katsuki stroked his hand over Izuku's hair when he whined in pain. "He already hates me enough as is. Wouldn't you rather have him hate you than let him die?" Kirishima asked harshly. "He will die, and he will die soon. You need to do it. Now." Katsuki growled lowly and ripped his wrist free from Izuku's mouth. Izuku quickly clacked his teeth together and sealed his lips shut after it left. The room was filled with the loud sound of flesh tearing under sharp teeth. The wrist returned to Izuku's lips, now wet with blood. Izuku resisted it, flailing his head from side to side. Katsuki cursed above him, climbing over him to place a knee on either side of his thigh to hold his body still. He grabbed Izuku's cheeks, squeezing harder and harder to force his lips back open to allow blood to drip past them. Izuku spat it back out as soon as it hit his tongue. "Stop beeping resisting, you vixen," Katsuki yelled. His upper two fangs glinted in the torchlight, exposed now for him to see him as what he had always been. "Draconian blood is the only thing that will heal you now. Don't you want to live?" Quote. He opened his eyes to scowl at Katsuki's face. "No, not anymore." Izuku shuddered and panted as the burning began to fade, replaced by a chilling cold. "Shut up and drink." Katsuki clenched his own torn open wrist to create a pool of blood, then brought it back to Izuku's panting lips. He couldn't shut them in time to keep the blood out, and couldn't spit it out again when Katsuki covered his mouth with his hand. The other hand went to the top of Izuku's neck, stroking it hard to force him to swallow. The blood was so hot it nearly burned his tongue and his throat. He could still taste it, though, salty and thick and sweeter than any dessert Izuku had ever eaten. It tasted sinful and obscene. It tasted divine, as though it had been blessed by the gods themselves. Izuku's own blood sang in his veins as his heart beat faster and stronger than it had since he'd been injured by Idahiro. He sighed, slumping against the pillow submissively. "There you go, sweetheart." Katsuki removed his hand from his mouth to replace it with his still bleeding wrist. "Tastes good, right? Drink more." Izuku beeped as he had no choice but to obey. A fog fell over his brain, rendering it useless except to direct him to beep at the wound, drawing more and more of that sweet nectar into his mouth. The pain finally began to fade to be replaced with ecstasy, starting at the slice in his abdomen and spreading all the way over his body, out to the tips of his fingers and down to his toes. Izuku opened his eyes, which he hadn't realized had fallen shut. All he could see was Katsuki's fierce brown eyes. Their shade filled his entire vision, wrapping around it like a lover's embrace. He could feel the fatal wound begin to close, his skin stitching itself back together. He whined pathetically as the wrist was pulled away and tried to chase it. "More. I need more." His head was starting to clear, drawing him back into lucidity. "No more, that was enough." Katsuki pushed his head back into the pillows where it thrashed in complaint. "Leave us, Eijiro." Hiroshima hummed questioningly. "Are you certain? He's going to try to kill you when he's fully coherent. He'll do anything to escape. He'll be stronger because of your blood. I can handle him." Katsuki kept his narrowed eyes on Izuku's trembling form. "Leave." Fabric rustled as Kirishima rose to stand straight in the periphery of Izuku's vision. "If you insist." He paused at the door to glance back at them. Katsuki turned to look at him over his shoulder. "Go. Don't stand outside the door, and make sure none of the others do, either. We are to be alone until I say otherwise. Fully alone." Hiroshima dipped his head and then quietly exited the room, leaving them alone on the bed. Katsuki stared down at him, his expression unreadable, until Izuku pushed him off with renewed strength. "Explain," Izuku demanded as his heart began to slow again. He propped himself up on his elbows to look down at the unblemished skin of his stomach through the torn nightgown. "I should have died from that injury. I could feel my intestines spilling out through it." Katsuki beeped the blood from his now healed wrist. "Dragon blood flows through my veins. It carries magic that can be bestowed upon anyone who drinks it. It can heal any wound no matter how lethal, as you now know." Izuku traced the skin of his abdomen. "There's not even a scar." He bent his knees to rest against his chest, keeping them clenched shut to block the view as he pulled up the hem of the dress to expose his right thigh. "It won't heal old scars." It was true, the claw marks from the ghouls from years ago were still there. Only an active injury or ailment that had been inflicted before drinking the blood. He pulled the hem back down and wrapped his arms around his knees. He felt utterly exposed. The sheets were not an option to cover himself, drenched as they were with his blood. Katsuki grabbed a red robe and a large blanket from the couch, balling up the fabric to toss it to him. Izuku eyed them distrustfully, yet decided he would rather accept them than feel so exposed. He wrapped the blanket around his shoulders, covering himself from his neck to his feet so he could wiggle the tattered nightgown off to replace it with the robe, tying the sash around his waist. "You are cruel," he whispered to the sheets. He clenched his eyelids shut at the memory of Katsuki's earlier harsh words. It wasn't that hard, he had said about his months-long seduction. He is quite naive. I am. Katsuki leaned back against the wall, folding his arms over his chest and crossing his legs at the ankles. I suppose I was a bit too harsh toward you tonight. Izuku bit out a mirthless laugh. I don't suppose it would do any good to apologize. Don't bother. I feel nothing but hatred for you. Izuku opened his eyes to glare at him. You made me trust you. I trusted you, and you've betrayed me. You'll feel something else as soon as your body digests the blood. He smirked. It's also an aphrodisiac. Izuku ignored the unfamiliar word. You must know that I won't let you take me. You don't want to go to the capital, Katsuki pointed out. You told me so, just earlier tonight. That was before I knew who you really are. Izuku looked away, or, rather, what you really are. Before I knew that every moment between us was a facade. It was all a lie. Your king is the true lie. Katsuki thumbed at the handle of the blood metal dagger at his hip. The Shigarakis only have magic because they stole it, centuries ago. They keep a draconian captive in the dungeons of Greymore, torturing him and bleeding him dry just short of death, day after day so they can drink it for its magic. Izuku rolled his eyes. I will never believe another word you say. It's the truth. You saw the evidence of it with your own two eyes, remember? You saw Todoroki the night of the attack, didn't you? Before he went into the Great Hall to slaughter the apostates who outnumbered him 12 to 1. Did you see him drink anything? He did remember that night. Chuya had drank an unknown liquid from a flask just before he entered the hall. Izuku had assumed it had been alcohol to give him enough intoxicated courage for the fight. Katsuki nodded at the recognition on Izuku's face. That was draconian blood. It would have given him unnatural power to wield magic and protected him from any injury. For a few hours, at least. Those apostates stood no chance against them. They weren't draconians, Izuku said, his brow creasing. There must be others, though. You can't be the last one. There are. He didn't elaborate any further on their identities. You'll meet more of them as we head east. We'll leave in a few days. You will head east. I'm not coming. Katsuki groaned exasperatedly. Yes, you are. I haven't waited all these months just to hand you over to the false king for nothing in return. In return, Izuku's heart clenched and his skin felt hot again. The captive draconian. You intend to trade me? Katsuki nodded. Why not do this sooner? Are you so cruel as to have let me think I was anything more than a bargaining chip this whole time? You're not just a bargaining chip. Not to me. Izuku chuckled wryly, wiggling as the heat intensified. More lies. What a surprise. Katsuki frowned. I'm not lying. I have no reason to lie to you anymore. I had many chances to take you, months ago, but I didn't. Why do you think that is? He pulled out his dagger, using it to clean beneath his fingernails. Yagi would have known it was you. He would have chased you down and killed you. He could have tried, maybe, but he wouldn't have been able to. I'm very strong. The beta shook his head. No, I could have successfully stolen you away at any time. I could have that first night we walked the gardens. I was planning to, actually. Or later that week, at the Scarlet Corner. Between myself and Eijiro, you would have been easily subdued. Izuku scowled at him, scratching at his neck. Why was his skin so hot? Instead you made me suffer last night, so I would suffer all the more now. Katsuki scoffed. Suffer is a strange term to describe how I made you feel last night. And many nights before. The night in your room after the cursed attacked. The night in the gardens during the ball. The night in the forest. Just like last night, when I made you finish 3 times. I should have never let you touch me. He shuddered. Gods, it makes me feel like I'll vomit. I wish I could scrub my skin right off the bone. Don't be so dramatic. Katsuki eyed him as he fidgeted. I don't think vomiting is what you want to do right now. You're starting to feel hot, aren't you? Izuku ignored him. It's the blood. It's arousing you. Is that why you made me drink it? Izuku snarled. To make me suffer even more. To force yourself on me. I would never force myself on you. You already have. My memory must be deceiving me. I seem to remember that you were a very willing participant in everything we did. Katsuki smirked wickedly. You begged me for it, in fact. Izuku slapped his hand against the bloody sheets in fury. I shouldn't have. I wouldn't have if I knew the truth. If I knew you were seducing me with evil intentions. Katsuki kicked himself off the wall to stalk toward the bed. You're wrong, Izuku. Don't call me. You're wrong. Katsuki braced his hands on the mattress so he could lean over them imposingly. You seduced me. I hated you for it at first. You were supposed to be a spoiled rotten Omega with no personality and no drive, no purpose other than to breed with the Shigarakis. But you weren't. You were the most exquisite thing I had ever met. Scarred and fiery and utterly beautiful. I knew I couldn't force you away with me. I couldn't bring myself to. Yet you intend to now. I have to. If I don't, the others will, and I'm not going to let anyone else touch you. Izuku narrowed his eyes at him. You can't stop them from touching me. You've failed to stop them. I let Monoma touch me tonight. Katsuki's fingers clenched in the sheets hard enough to tear right through them. He touched my waist to help me off the roof, probably saw up my skirt while he did. He held my hand, and I let him. I would have let him do more, if we had the time. Shut your filthy beeping mouth. I wish it had been him touching me last night, Izuku continued. He wanted to be as cruel as he could. I wish it had been him who touched me, who beeped me and beeped me. He is quite attractive, and he's a lord, not just some forgettable soldier. Katsuki growled, leaping onto the bed suddenly to straddle him. His knees didn't quite touch him, even as he placed his hands, one still holding his dagger, on either side of Izuku's ears on the headboard behind them. He leaned in to whisper, You lie, Omega. I know you do. I can beeping smell it. I can smell how wet you're getting for me. Of course, he could. Draconians had heightened senses. Izuku should have realized what he was long ago. Katsuki had admitted that he knew it was Izuku in the room at the Scarlet Corner by his scent. Or maybe he had known before he even entered the room, had heard him speaking with Yagi outside the door. It explained how he had heard Izuku's prayers when no human ears could have. It was what made him such a fearsome warrior, even beyond his inhuman strength. He was able to hear everyone on the battlefield, able to predict their every move and counter them with his unnatural speed. Izuku shoved at his chest. It's not for you. It's just because of your blood that you forced me to drink. Even now I'm only thinking of Lord Monoma to get through it. Shut up, Katsuki snarled. Stop lying. I'm not lying. You've done enough of that for the both of us, he gritted back, spitting at his stupid face and cringing when Katsuki just beeped it up. You lied when you said you're from the Brooklands. You lied when you vowed to protect me. You lied when you said you adore me, when you said you love every part of me. Only one of those was a lie. The rest were the truth. I will always protect you. I have protected you, time and time again. Against the Duke, against the ghouls, even against other apostates. I would set the entire realm ablaze for you. I would walk into the flames if you did, Izuku hissed. I would do anything to get away from you. He grabbed Katsuki's dagger from his hand and slashed at him, causing him to jump back off the bed to avoid it. I wouldn't let you. Katsuki beeped his lips at him lewdly. Don't you see, Deku? Get it through your thick skull that I do adore you. I want you to come with me of your own volition. You said it yourself just hours ago that you wished to be with me. I want that, too. That's why I waited until the last minute to reveal myself. He leapt off the bed after him, leaving the blanket behind as he stabbed the dagger toward his heart. I'll kill you, he grunted when Katsuki caught the blade with his arm. I hate you. I know. Katsuki forced him back with his arm, shoving him against the nearest wall. I don't expect anything less. I'm fine with it. You can hate me, you can want to kill me. I'll take it all. Izuku curled his leg around the back of Katsuki's, forcing it to bend and land on the floor. He pushed him over harshly. He was stronger than he had ever been from the blood, he could feel it pooling and burning in the pit of his stomach. He stood over him with a foot on the handle of the dagger to force it deeper. Katsuki groaned as he did. Beep, yes, don't stop. He tilted his head as he panted up at him. The Omega's cheeks burned bright red as he realized he could see up Izuku's skirt in this position. He tried to back up, but Katsuki's hand shot out to grab his ankle, causing him to fall over. He surged up as Izuku went down, clutching the back of his head to cushion it from hitting the wood. They wrestled together on the floor, breathing hard. Izuku whimpered. The heat in his veins was too much to bear, curling all over him to leave him hot and needy. His fingers clawed at Katsuki's face, drawing blood with his nails. It dripped down onto his own face as Katsuki wrestled him onto his back, panting over him as he pressed their bodies together. Something hard was poking Izuku, something that wasn't Katsuki's dagger. Izuku, Katsuki purred as the shallow wounds on his face sealed themselves. Izuku grabbed the dagger to twist it, causing him to groan. I don't mind if you keep hurting me. I never want you to stop hurting me. You can do whatever you want to me, I will never hurt you back. Izuku yanked the dagger free, beeping Katsuki's blood from his lips as he wrapped his legs around his waist to flip them. You already have, he spat down at him. You have been so very cruel. You hurt me more than anyone else has. More than anyone else ever could. You made me. He broke off with a choked sob. I know, Katsuki said earnestly. He didn't try to flip them again, just reached up to wipe away Izuku's tears. I'm sorry it had to be like this. I truly am. I thought I would have more time before you were summoned to capital. More time to corrupt me. More time to convince you, he sighed. I already told you, I wanted you to come willingly. To be willingly used as a bargaining chip against the king. To get your other precious draconian back. You must be mad. There are other options. His thumbs wiped at his hot, wet cheeks. I'll figure something out. I'll figure out a way to keep you with me. Izuku slumped against him, dropping the dagger to let it clatter against the floors. I don't want to be with you. His small clothes felt uncomfortably itchy where they were trapped between his skin and Katsuki's thigh. I don't want to go with you. He rocked his hips in an attempt to scratch the itch, beeping as he did. Katsuki huffed, his eyes wide at the movement. What are you doing? It hurts, Izuku whined. It burns. His fingers clenched at Katsuki's shirt, strong enough from his draconian blood to rip through the fabric at his shoulders. Make it go away. There's only one way to do that. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's hips to hold them still. And you wouldn't want it. I don't care, Izuku panted, batting his hands away so he could keep moving. The rocking motion created sweet friction on his cunt, but it wasn't enough. You don't get to tell me what I do or don't want. You don't get to tell me anything anymore. Katsuki's hands twitched weakly at his sides. Do I get to touch you? No. The beta threw his head back, smacking it on the hard floor to whine at the denial. Please, darling, I'll make it go away. He lifted one hand toward Izuku's chest where the neckline of the robe hung low between his beeps. Izuku leaned closer, causing Katsuki to groan in excitement. He snatched up the dagger and stabbed it through Katsuki's palm to halt its approach and nail it to the wood floor. You don't deserve to touch me. Izuku lowered himself back down over Katsuki's leg to rub against it again desperately. Katsuki watched the motion with heavy-lidded eyes. That's not enough, is it, baby? You need more. He hated that he was right. His body sang for him to feel more, to demand more. Izuku grabbed the blade's handle to free it from Katsuki's hand and the floor. He raised it behind him where his other hand lifted the hem of the robe enough to expose his small clothes to be cut through, lifting onto his knees to peel them from his damp core and throw them to the side. He kept the hem of the robe lifted to sheathe Katsuki's dagger at his thigh, where his scabbard was missing his own blade. The beta snatched the clothes out of the air to press the fabric to his face, inhaling deeply. Beep, he panted against it as Izuku rode his thigh again. You still smell so good. He stuck his tongue out to beep all over the wet fabric. I want to taste you directly again. You never will, Izuku hissed, wincing at the lewd display of Katsuki sniffing and beeping his small clothes. Never again. I won't let you. I'm going to leave you here and go to the king. You don't want to, Katsuki begged pathetically. You don't want to go to the capital. You don't want to marry any other alpha. You said you want to marry me, damn it. Never. Izuku threw his head back with a shaky beep as the delicious friction from the fabric of Katsuki's pants against his bare cunt filled him with bliss. He could feel his pleasure surging toward its climax faster than ever before, spurred on by the draconian blood on his lips. I hate you. I despise you. I hope the gods have damned you, you beeping traitor. He cried out as the pleasure crested, curling his toes and burning a hole into his chest. He shook as it passed through him, searing through his veins and his muscles, leaving nothing but ecstasy behind. Izuku had no time to recover before he was suddenly lifted by his waist. Katsuki surged up, carrying him with one arm under his leg and the other cradling the back of his head to protect it when he slammed him back into the wall. Katsuki kept him pinned there with his body even as his hands released him to tug off his own ruined shirt. His torso and arms were smooth and hard, his skin devoid of any of the injuries or scars that should have been there from the ghoul's claws or Izuku's knife. I want you, Katsuki growled, grabbing under his thighs. His head whipped to the side when Izuku punched him hard enough to draw blood. I need you, my Omega. My love. Not your Omega, Izuku bit out, staring at his bloody lips. They looked more alluring than ever. He blinked. Love. He ignored him, wheezing as if he was dying. Please, please, I'll do anything, anything, baby. Beep me, Izuku panted. I need more blood. Katsuki didn't hesitate to lean in to meet his lips. He pushed his tongue through immediately to beep his blood-filled saliva over Izuku's tongue. Izuku beeped at the sweet taste, swallowing it down greedily and then biting Katsuki's lip for more. His body erupted into lustful flames again, his blood singing in his veins. Take more, Katsuki insisted. Take it all, beep. He beeped Izuku fiercely, biting and beeping his lips and dragging his tongue across the back of his teeth. He traced each tooth like he was trying to memorize them, groaning when Izuku beeped more blood from his lips. It's yours. I'm all yours. You're mine, too, aren't you? His hands seared the skin of Izuku's thighs, causing them to tremble. Izuku whined when the wounds on Katsuki's lips sealed, blocking him from drinking any more of his blood. Katsuki shushed him, reaching up to tug at the sash to loosen it to make it fall away from Izuku's hips to expose his bare torso. He dipped his head to mouth at his collarbone and his beeps, beeping at the flesh over and over to replace the bruises that his blood had healed. Izuku hissed at the feeling of his lips on his sensitive flesh. I'm still going to kill you. He tugged harshly at Katsuki's hair. Katsuki lifted his head to grin at him. You can try, but you will fail. I want you to try. He bent forward again to pinch his nipple between his teeth. I want you to keep trying, to keep being violent with me, the whole way east. I'm not going east. Izuku dragged his head back up by his hair, beep him spitefully. I won't go anywhere with you. You'll be dead. You really think I would die before I get to finally beep you? Katsuki beeped his lips, then all over his sweaty cheeks. No, baby, not a chance. Many have tried to kill me. The false king himself has tried. They all failed. The king. Alarm bells rang in Izuku's head, but the pounding of his heart quickly drowned them out. I know how to kill a draconian. You don't know how to kill me, Katsuki drawled, grinning viciously. I know how to kill anyone, though. I would kill anyone for you. I have killed for you. Your father begged for his life when I cut off his cock, when I shoved that stupid cane through his heart so he could never beat you with it again. I did it all for you. Liar. Izuku hissed, slapping his shoulder. You did it so we would be sent to the capital. So you and the others could kidnap me from here, from Verdant Watch. You don't care about me at all. You are so very wrong. Katsuki leaned into it and beeped when Izuku slapped his cheek red. I killed him because he hurt you. Kill yourself, then. You have hurt me more than he ever has. You're going to hand me over to the king in a trade and then never look back. No, I'm not. He looked so earnest. He was an incredible actor. No, that plan changed the moment you first spoke to me. Since the moment I started loving you. Izuku cursed himself for crying at his words. You don't love me. I do, beep. I've told you several times before, but you never heard me. I told you months ago in the Scarlet Corner, after you were flustered when I took my shirt off. I told you when you were going unconscious after Yagi fell. I told you last night when you were falling asleep. I adore you more than anything. Katsuki beeped him again, softly and sweetly this time. I adore you, Izuku. He beeped all along his jaw, sighing when he felt Izuku's hand reach down between their bodies while the other yanked at his hair. He stared deeply into Izuku's eyes, his brown ones swimming with unfiltered affection. Izuku's hand felt impossibly hot on his own skin, burning a path down his stomach, his hip, his thigh. His fingers met the belt of his sheath. I'm telling you the truth, Katsuki whispered against his lips. I'm all yours. I have been since I first looked at you. I wanted to hate you, but I couldn't. I love you, Izuku, I love you so very. He broke off with a choked cough, spewing blood across Izuku's face. Izuku's knees buckled as he was dropped to the ground. He wiped the blood from his face with the robe's sleeve, though it was only replaced by fresh tears. He looked up at where Katsuki weakly stood, sagging forward against the wall. Izuku had hardly registered the blade that had been in his hands, but he had felt the way it sunk into Katsuki's flesh. It protruded from where he had stabbed just left of the middle of his chest. In the lower left atrium of his heart, Izuku clenched his eyes shut as he crawled away, crying quietly. He scrambled to his feet, tying the robe's sash around his waist and not bothering to stop to put on his small clothes or his boots. Yagi had always taught him to aim for the heart or the brain when fighting the cursed. It was the same for Draconians. A blood metal blade to the heart would kill them. It would do the same to Katsuki. Izuku would not be in the room to see it happen. The floors were cold against Izuku's bare feet slapping against them as he ran, his tears falling to stain their wooden boards. His foot caught on a loose board, causing him to stumble and fall to his hands and knees. He cursed, limping from the fresh splinters in his knees and in the sole of his foot. He willed himself to ignore them. He needed to get out of the castle without being seen. Katsuki had sent Kirishima away, sure, but it would not be long before his body was found. They would know that it was Izuku who murdered him and would hunt him down for it. He had to be long gone by then. He found a narrow staircase, a different one than he had taken before. It was less well kept and didn't have a handle, marking it as a servant stairway. His feet pounded down the steps as he wiped the last of his tears from his cheeks. It did him no good to cry now. He couldn't think about the man, or rather, the male, he had just murdered. It would only slow him down. He exited from the nearest door, taking care to open and close it slowly so it didn't creak. There could be other Draconians in the keep who would be able to hear the door's squeaking hinges with their inhuman ears. The cool air hit his skin, causing it to immediately erupt into bumps. The sky was still dark, but the distant horizon had begun to grow pink from the approach of the sun. He needed to be far from the city before it rose. Izuku took off but soon skidded to a stop on the damp ground. The stables were nearby, but they were doubtlessly being watched by the apostates due to the earlier escape attempt. His bare toes curled in the cold ground as his mind raced. He couldn't risk sneaking into the stables for a horse, lest he get caught again. He didn't know which of the apostates here were Draconians. Even if they weren't, Kirishima would be able to ride him down if Kaminari didn't shoot him in the back with an arrow first. No, he could not ride out on horseback. He had to prioritize his stealthiness for now. Izuku looked up at the moons that rested just above the western horizon. He had to head toward them. They would lead him to the forest to the west, toward Greymore. He could only hope his feet didn't fall off before he made it through the trees. His breath panted as he ran, pumping his legs as fast as possible. He was utterly unprepared. The only thing he had on his person was the robe which barely covered his chest and exposed his thighs as he ran. He had no weapons, no rations, no water. Still, though, he sprinted for the trees for their cover. He could scavenge what he could, and if he failed, well, if he failed, then he would embrace his death with gratitude. His heart pounded. Izuku was surprised it hadn't burst from his chest from his exhaustion and his tumultuous emotions. So much had happened since he last slept, he could hardly believe it. The person most dear to him had betrayed him, had allowed him to be fatally wounded and then healed him with his blood to further damage his purity. He was a traitor amongst traitors, and yet all Izuku could do was curse him for it. Fueled by the heartbreak, he prayed to the full moons that Katsuki's soul would be condemned to an eternity in the burning hells. Katsuki must have been raised from birth to believe that the kingdom of Umbrengrad was a false and corrupt one. He must have been brainwashed to believe that kidnapping the prize was the only way the apostates could gain an advantage over the king. He was still a vicious male, one who didn't hesitate to seduce Izuku and render him useless against his vile advances. It was deplorable. Izuku sighed in relief minutes later when he finally reached the trees as the sun rose. They weren't as thick as the unnatural ones in the Crimson Woods, but still dense enough to shield his fleeing form. He would hide amongst them for as long as it took until he emerged from the north side of them. From there would be many holdfasts loyal to the king on the path north to Greymore. He would be safe from the apostates then. He slowed his run to a walk, stopping to brace a hand on a tree to slowly catch his breath. Izuku had never run so fast in his entire life, but he could not stop for long. He already suspected two more at the keep of being draconians as well, Kirishima and Shinso, based on the way they had acted last night. There were probably more of them, though there was no way to tell for sure. They must be able to somehow hide their distinctive fangs, perhaps with their magic, the same as Katsuki had. There was no chance Izuku would have never noticed Katsuki's fangs for so long otherwise. Izuku panted, tightening the robe's sash around his waist. A cold breeze rustled the evergreen needles of the trees, causing him to shiver. He wished he had his dagger to cut fabric from the robe to wrap around his cold feet. It was all he could do to hope they wouldn't get frostbite. He prayed at the sun through the trees, canopy to bring a warm day before taking off again. The debris of the forest floor dug into the soles of his feet, cutting the skin there occasionally. He ignored it as he ran, pleading to the gods that he had hours still before one of the apostates attempted to follow him. They did not hear him. A hard body slammed into his back, knocking the breath from his lungs as it brought him down. It spun them so that it landed first on a thin layer of pine needles, though Izuku still wheezed at the impact. They slid several feet across the forest floor, sending needles flying in every direction. Izuku panted up at the post-dawn sky, attempting to catch his breath. He was unarmed, but he would fight tooth and nail against his assailant. He slammed his fist down against a hard hip, drawing a shaky gasp from his attacker. The strength that he had felt from drinking draconian blood was long gone by now, but he was fueled by his rage and his indomitable spirit. "You are such an utterly violent little creature. I love it." His eyes widened at the familiar voice beneath him. He had assumed it was Shinso or Kirishima or any of the other draconians who had found him here, prepared to kill him for slaying Katsuki. But this couldn't be. He was lifted by his hips and flipped over so that he had no choice but to look down at his assailant. Katsuki's face was flushed crimson as he breathed heavily beneath him. He looked similar to how he had when Izuku had stabbed him, but different somehow. Izuku combed his eyes over him to take in the differences. His fangs were even longer than before, visible from between his open and panting lips. His hair was beeped back by sweat and gravity, revealing his slightly pointed and reddened ears. His eyes glowed bright red even in the dim daylight. His own blade was still embedded in his broad chest from where Izuku had stabbed him. "You didn't think I would let you go so easily, did you?" He smirked viciously up at him. "I told you I wouldn't die before I got the chance to beat you." Izuku exhaled shakily, his eyes wide in disbelief. "I killed you. I stabbed your heart." Katsuki cackled. "You did stab me, but I won't die so easily." Something large and hard rubbed between Izuku's bare legs as he thrust his hips up. "I am said to be heartless, after all." Several things beeped all at once in Izuku's head, causing him to gape in shock. "Heartless? You personally hate the king?" Izuku gasped. "He tried to kill you once, you said. You were a draconian, yet a blood metal blade to your heart didn't kill you. Kirishima was disbelieving when I said the cursed one sent you to kidnap me." Red eyes narrowed as they regarded him. Red alpha eyes. "Do you finally understand? You were the heartless prince." Izuku punched at his face, scowling when the blow was blocked by a warm hand. "You're the cursed one. Your last name is Bakugo." Katsuki smirked at him as he twisted Izuku's hand until he dropped it. The name of the ancient draconian royal family had been forbidden to be said aloud for centuries. Prince Katsuki Bakugo, I told you that you could call me Prince Charming, didn't I? Izuku slammed their foreheads together, willing his skull to cave in and cursing when it didn't. You bastard, how many secrets do you still hold? An apostate, a draconian, an alpha, a prince. I never thought I could hate you more. Katsuki grabbed his wrist and his waist to flip their positions, this time not shielding Izuku's head from slamming against the ground. Izuku blinked repeatedly as it did, dazed at the impact. Twin points of pain suddenly erupted from his neck, right below his inactive scent gland. It's only a matter of time until I can truly smell you, Katsuki growled when he removed his fangs. He lapped up Izuku's blood, beeping lasciviously at the salty taste. I beeping knew it, you really were made for me. Izuku panted as his heart raced. He had completely forgotten to take his suppressant potion that morning in his rush to escape after stabbing Katsuki. There was maybe half a day until his glands started pumping out pheromones again. He could not let that happen. He spat up at Katsuki's face. I would never let the cursed one smell me. You sent the ghouls and the apostates after me. You caused my mother to die, almost caused Yagi to die. I was not made for you. I am not yours. I never will be. You are, darling. Katsuki beeped at the puncture wounds, then beeped over them. And I didn't send anyone after you but myself. You were right that I'm not the last draconian. No, I'm not alone. You're here with me. What? Izuku bucked up against his heavy body. Let me go. Katsuki sat up so that Izuku could see him yank the dagger free from his heart. His bare chest stitched itself up so fast that it would have been missed if he had blinked. I should have known what you were as soon as you told me you have magic. Known what? Izuku gasped. He fidgeted on the cold ground, tugging at the robe to cover as much of his skin as possible. His guard, the alpha, leaned in to beep at the bite mark on his neck again. I should have known that you're one of us. You can protest all that you want, but I'm taking you east. I'm taking you home, to Draconia. I don't understand. Katsuki leaned back, his red eyes wide and wild as they stared down at him. They glowed unnaturally bright. You're a draconian, baby. Did you see how quickly my chest sealed itself? That wasn't just my magic that did that. It was yours, darling, straight from your blood. Izuku fidgeted uncomfortably. That couldn't be possible. That isn't true. It can't be true. It is. Katsuki grinned down at him, grabbing at his lithe waist with his free hand. I realized it when you tried to stab my damn heart. Your eyes were glowing, Deku. Only draconian eyes glow like that. He panted as Katsuki's hands undid the sash, but surprisingly didn't move any further to peel back the fabric of the robe. That's not possible. The draconians are supposed to be completely extinct. No, not by a long shot. I'm here, aren't I? And so are you. The alpha beeped his lips to lap up Izuku's blood from them, then smirked. That's why you can use magic. It explains why I am so very drawn to you. You are one of us. Izuku beat his hands against his shoulders in protest. Stop it. You're wrong, Bakugo. I don't have the heightened senses or strength of your kind. My injuries take a normal amount of time to heal, and they scar. I'm no draconian. Katsuki bent his head to beep his clavicle roughly. Those abilities won't be available to you until you reach your maturation. It is the same for all half-blooded draconians, or it usually is. Your other powers will not be accessible until you're 22 years of age. He raised his head, gripping at Izuku's waist to halt his movements. Do you truly want me to stop? Izuku panted. I want you to die. You should be dead already. Not quite, darling. You're going to have to try much harder than that to kill me. Katsuki was breathing hard, his muscles clenching and twitching from the effort of keeping himself still. The Omega reached up to grab the handle of the dagger from his hand, slashing it forward. It struck Katsuki's shoulder, causing him to beep. Oh, beep. It's like you know just what to do to get me going. You're an alpha, Izuku accused, grimacing. Anything gets you going. No, baby. You're wrong again. Katsuki bowed his head to brush his lips against Izuku's. You get me going, like no other has before. Izuku grabbed his hair to tug at it. So you're just another alpha, then. Just another knothead. Katsuki grinned at him. Only for you, baby. He ducked his head to blow over his nipples, chuckling when they hardened through the robe. Only for you. He jerked his hips, groaning at the feeling of their bodies grinding against each other. Let me touch you properly again, Deku. Izuku. I can hardly hold myself back. Stop, Bakugo, Izuku hissed. He panted, willing himself to keep from giving in to the pleasure. I don't want you. Don't call me that. Katsuki bit back a groan, keeping his body still with great effort. Call me Katsuki again. No. Katsuki groaned and begged. Please, baby, I can't stand this. You're such a damn tease. Izuku snarled as he flipped them, pinning Katsuki's hands over his head. Tell me how to kill you. The alpha shook his head, then slumped it back against the forest floor with a lewd beep. Never. I want to lay with you forever. I won't let you, not even once, Izuku promised. You are incorrigible. You are deplorable. He resisted beeping as Katsuki bucked his hips up. I hate you. Grind on me then, Katsuki begged pathetically. Grind on me out of spite. His hips wiggled beneath Izuku's. I'll let you. I would let you do anything you wanted. Shit, your blood tasted so good. Let me beat your cunt again. Izuku growled lowly, pressing the dagger right up against his neck. He drew it back when Katsuki began to lean into it. You are pathetic, he hissed, willing himself to ignore how Katsuki raised his head to mouth at his chest where the robe had fallen open to expose his beeps. I will tear your limbs off. The alpha growled lowly, causing Izuku to shiver before he could stop himself. I would let you. You'd make use of my hands, wouldn't you? Ride them as you're now riding me. Izuku halted his hips, panting. He hadn't realized they were moving, dragging his cunt over Katsuki's hard and bare abdominal muscles. You're not at an advantage right now. I could do anything to you that I wanted to. I want you to. Stab me, beat me, whatever you want, baby. He lifted his arm to block another slash of the dagger, groaning when it cut through his forearm. Izuku bent his head to lap up the blood, ignoring the way his face burned at the action. I will tear your ugly head from your neck. Katsuki grinned up at him as he rolled his hips. No, you won't. I wouldn't be able to beat you if you did. He groaned at Izuku's resulting snarl. Come on, Omega, rip my pants off and grind on my cock like I know you want to. The Omega snarled, bracing his feet underneath him as he thrust the blade into Katsuki's left lung to pin him to the forest floor. He stood quickly and took off again, dashing away from him even as Katsuki's blood began to set him on fire again. Trees fell behind him as Katsuki jumped off of them. He landed in front of Izuku, letting himself fall back to the forest floor as he was hit by his weight. You can't escape me, darling. Katsuki peeled the robe from his arms as he flipped them again, laying it down like a blanket beneath Izuku. You are so beeping beautiful. It's like the gods sent your body to distract me. Distract you from what? He wrenched the blade free, ready to stab his chest again. It doesn't matter, Katsuki purred. He snatched the blade from Izuku's fingers, easily throwing it into the trunk of a tree no short distance away. Can you feel me down here? He ground his hips down to rub their groins against each other, his hard cock rubbing through the fabric of his pants to press against his cunt. Izuku gasped at the feeling, cursing it for the way it made pleasure crawl along his core. I hate you, Izuku hissed again. Katsuki dug his fingers into his hips enough to bruise. I know. I'm still going to make you come, though. Izuku groaned as he burned hot at his core. His earlier action of drinking Katsuki's blood from his arm for its magic had backfired, causing the provocative heat to spread all over his skin and make him lose control of his gift. He felt all of Katsuki's emotions, and they were no longer cold. They burned hotter than ever, full of affection and adoration and burning lust. Katsuki lifted his torso so he could bring his hands to his belt. He took it off slowly, tossing it to the side as he narrowed his eyes down at Izuku. You want this, don't you? The clasp at the top of his pants popped as he undid it. You want me to show you why I really wore that cup? I don't, Izuku insisted. yet still swatted Katsuki's hands away so he could tug the waistband of his breeches down to expose more of his bare skin. He wasn't wearing any small clothes, which made Izuku blush at his shamelessness. He blushed harder when the waistband slowly exposed his thick cock that sprung free when it was tugged low enough. Izuku hated how beautiful it was. He had never seen a hard one before, obviously, and certainly never one this big. It sagged under its own heavy weight, pointing the flushed head down toward Izuku's womb. The skin was smooth and dark, a few shades darker than the rest of Katsuki's body, leading down to a slight bulge at the base of it. "Pretty," Izuku whispered, then bit his bottom lip to punish himself for the admission. Katsuki's thumb tugged his lip free from his teeth. "Just for you, baby. It's all for you." It filled out impossibly more the longer Izuku stared at it. The shaft was so thick that he was certain his fingers wouldn't even come close to touching if he wrapped them around it, and it was so long that he suddenly wanted to compare it to the length of his forearm. He resisted the urge, though, not wanting to stoke the flame of Katsuki's ego more than he already had. The cock twitched, causing the head to bob and causing Izuku to gasp. Katsuki laughed as he wrapped his hand around the thick base of it. "It'll feel so good inside of you one day." "One day," Izuku echoed, frowning. "Yes, one day." A bit of liquid emerged from the hole in the head. Katsuki swiped his thumb over it. "I'm big, baby. Real big. Even for an alpha. I would only hurt you if I took you now, since I wouldn't be able to keep from popping a knot." He watched with wide eyes as Izuku grabbed his hand to bring it to his mouth, beeping at the wetness on his thumb. "Beep, that's erotic. Does it taste good, darling?" Izuku nodded, beeping at the salty taste on his tongue. He released Katsuki's thumb with a pop. "It won't fit. Not yet. No, I'll have to open you up carefully first after you mature." Katsuki brought his hand back to his cock to trace the wet head over the skin of Izuku's lower abdomen. "Then I'll beep you, right here." He pressed it down hard so that the knot at its base met Izuku's clitoris. It was so long that its head reached the dip of Izuku's navel. See how deep it would go. "So long," Izuku beeped. His eyes began to droop. "So big." Katsuki grinned and bucked his hips at the praise. "That's the primary reason why I had to start wearing the cup, to hide that it's an alpha cock. It gets hard every time I see you, ever since our time together at the Scarlet Corner. Gods, it almost exploded when I saw the shape of your body for the first time that night." Izuku wiggled under him. "Exploded. Ejaculated. Not unlike you did when you squirted last night." Katsuki's cheeks flushed at Izuku's movements. "It would impregnate you. My potions keep me from having heats," he whined. Seasonal heats were the only time omegas could get pregnant. Izuku had never had one in his entire life. The alpha snarled. "I'm going to throw those damn potions out the window when we get back to the keep. Neither of us needs them anymore. I can't wait to smell you. I can't wait for you to smell me." Izuku jolted at his words. Of course, Katsuki must have been taking suppressant potions as well for all these months to keep his scent hidden and to disguise himself as a beta. "You hid your scent," he accused him. "You used magic to disillusion your eyes and your fangs. You killed that woman in the castle, you drained her dry." "That wasn't me," Katsuki insisted, causing Izuku to scoff. "It wasn't. I don't know who it was, though. Certainly not Hisashi. I searched his entire room after I killed him yet didn't find any draconian blood. The false king must not have given him any. Neither of them knew what you are." Izuku beeped over his canines. "I didn't get fangs when I drank your blood. You would have if you drank more of it." He smirked, dropping his cock so he could reach up to tweak Izuku's hard nipples. "You would if I came down your throat. You will once you mature." Izuku beeped at the touch and at the image. "I can't be a draconian. My father wasn't one." Katsuki lowered his head to beep a bruise onto his neck, right over his scent gland, as though he was trying to draw his scent out. "Does your brother look like him?" Izuku nodded, breathing hard when the shaft of his cock rubbed between his spread legs. "But you don't. You may have different fathers. Or your mother may have been one. Was her hair also green?" "Yes," Izuku gasped as Katsuki raised himself to his knees and forearms to break the touch other than the head of his cock. "Colored hair is more common among draconians. Katsuki swore lowly as he pointed the tip of his cock down to rub where Izuku was most sensitive. Damn it, I should have figured it out the first time I saw your hair. You even told me your mother came from the east when you recognized that draconian song. I'm such a beeping idiot. He groaned, thrusting his hips. You turn my brain to mush. I'm quite sure it was mush long before you met me, Izuku snarked, trying to distract himself from the pleasurable movements. Katsuki pinched his hip but still smiled at the quip. So mean to me. You deserve it, and more. I know. He angled his cock head to thrust all over Izuku's cunt, soaking it with his beep. I'll make it up to you. Izuku beeped when the head rubbed harshly at his sensitive nub. You can't. Not ever. Katsuki leaned over to bite his bottom lip. His breath was hot on the skin of his face. Will you make me beg for it? Make me get on my hands and knees every hour of every beeping day for it? He beeped him once harshly. I'll do it, you know I will. I'll grovel for you, beep your damn boots if you have me do so, for the rest of our lives, baby. Even after you forgive me. That's disgusting, Izuku hissed even as a roaring fire of pleasure erupted in his chest. You made me this way, Omega. Katsuki pressed the length of his cock hard along the seam of Izuku's cunt and stroked his clitoris with his thumb. You did this to me. You've made me hard and aching for you for months, since the very beginning. I didn't even do anything most of the time. Katsuki beeped as Izuku rocked his hips, dipping his head to beep several marks across his neck and chest. You were there. Izuku gasped at the simple statement and the delicious friction between his legs. Katsuki felt so hot there, hard and burning as they rutted against each other. He hadn't even put his cock inside him and yet Izuku could still recognize that he was close to orgasm. The feeling was familiar now, the crescendo of pleasure and ecstasy making his blood sing and his nerves tingle. He wrapped his legs around Katsuki's waist to keep rocking against him, holding Katsuki in place so only Izuku could move. That's it, Deku. Katsuki nodded against his neck, his tongue hot against the scent gland there as he beeped up his sweat. The stupid nickname sounded so lewd coming from his lips, causing his toes to curl against Katsuki's strong back. I'm right there with you. Take us both over the edge, baby. Beep, beep. The Omega squirmed and beeped when he felt a hot liquid splash onto his lower abdomen. The feeling of Katsuki's essence on his skin brought him over the peak of his pleasure. Flames burst behind his shut eyelids as he finished, tightening his legs around Katsuki's waist and squeezing his shoulders, digging his fingernails into the tensed muscles there hard enough to draw blood. Katsuki's hands were hot on his bare hips, gripping them tightly to leave bruises in the shape of his fingers. He leaned over to press their stomachs together, rubbing his seed into the skin of Izuku's abdomen and whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Izuku couldn't hear any of the words, his head still lost in his throes of ecstasy, but the soothing tone relaxed enough to drop his legs from Katsuki's sides and his hands from his shoulders. His heart slowed even while his muscles still twitched, and he slumped against the soft fabric of the robe. After a slow, shaky exhale, Katsuki flopped to lay on the ground next to him. He reached out to pull Izuku into his arms, whining pitifully when he batted his hands away. We just came all over each other, Katsuki complained, his voice raspy, and now you won't let me touch you. I shouldn't have let you do that, Izuku breathed up at the leaves. He winced at the soreness and wetness between his legs, using the robe's sash to clean it up. Your blood isn't affecting me anymore. No more touching. Katsuki propped his head up on his hand to look down at him, digging his elbow into the pine needles to hold it up. Would you believe me if I told you that a draconian's blood is only an aphrodisiac if the drinker is attracted to them? I don't know what that word means. It means that it stimulates arousal. Izuku frowned. Then no, I don't believe you. He chuckled lightly. It's true. The Shigarakis wouldn't be able to focus enough to use our magic in battle if they were aroused. It made sense, but Izuku still shook his head. You wanted to arouse me. Maybe. He laughed again at the frown Izuku shot at him. Fine, I did. I did think you would resist though. I couldn't. Obviously, Katsuki hummed lowly. It's all right, though. We both enjoyed it. He tucked his cock back into his pants with a hiss from the overstimulation. Izuku wrapped the robe back around himself to cover his nakedness, scoffing when Katsuki boldly grabbed the end of the sash to keep him from tying it. "Give that to me, I'm cold. I can warm you up. You are insatiable." Katsuki beeped his tongue at him. "Not like that, you minx. I can cuddle you. My blood makes my skin run hot." "That's why you were never cold in the Crimson Woods," Izuku realized. "Sure is." Katsuki raised the sash to his nose to sniff it deeply. "It's evolutionary." Izuku made a questioning noise at the unfamiliar term. "Our bodies changed, along with the dragons, over many generations to keep us warm in the mountains." Izuku sighed, then frowned as he thought of something. "Your blood can heal. Obviously. We established that a long time ago, didn't we?" "Yagi was hurt because of me," Izuku whispered. "You could have healed him." "I did," Katsuki admitted. Izuku looked at him incredulously. "I left a few vials of my blood with Torino. He will give him a drop every other day to heal him. Slowly, so as to not draw suspicion." Izuku hesitated before giving in. "Thank you. I don't know what I would do if he died. Throw myself from a window, perhaps." "I know." Katsuki wiped the sweat from his neck and forehead with the sash before throwing it back over Izuku's torso. "I know what he means to you, and what you mean to him. He must already know what you are." "What makes you say that?" "He told me a few instructions when he was stabbed." Izuku remembered seeing them whispering together as he was losing consciousness that night. He slapped him with the sash at the vague answer. "Ow, fine. He told me to take you east, away from the false king." "East? Why? That's where your home is, where your mother was from." Katsuki frowned. "He told me to keep the ghoul's claws away from you, but said nothing of their fangs." Izuku moved his hand to the right side of his waist. "That is strange." He looked away when Katsuki squinted at him. "You were bit, weren't you?" Izuku sighed and nodded. "Show me." Izuku acquiesced, parting the robe just enough to briefly reveal the 4 old puncture wounds in his side. "I should have turned years ago. How did you not realize you were a draconian when you didn't?" "Yagi said it was a miracle from the gods. There was no other possibility. Not that I knew of, anyway. They spared me so that I could live to marry Prince Shigaraki." Katsuki smirked at that. "No, they have no love for the Shigarakis. They intend for you to marry a different prince." Izuku turned his head to glare at him. "Not a chance. That's never going to happen." His movements were sluggish as he retied the robe. "Why did you bother healing Yagi when you're the one who sent the apostates after us?" The Alpha frowned at the change in subject. "I already told you, I didn't order the attack that night. I was beeping pissed that she did. I would have never left you that night if I knew it was coming. She must have been trying to get me to hurry up. It worked, I suppose." "She? Who's she?" "Don't worry about it." Katsuki cackled as he shielded his groin from Izuku's smack. "I just came out of my damn mind because of you. I don't want to talk about anybody else right now." He turned his face away to hide his annoyance at the answer. A princess. Katsuki could have lied about being an only child. Or, Izuku's heart clenched. Or he was already married. The heartless prince was centuries old. It made no sense that all that time would go by without marrying him off. "There are no draconian princesses, or any other princes." Katsuki smirked when he looked back at him. "Not yet, anyway." Izuku scowled. "You're betrothed. To who?" "To you." He laughed at Izuku's horrified expression. "Don't look so shocked. I've asked you to marry me multiple times." "You've never asked." Izuku gasped when Katsuki suddenly surged up to lean over him, lowering his face to only a few inches away from Izuku's. He looked deep into his eyes. His red ones were no longer glowing in the daylight, but they were heavy with affection. "Marry me, Izuku." Izuku shoved him off harshly. "Absolutely not." Katsuki groaned as he slumped to the ground limply. "Please. I've never wanted anything more in my life." He rolled his eyes. "That's a lie. You've had a long life." "It meant nothing before you," Katsuki said earnestly. His red eyes were pleading when Izuku looked at them. "You used magic on your eyes and your teeth," Izuku said quickly to change the subject. "So that no one could tell you were an alpha or a draconian." "I did." "Was it hard to keep up the illusion for so long?" Katsuki shook his head, reaching up to push his bangs up when they flopped over his brow. It wasn't an illusion. I actually physically changed them. It did feel strange to not have the fangs, though. Unnatural. You're the unnatural one, Izuku hissed, earning a light chuckle. Why not also just change your? He trailed off, looking at Katsuki's pants. My cock. Katsuki grinned wide, showing off his long canines. I had to wear the cup anyway to shield it from when you would inevitably kick me there. There's no chance I would use magic on my most important body part if I didn't have to. Izuku ignored the cheeky comment. Do the others use magic to hide, too? What others? He laughed at Izuku's glare. When they need to, yes. Who else are draconians? It doesn't matter. We're the only ones that matter. Izuku rolled his eyes at the dramatic proclamation. Don't be like that, baby. You'll find out who they are when we get back to the keep. Izuku tilted his head to regard him. I'm not going to stop trying to escape. I know. I don't want to go with you. I know. Katsuki smiled. You will eventually, though. Draconia is very beautiful and very advanced. Our technology will amaze you. I don't care. I'll never see it. Katsuki threw his arm over his face and groaned in frustration. I love your stubbornness, I truly do, but it's very aggravating right now. Izuku ignored him, grunting quietly as he curled upward to sit. We should get back to the keep before the others come looking for us. Not yet. I already told Hitoshi to not come after us. I need to pack properly this time before going west. Katsuki sat up to glower at him. East. We're going east. Izuku glared back. I already told you that I don't want to. I'm not going to Draconia. I'm certainly not marrying you. Why not? I would be a good husband. I'll treat you well, better than anyone else could. He scoffed. Like you treated me last night. Katsuki's eyes drooped as he swept his gaze over his body. Yes, I seem to remember treating you very well last night. 3 times, actually, and 2 more times this morning. Izuku rolled his eyes, tucking his feet under himself and pushing off his hands to stand. I'm not talking about that. He kicked Katsuki away when he tried to look up the robe and stalked away from him quickly. The Alpha appeared in front of him, lightning fast. He forced him backward into a nearby tree. Izuku attempted to escape to the right, then the left, but was blocked by Katsuki's large arms. He tried to couch low to duck under them, but a leg was thrust forward to block him. He groaned in annoyance as he looked at Katsuki's smug face. You called me naive for trusting you. You implied to your subordinates that I was easy. My friends, not my subordinates, he insisted, then ducked his head sheepishly, his ears red with shame. I was putting on a show in front of them. I felt so beeping embarrassed that you tried to run away from me like that. With beeping Monoma, of all people. It was humiliating. Izuku sighed, deciding to be kind and admit the truth. I wasn't running away from you. Well, not at first. Katsuki raised his head. What? Yes, you were. You jumped out the damn window to run away. I purposefully cut my foot on the glass, he explained. I purposefully left my boot behind in the mud. I was leaving a trail for you. Oh, Katsuki blinked several times, looking genuinely shocked. Oh, his mouth gaped open dumbly. Oh, well, beep. He scratched the back of his neck meekly. Sorry. Izuku beeped his forehead to make him back off so he could start walking east. You were an idiot. Katsuki jogged ahead, then turned around to walk backward so he could face him. We did both agree that my brains are mush because of you. I don't forgive you, by the way. I know. He grinned as he easily dodged a tree without so much as a glance over his shoulder. I'll keep groveling, though. As much as I need to. I won't ever forgive you. Izuku carefully kept his eyes off his shirtless form. Katsuki held out a hand as Izuku marched past him, groaning in irritation when he ignored it completely. Izuku was silent for the rest of the trek back to the keep, refusing Katsuki's attempts to goad him into speaking to him. The lips on his face were chewed bloody from his anxiety over the events of the last 24 hours and the lips between his legs ached, causing him to wince. He brushed off Katsuki's concern without a single word. They passed by the stables as they returned to the keep. The building was in shambles from last night, One door broken off its hinges from Kirishima and one wall blasted apart from where Katsuki had thrown Idahiro at it. Izuku balked at the sight of a pile of dead horses outside the stable, spotting Yosetsu's horse among it. Katsuki stepped forward to block his view of them, and Izuku refused to thank him for it. Shinso stood in the main hall when they entered it, lounging against the wall as if he expected them. He didn't know exactly how good a draconian's hearing range was, but Izuku had no doubt he had heard them approach, especially with how much Katsuki had been talking. That took a while, Shinso remarked, narrowing his red eyes at their disheveled appearance. Surely he couldn't have gotten that far, even after stabbing you. I'm not dead, am I? Katsuki scowled at him, stepping in front of Izuku to block his view of his scantily clad form. Izuku rolled his eyes at the jealous move. Shinso peered around him, sniffing as his gaze locked under Izuku's eyes. He's tired. He'll need to sleep all day because of you. That's fine. Katsuki turned his head to look over his shoulder down at the Omega. It's to be expected after yesterday. It was an eventful night. You broke the stable. Mina will be pissed when she sees it. The prince huffed. She'll survive. Those horses didn't. Shinso grinned when Katsuki groaned at his words. Izuku was surprised to see that his smile didn't show any fangs. Surely Shinso was a draconian. He had thrown Monoma with too much strength to be a mere mortal. He wondered why he was still keeping his fangs hidden. Monoma and the other one are in the cells, Shinso said. Shihai. Izuku spoke up finally, his voice hoarse. They both looked at him, surprised to hear his voice. His name is Shihai. Katsuki frowned, doubtlessly upset that Izuku had spoken to Shinso instead of him. Shinso snapped his fingers. Right, Shihai. They'll get 2 meals a day to save our rations. Katsuki turned back to him. Is food already that scarce? The commander opened his mouth to elaborate, then glanced at Izuku. I'll explain later when we're alone. He tilted his head at the Omega, who huffed at the exclusion. The prince sent him a smirk for the noise. Fine, I'm taking him to bed. Again, Shinso glanced at the bruises on Izuku's chest. Katsuki beeped his tongue at him. Watch yourself. I'll rip your tongue out if you say something too inappropriate. Shinso raised his hands placatingly as he kicked off from the wall. Sorry, there's already a 3rd mattress in the dungeons. Eijiro wants to speak with you, so I can lead him there. You'll do no such thing, Katsuki barked. He's not sleeping in the damn dungeons. He needs a real bed. None of the bedroom doors lock from the outside. Even if they did, he'd jump out the window again to escape. I'll bring him to Mina's room on the top floor of the keep. That window is too high for him to jump out of without breaking both of his legs or dying. Izuku bristled at the way they were speaking about him as if he weren't even present. I'll jump anyway to put myself out of my misery, he muttered under his breath, knowing their draconian ears would hear him. Shinso barked out a laugh as he looked at him, amused. Damn, is the cocky prince truly so bad in bed to make you suicidal? Katsuki took off his shoe to throw it at his head, shooting it through the air as fast as an arrow. Beep off, you prick. He stepped to the side and snatched it out of the air easily, wrinkling at the mud it left on his hand before tossing it back. Gross. Come find me after you drop him off. I thought you said Eijiro wants to see me. It's not like I have anything better to do today than listen to you two bicker. That bitch of a lord talked my ear off all night. Katsuki squinted at him. They're unguarded now. No, Honta is there. He nodded. Good. Make sure there's always someone keeping watch. Shinso sighed. Of course. I'm not an idiot. Make yourself useful and go to the forest to the west. My dagger is in some tree there. My belt, too. You're sending me to fetch your dagger? He asked incredulously, raising his brows as he looked between them. And your belt? How scandalous. Katsuki growled, reaching back to grab Izuku's arm. He sidestepped him to dodge it, hurrying toward the stairs. They both were silent now as they ascended them. Izuku tugged the robe tight against the back of his thighs to try to keep him from being able to look up at it. Katsuki rushed forward after they finished climbing them to block Izuku's path. You're upset with me, he accused. Izuku looked away. Why? You know why, Izuku thought bitterly, though he didn't deign to answer him. So what, you're just not going to speak to me now? Don't be childish. Izuku clenched his fists and didn't respond. He refused to give him the satisfaction of hearing his voice. Izuku. Katsuki's voice was a low purr now. Talk to me, baby, Tell me what's wrong and I'll make it better. Izuku made a show of yawning and rubbing his eyes. You want me to believe you're just tired? He nodded, causing Katsuki to sigh. Fine, I'll accept that, but only because you need to sleep. We will talk when you're awake again. He ignored him until Katsuki huffed and turned to lead him to Mina's room. It was large and empty of any other person when he opened the door for him. When Izuku tried to shut it, a hand slammed against the wood to stop it. Deku, look at me, Katsuki groaned when he refused to obey. Beep, you're so difficult. I only wanted to tell you to sleep well. Izuku shoved his whole body against the door until Katsuki finally let him close it. He locked it with a shiver. Izuku's womb ached when he woke again. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing himself to wake up from the nightmare of the past day, but it was no use. It had all really happened. The stables, Idahiro's blade, Katsuki's blood, the forest, it was no dream. He sighed, lifting the covers to swing his aching legs free of the bed, only to wince at the bloody mess left behind on the sheets. His blood had come early this season, and it looked to be a particularly heavy one. He felt justified somehow in blaming Katsuki for it. He paused as he padded towards some drawers near the chamber pot, then decided not to feel guilty for snooping. Mina was an apostate. She had a hand in laying the trap here for him. It was the least she could do to let him borrow something from her room, even if it was against her will. He found cotton-absorbent pads among some strange cylindrical pieces of fabric in the bottom drawer and removed several of them, placing one between his legs to keep from dripping and staining the wood floors. He squeezed his thighs to hold in place, forcing him to waddle awkwardly to the nearby dresser. The top drawer held multiple colorful small clothes that made his cheeks heat. Of course, the extravagant beta didn't own any neutral shades. A knock sounded at the door, startling Izuku. He rubbed over his chest, willing his heart to stop pounding. 1 minute, please, he called out, hoping that the knocker would listen. They did, thankfully, allowing him to pull on the small clothes and shove another pad into them before readying the robe around his waist, knotting it twice. All right, you may enter. The door opened to reveal light pink hair and dark skin. Good evening, Deku. She easily carried in 2 large jugs of steaming water, kicking the door closed behind her. I figured you could use a bath. Izuku only nodded, not trusting his voice enough to thank her. He watched the way the impressive muscles flexed where they were exposed by her short-sleeved blue shirt as she carried the buckets to the tub that sat just outside of the chamber pot nook, pouring the water in from each bucket until it was mostly full. She stood up, brushing her damp hands on her dark skirt, and looked at him expectantly. He looked back, then tilted his head at the door. There was no divider for privacy in this room. Aren't you going to get in? Mina asked, looking at his muddy feet and the bloody skin of his thighs and neck. You're filthy. He ducked his head in a demure nod. Is there a divider somewhere? No, I apologize. She tilted her head at him. I can fill the water with bubbles and turn around while you undress. Can't you wait outside? He pleaded. She shook her chin once. The prince has ordered that you not be left alone while you're not sleeping. He's supposed to come up here later, but I figured you would need some time to wash up before supper. Izuku looked out the window, noting that the direction of the shadows confirmed the time as early evening. Of course he has. Very well, then. He waited until she turned around after pouring the bubbling solution into the tub to begin to undress, then hesitated. Wait, I'm menstruating. Oh, that's fine. She went to the drawer that held the pads and pulled out one of the cotton cylinders. Here, you can put this inside. It'll staunch the flow. Did you just start? He nodded. All right, it will at least last for the length of a bath. There's a string attached to it to pull it out afterward. Thank you. She turned her back to him to strip the bed, allowing him to put the fabric into his bleeding hole with a wince before getting undressed completely. He hissed at the scalding heat when he dipped his toe into the water. Sorry, Deku. Mina sounded genuinely apologetic. The water was already cooling off for a while, but Katsuki made it far too hot. He rolled his eyes, biting his lip at the pain of sinking slowly into the tub, one searing inch at a time. He's punishing me. She turned around when she heard the water splash, grabbing a nearby chair to sit next to the tub after dropping the sheets by the door, arranging them so the bloody parts were hidden. What for? I wouldn't speak to him when we got back to keep. He sighed, tipping his head back to rest it on the edge of the tub. I am still very angry with him. With all of you. We know. Her golden eyes twinkled kindly. We're all sorry that it had to happen like this. Well, most of us are. Hitoshi is a rude twit. Izuku bit back a laugh at the shameless insult. I suppose it was inevitable as soon as Bakugo was appointed as my guard. He sunk deeper into the water, submerging his head for a moment to wet his hair. After he rubbed the bubbles from his eyes, he opened them to see that Mina was holding out a pink bar of soap and a matching cloth. Thank you. She smiled as he took them, wetting them so he could scrub the dirt and grime from his skin. Just wait until we get back to Draconia. We have showers there. They're much more convenient than baths. You mean rain showers? In a way, but they're artificial and indoors. There are pipes that pump hot and cold water all over the cities. I nearly lost my mind when Eijiro showed me them for the first time. Izuku frowned as he moved the cloth over his skin. Wait, you're not from there. I didn't lie when I told you I'm originally from Mern. I'm a human. Mina propped her arm up by the elbow on her knee, resting her chin in her hand. I did lie about my father's identity, though. He was no advisor. We were very poor, even after my mother died, and it was just my brother, my father, and I. Shigaraki stopped sending food and supplies to the desert wastes about a decade ago, and my family was on the brink of starvation. We left to head north when I had just turned 19. You went all the way to Draconia. She shook her head, pink curls bouncing around her pretty face. We only made it to the northern Brooklands. The deer were scarce because it was winter. We were barely making it by on rabbits and field mice. My father died and I myself was about to die of starvation when Eijiro found us. Izuku's lips curved when she handed him another pink bar for his hair. You really like this color. He hung the cloth on the side of the tub so he could lather the shampoo between his hands. Mina blushed. It was the color I was wearing when I met him. He said it looked nice on me. It does, he agreed, then frowned slightly. 19 is a young age to mate at. How old is he? He's only about 5 decades old, she explained as though that was nothing, as though that was barely younger than Yagi when Kirishima appeared no older than 25. And we never mated. Oh, right, you're a beta. Izuku scrubbed his fingers through his hair, combing through the knots to clear them of sweat and dirt and blood. Betas can still mate and marry alphas, she corrected. In Draconia, at least. He certainly wanted to, but I refused his proposal. What? Izuku's brows furrowed. Surely you like him back. She ran a hand through her own curls. I do. I like him too much, really. Why refuse, then? It wouldn't be fair to him, she said. Izuku hummed in curiosity as he scooted forward so he could tilt his head back to rinse his hair. He's immortal, and Draconians mate for life. It would ruin him if he mated with a mortal like me. I would get to spend all my life with him, while he would have to live for centuries after I died. Izuku lifted his head to shoot a sympathetic look at her. That's tragic. I'm sorry. She looked down at her hands, smiling gently. I did miss him a lot. I was so happy to see him. How long were you apart? We all came to Verdant Watch several years ago. Half of us stayed here to take control of the city, me, Hitoshi, Honta, and Toteki, while the others, Eijiro, Denki, and Katsuki, went to New Rock and Mern before setting off for Mongoria once word came of the tournament to be your guard. Izuku pursed his lips thoughtfully as he exchanged the shampoo bar for the cloth. Why did they go there? They were rallying our allies in those cities. We've been planning this for a long time. To get the captured Draconian back, he guessed, earning a nod. Who is he? Mina pressed her lips together in a slight frown as he scrubbed his legs. I can't tell you that if Katsuki hasn't yet. Izuku groaned, annoyed. More secrets. What a surprise. He had to keep his identity a secret from you, she said. You couldn't know that he's a draconian or an alpha or the prince. It was actually supposed to be Denki who put himself forward as your guard, but Katsuki insisted that it be him. Of course he did. Izuku leaned forward to scrub between his toes. Whoever this draconian is must be dear to him. She shrugged mildly while he cursed the tendrils of envy that curled in his chest. He's an idiot for insisting on it being him. He could have been caught if the wrong person recognized him. Katsuki is very stubborn, Mina agreed, standing to grab 2 towels, a dress, and a cloak from the wardrobe. He doesn't listen to many people. I heard you stabbed him for it. He is. And I did. He frowned even as he thanked her for the towel. I wanted to kill him. He acted as though I don't actually hate him last night. She eyed his chest, smirking. I'm sure he did. Izuku blushed, wrapping an arm around his chest to hide the bruises. He's so shameless. He must have given them to him after he last drank his blood, the bastard. She turned, holding the towels out behind her as he rose from the tub. He took it gratefully, wrapping one around his small form and using the other to dab at his hair. He's very taken with you. I don't blame him, truly. You're very pretty. He ducked his head demurely to run the towel through his hair. Not really. I'm too scarred. And he is a very good actor. I don't think he was acting, she said, turning to hold up the red dress for his approval. It was short-sleeved and would only cover the upper half of his thighs. You should see the way he looks at you when you're not looking. He adores you. He doesn't, Izuku sighed, shaking his head. It was all a lie. I know it was. Mina just hummed. Do you have another dress I can wear? That one shows too much skin. Were you not just only wearing a robe all morning? She winced when Izuku cringed. Sorry, I can check. He bowed his head in gratitude when she returned with a more modest green one. She turned her back to him again. He put on his small clothes again, halting them at his knees so he could tug the cotton cylinder free from his hole. He waddled to the chamber pot to discard it, wincing as he pulled the small clothes the rest of the way up his legs. He moved back to the tub, grabbing the dress to pull it on. Can you lace me up? Izuku asked. Please. Oh, I need to find my suppressants. Of course. Mina padded over to him to hand him a vial from her waistband before quickly doing up the fastenings, then slung the cloak around him. She also handed him a pair of black shoes which thankfully had no heel. As she did, a single knock sounded from the door. Katsuki didn't wait more than a second to enter, freezing at the sight of them. I couldn't find the buckets of water. He narrowed his red eyes at the image of Mina fastening up the dress and the sight of Izuku's wet hair. I was supposed to bathe him, damn it. I already did, Mina said cheerfully. Izuku turned his head to hide his smirk at the lie while Katsuki cut his eyes to her. He was quite dirty. Such a naughty prince, you are. Beep off. Katsuki bit out at her, cursing when she danced out of the way of his slap. You beeper, you stole his bath from me. She placed her hands on her hips tauntingly. He wouldn't have let you bathe him, surely. He doesn't like you very much. Izuku liked her more and more with every teasing word. Shut up, you pink bitch. Katsuki surged forward to Izuku, frowning when he dodged his outstretched arms. Leave us. Mina hummed, glancing at Izuku. Do you want me to? Izuku shook his head aggressively. See, he doesn't want to be alone with you. She reached a hand out to him, smiling when he shrugged off Katsuki's hand to grab it and let her tug him forward. Come on, I can show you the rest of the keep before dinner. Katsuki snarled, dashing in front of them. What the beep is going on? Stop getting yourself involved in this, Mina. I'll kill you. She grinned. I'm not involving myself, not at all. Even if I was, I surely wouldn't take your side. I'm your prince. Yes, you're my prince who destroyed my stables. Her smile dropped so she could scowl at him. You killed 4 of my horses. I should stab you, too. Katsuki rolled his eyes at her. I only killed 3. Kaminari shot the other. We need all of them. Mina boldly snapped her fingers in his face. You are insane. I'm not, Katsuki insisted, glancing at Izuku. Toteki tried to kill him. It was only fair. Mina released Izuku's hand to throw her own up in exasperation. You've gone beeping mad. We're leaving East in just a few days. We need every horse we can get. Katsuki frowned at her. They're replaceable. He jerked his chin at Izuku. He isn't. She grinned and recklessly wrapped her arms around Izuku's waist, resting her chin on his shoulder. I know. He really is adorable. I almost want to keep him for myself. He unsheathed a new steel dagger, moving as fast as lightning as he slashed her forearms. Beep off. I'll rip your damn head off. Izuku glowered over his shoulder at him as he wrapped his hands around the wounds to put pressure on them. Let's go find Kirishima, he said when he turned back to her. He'll surely heal you. She'll go on her own, Katsuki insisted, wiping the blade on his dark shirt before sheathing it. I need to speak with you. He ignored him, pulling Mina toward the door. Do you know where he is? The stables, probably. She shook off Katsuki's protesting hands, uncaring of the way blood splattered on the wooden floors as a result of the action. I'm fine, the cuts aren't deep. Katsuki likes me more than he lets on. The alpha growled as they left him behind, causing Mina to giggle. This is fun, she whispered to Izuku, delighted. The air cracked as Katsuki appeared in front of them to block the staircase. You're a traitor, Mina, he hissed, lifting his hands to either wall to obstruct the stairs. Deku, please, I only wish to speak with you, nothing more. I won't touch you, I promise. Izuku shook his head, making Mina laugh joyfully. He doesn't want to talk to you. You've been a cruel prick to him. Katsuki sighed in defeat. I know. I need to explain myself more elaborately to him. Please, Izuku. Mina cut her eyes at Izuku at the name, softening when he bristled. She graciously kept her lips shut about the topic, instead asking, is Denki at the stables, too? Katsuki nodded reluctantly. Good, I have a bone to pick with him. Come on, Deku. She looped her uninjured arm through Izuku's as he slipped his feet into the black shoes before they exited the room, both ignoring Katsuki's pathetic whimper behind them. The evening air was cool on Izuku's chin as they left the keep, chilly enough to cause his freckled cheeks to flush. He was grateful for the dress and the cloak that covered his skin, both for its warmth and for its modesty. The nearby stable had a pile of wood slabs beside it. The horses had been cleared out to allow for the reconstruction. Mina frowned as she regarded it. You really demolished it, you prick. Katsuki scoffed. I told you, he deserved it. He threatened Deku. Izuku was just grateful that the dead horses' carcasses were out of sight, carried away to be disposed of. Kirishima hammered down on the roof of the stable where Shinso had slammed Monoma into it. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, causing the impressive muscles of his shirtless form to ripple and shine in the daylight. His head whipped up when Mina exhaled shakily, smiling briefly at her before frowning. He sniffed the air, then leapt off the roof to land in front of them. What happened? He asked her insistently, grabbing at her arms to regard the injuries. This is from a knife. What happened to you? He saw her glance at Katsuki, and his shoulders hardened. What the beep, Katsuki? I'll fight you over this. Katsuki rolled his eyes. She was teasing me. She's fine. I would beat you anyway. Kirishima bared his teeth at him, his eyes glowing. Katsuki growled back, his lips curling in a vicious snarl. They threw a punch at each other at the same time, each catching a jaw and bruising it momentarily. Oh, shit, Kaminari said from where he peeked out from inside the stable. Alpha fight. A few other workers cheered to goad them on. Izuku groaned at the two grappling knotheads. Katsuki's gaze whipped to him briefly, his eyes merely rimmed in red from how dilated his pupils were. His head whipped back as Kirishima took the chance to headbutt him. Deku, distract him, Mina yelled. She lifted her skirt brazenly, exposing her pink undergarments, as she wiggled between the two fighting alphas, tossing the hem over Kirishima's head. He tackled her to the ground with a low growl. Katsuki kept snarling even when Kirishima was out of sight. Izuku growled at his temper, stepping in front of him and grabbing his face. Look at me. He ignored him, panting. I'll kill him. I'll kill both of them for trying to take my love from me. Izuku shuddered at his passionate words. I'm here, Bakugo. He winced when Katsuki snarled again. Katsuki, I'm right here. He tossed the hem of his cloak over his blonde head, blocking out the view around them. He winced at the way he had to stretch his arms to reach high enough. Bend over for me, would you? My arms hurt. Omega. Katsuki obeyed immediately, lowering himself to take a seat on the ground and dragging Izuku down with him. Izuku, he purred, nuzzling into his chest, then frowning at the fabric that blocked him. Did anyone hurt you? He shook his head. I'm fine. He sighed as Katsuki wrapped his arms around him. As much as he didn't want to allow the action, he knew better than to provoke an alpha in such an angered state. You shouldn't have hurt Mina like that. She hurt me. His hazy eyes began to clear. What? Izuku furrowed his brows. No, she didn't. She touched you. Katsuki pouted, leaning in toward Izuku's face and frowning when he turned away to avoid the beep. She was taunting me. What else was I supposed to do? Izuku scoffed incredulously. You could have dealt with it like an adult. Gods, you're centuries old and you still behave like a child. It's pathetic. Katsuki sighed, bending to lean his forehead against Izuku's. I know. You drive me mad, baby. He whimpered pitifully. I wanted to be the one to bathe you. The Omega rolled his eyes. She didn't bathe me, you imbecile. I cleaned myself. She lied to piss you off. I knew it, he hissed, grasping at his waist painfully. That hurts, Bakugo, Izuku complained. Katsuki softened his touch immediately. Call me Katsuki again. I refuse to, Izuku insisted. I only did to subdue you. You drew blood from Mina when you sliced her. She didn't deserve that. The alpha groaned, throwing his head back with the sound. I get bloodthirsty when you menstruate. I can't help it. Izuku jolted. What? How did you know that I'm bleeding? Katsuki grinned up at him, beeping over his fangs. I can smell it. You wouldn't still be bleeding otherwise. I want to beep it up. He was hard and throbbing when he thrust his hips up to grind against Izuku. He slapped the back of his head. You are ridiculous. Please, darling, he groaned, bucking his hips up into his. I've never tasted you down there when you've bled. I nearly lost my mind the first time I smelled it after the cursed attacked. Please. No. Izuku dragged himself off of his lap, ignoring the resulting whine. I only touched you to calm you down so you wouldn't kill Mina or Kirishima. Leave me alone. Katsuki surged forward, tugging the cloak to keep it covering them as he loomed over Izuku. I'm not done yet. I am. Izuku glared at him, turning his cheek when Katsuki tried to beep him again. I want nothing to do with you anymore. But why? Katsuki beeped pitifully. I made you feel so good last night and this morning. I've told you that I love you more than anything in the realm. I would marry you, cherish you, and spoil you. Why won't you accept me? Izuku pinched his hip sharply. You still betrayed me. I can never trust you again. But I love you. I don't believe you. Izuku stood as he sighed, flipping the cloak over his back to expose them again. I'll never believe your words again. Katsuki stood quickly, his dilated pupils slowly narrowing in the harsh sunlight. He ignored Commander Shinso as he approached them. I speak the truth. Katsuki, Shinso called out, dipping his head when he snarled at him. I only wish to speak with you. I haven't had a chance to since you both returned. He raised his hands when Katsuki growled at him, only lowering one to remove something from the back of his belt. Here. Katsuki took the blood metal dagger, tossing the temporary steel one back to him. Izuku frowned at the exchange. He supposed he wouldn't be given any weapon anytime soon. I'm surprised your dumb ass found it. Shinso rolled his eyes. I'm not dumb, you know that. He eyed Kirishima's and Mina's bodies underneath her skirt. Was there a fight? We stopped it, Izuku assured him. Katsuki tried to cover his mouth, but winced when Izuku bit his fingers. Are the others all right? You shouldn't keep them in the dungeons. They don't deserve that. They do, Katsuki insisted. They tried to steal you away from me. They were only trying to protect me. Izuku met Shinso's amused gaze. Are they all right? They're fine. Shihai hasn't spoken, really, though Monoma has complained too much. He scoffed. He is almost as shameless as the prince. Katsuki bristled. I'm not shameless. Shinso watched as he tried to wrap his arms around Izuku's form, failing when the Omega hopped away from him. Sure. He grinned when Izuku reached for Katsuki's dagger and groaned when the prince turned away from him. He's not very fond of you, is he? You're a liar, Katsuki hissed at Izuku before turning to the commander. He is. He's just trying to hide it. No, I'm not. Izuku scowled at his former guard. I despise you. Shinso laughed when Katsuki pouted. I've never seen such a pitiful expression on your ugly face. He really has you wrapped around his finger, doesn't he? Katsuki cut his eyes at him harshly. Don't look at me like that. Monoma is demanding your audience. Katsuki scoffed. As if I would give it to him. I'll go to see him, Izuku chimed in. Take me to him. I'll go with you, Katsuki said, changing his mind immediately. So whipped, Shinso chuckled. None of us believed you when you implied your relationship was one-sided, just so you know. You're usually very good at lying, but not when it comes to this pretty thing. Katsuki's growl echoed off the shattered walls of the stable as he surged forward to pin him by his neck. Say that again. I beeping dare you. The commander held his hands up as he coughed. I was just making an observation. Gods, your mother would freak if she saw you now. Beep you, Katsuki snarled, but still let him go. Shinso landed on his feet easily, rubbing at his throat. So violent, so unbecoming for a prince. He laughed when Katsuki scowled at him. Follow me, Deku. I'll show you to the dungeons. Katsuki stepped between them, his figure large and imposing. Follow me. Izuku rolled his eyes at his audacity. He was always so pompous and annoying. The dungeons were cold when they entered them. There were no windows down here, just gray stone and steel bars and wooden stairs that creaked under their feet. Izuku was thankful for the sounds after Katsuki had complained the whole way here. Both Izuku and Shinso had ignored him as he whined about Izuku wanting to see his other two guards and grumbled when he refused to hold his hand. Izuku had rolled his eyes several times as they walked and was sure Shinso had as well as he led them to the dungeons. There were several small cells down here, but only one was occupied. Shihai slept on the floor while Monoma dozed in the corner, as far away as possible from Shiro who stood guarding the cell. The Alpha raised his head as they entered, his eyes widening when they spotted Izuku. Shiro tipped his head into a slight bow. I wasn't expecting company. Is dinner already prepared? Not yet, Shinso answered, going to stand next to him. Deku wanted to see them. Monoma scrambled forward weakly to kneel at the bars and wrap his shaky hands around them. Thank God you're all right. His voice was hoarse and raspy. Shihai lifted his head as their voices woke him. Deku. He breathed in relief. I thought they would have killed you by now. Izuku knelt, reaching for Monoma's hands. Don't touch him. They jolted at the harsh command. Izuku dropped his hands and looked over his shoulder at Shinso, bewildered that it had come from him instead of Katsuki. Katsuki eyed him. What the beep? Shiro groaned and threw an arm over his eyes. He's been acting strangely all day. I don't know what his problem is. Shinso rolled his eyes. He's a prisoner. No one should be touching him. You punched my face earlier today, Monoma protested. You were talking too much, Shinso dismissed him. It was annoying. Katsuki squinted at him. Honta was here. You could have just left. His face is dumb and ugly. Izuku looked back at Monoma. His nose is broken. Why hasn't someone healed him yet? Shinso sighed. He won't eat or drink anything, let alone my blood. Neither of them will. Your blood. Monoma wrinkled his nose in disgust, then winced at the resulting pain. Izuku looked around the floor of the cell. It was barren other than two thin straw mattresses and an upturned plate surrounded by scattered pieces of bread. They don't even have water. We got some this morning, Shihai said. I could use a pillow, though, Monoma complained, rubbing at the top of his head as he glared at Shinso. It still beeping hurts from when you slammed me into the roof of the stable. How did you even do that? Shinso grinned. He still had his fangs disguised by magic. Wouldn't you like to know? Obviously. That's why I asked. The other Alpha hummed. You should just be grateful I wrapped your shoulder last night. Denki's arrows are really damn sharp. Monoma scoffed. How would you even know that? He's shot me before. It beeping hurt. Katsuki rolled his eyes at their bickering. You wrapped it. You. I've never seen you do anything nice for anyone before. He wouldn't stop whining about it. What? Shihai furrowed his brows in confusion. No, He wasn't. He was. I heard him. Shinso crossed his arms lazily and leaned his shoulder against the bars. I muttered about it once, Monoma insisted. You hadn't even come all the way down the stairs yet. How the hell did you hear me? Shinso beeped his tongue dismissively. Don't worry about it. Katsuki squinted at him. You are acting strangely. What's your problem? Izuku stood up, ready to intervene if he tried to pick another fight. I'm just hungry. Me too, Shiro agreed, rubbing at his stomach. When's dinner? Soon, Katsuki said, looking at Izuku. Our guests should already be in the main hall by now. We can go join them at any time. Izuku looked at the prisoners. Shihai had fallen back asleep, and Monoma's nose was bruised and bloody. He chose now to reach out to him with his gift before he was forced to leave the dungeon, feeling the pain in his shoulder, head, and face twofold as he took it away. Monoma relaxed from the relief, then tensed again as he looked around, confused. What the hell? Again? What happened? Shinso surged forward to kneel at the cell in front of him. Monoma scrambled back to avoid his outstretched hands. My pain just disappeared out of nowhere. Monoma's eyes were wide as he felt under his nose where the skin was still caked with dried blood. It happened at the stables, too. After Kaminari shot me. Katsuki smirked and opened his mouth. Izuku squealed, panicked, and reached up to seal his hand over his mouth. You can't tell them. Tell us what? Shinso demanded, rising up tall again. What the beep did you do to him? Izuku squeaked when Katsuki bit at his hand with his fangs, removing his hand from his face before he could drink his blood again. He can feel the pain of others and take it away. He has magic, Honta exclaimed. I definitely wasn't expecting that. Izuku groaned. You took my pain away? Monoma asked, shocked. Izuku nodded. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Shinso huffed, then looked at Katsuki. How long have you known about this? Since the woods. He took away the pain of the soldier who got bit. Well, Shinso blinked once, slowly, like a cat. That certainly changes things. It explains a lot. He cut his eyes at Katsuki, who just beeped his tongue at him. Enough of that, I'll explain at dinner, Katsuki chided, then turned to the stairs. We should go to the main hall. Now. He held a hand out to Izuku, who ignored it as he removed his cloak and handed it to Monoma to use as a makeshift pillow. Shinso scoffed at the action. We'll take the prisoners with us, right? To the mountains. We will, Katsuki answered. Deku doesn't want them killed, and we can't let them escape back to the king. We will have to double up on the horses. Monoma sighed. I'll have to ride with Kuwaro, I suppose. Shiro chuckled. Absolutely not. You'll just try to run off from us. Shinso looked at Monoma, his eyes heavy and dark and glowing in the dim light of the dungeons. You'll ride with me. I won't allow you to escape. Monoma reached between the bars to shove at him. Like hell I will, he grunted when Shinso caught his hand and twisted it. Katsuki smirked at Izuku. Deku will ride with me. Izuku glared at him. I will not. He ignored Katsuki's amused expression to turn back to Monoma. I'll bring you both a plate later, Izuku promised before lifting his skirt to climb the stairs. Katsuki huffed. No, you won't. Shiro called after them as they ascended. Send someone to replace me, would you? Idahiro, maybe. The prince paused, then grinned down at him. He's indisposed. The black-haired beta scoffed indignantly. I want to go to dinner, too. His pleas were ignored. Katsuki snatched his wrist to tug him to a stop before they turned the last corner on the way to the main hall, nodding at the other two to continue ahead. They obeyed, but Shinso still narrowed his eyes at them as he passed. Izuku tried to yank his wrist free, but Katsuki only gripped it tighter in response. That hurts, Izuku hissed. You're going to leave bruises. We need to talk. Izuku looked over his shoulder, trying to peer around the corner. We'll be late for dinner. Katsuki's other hand grabbed his chin roughly to force their gazes to meet. They can wait, he whined. Why did you tell them about my gift? I didn't want you to. I know. His pupils dilated as he looked down at him. They had to find out eventually anyway. They didn't have to. They did. His hand kept him from turning his face away as he leaned down to press their foreheads together. Trust me, Izuku. I know what I'm doing. Izuku glared at the thin red ring of his eyes. I will never trust you again. Not ever. Katsuki sighed, his breath warm on the skin of his face. Haven't I explained myself enough to you? Why are you still upset with me? He petted his hands up and down Izuku's sides, occasionally squeezing his waist tight enough that his fingertips touched. Seriously, you planned to kidnap me, he hissed. You still do. Your ghouls killed my mother, almost killed me and my brother as well. You murdered my father, and one of your followers almost killed Yagi. She almost killed me, and others tried to take me. The Alpha huffed. I already told you that It doesn't matter, he continued, ignoring the interruption, that you didn't order the attack. They're still your followers. That makes you responsible for their actions. All of their actions. Fine, he groaned, but I don't control the ghouls. Izuku rolled his eyes. I don't. I would have had no reason to send them after you anyway. You were so cruel to me so many different times, Izuku continued. You made me think you didn't know who I was in the brothel so you could get your hands on me. You cornered me on that tower to confront me after the cursed attacked. You were so mean after I danced with Tuya. I hate how jealous you get. I can't help. With Tuya, with Monoma, with Mina, even with Yagi. Izuku snorted. It's beyond ridiculous, it's pathetic. I'm not yours. I never will be. Beeping, stop interrupting me, Katsuki yelled, rubbing the back of his neck apologetically when he flinched. Of course, I get jealous over you. You know that I love you. He bent his head to beep at Izuku's exposed neck, bracing himself so as to not be moved when Izuku shoved at his large shoulders. I don't believe you. You will, he promised. I'll make you believe me. I'm not giving up on you, baby. Not ever. I'm not ever going to forgive you. Izuku narrowed his eyes. I'm not ever going to stop being angry with you. What happened this morning will never happen again. I'm not going to let you touch me like that or beat me. Katsuki's eyes were wide as they searched his, seeking out a lie but only finding the truth. He dropped his head with a whimper. I really beeped up, didn't I? I'm so very sorry. I don't care. Please, darling. Katsuki's head was wrenched to the side by Izuku's slap. His eyes were narrowed and hungry when he turned back. I want you. I've never wanted anything more. Then suffer, Izuku hissed. Tendrils of satisfaction bloomed in his chest when Katsuki pouted. He finally removed his hands from Izuku's body so he could lead him around the corner. Come on, let's go. You must be starving. His fangs glinted when he grinned as Izuku's traitorous stomach chose that moment to growl. You're about to meet a lot of new people. Who are they? Izuku asked curiously. You'll see. The Omega frowned at the non-answer, then froze as he turned the corner. The hall leading to the main dining room was barren except for a handful of guards with pale faces. The reason for it hung above their heads, dangling limp feet in front of the door to the hall. There was a large hole in the familiar body's chest where his heart had been removed. The sword that had cut Izuku lethally pinned his heart to the outside of Idahiro's stomach, right where Izuku's abdomen had been sliced open the previous night. His right hand, the one that Izuku had stabbed, had been ripped up and shoved into his slack mouth. Oh my gods, Izuku whispered, his appetite gone in an instant. Katsuki pointed at a nearby guard. He pointed his thumb behind him. Go down to the dungeons to replace Honta and send him up. The guard nodded, looking grateful for the excuse to run away from the body. You murdered him. He deserved it, Katsuki said neutrally. He almost killed you. It's only fair. Izuku looked down at the floor, shutting his eyes to will away his nausea. Do you always display the people you kill like this? Only the ones who had it coming. Izuku looked up at him. He's a draconian but you still killed him. They can be killed. Do I have to rip your heart out? You already have. Katsuki nodded at the guards to open the doors. They reluctantly obeyed as he looked over his shoulder at him. You rip it out every time you reject me. The hall's tables had been shoved together to make one long one. It was full of steaming serving plates, but no one had started eating, obviously waiting for their prince to arrive. Nearly all the seats were full, leaving only a few empty ones along the sides and one at the head of the table. Katsuki frowned at the silence that greeted them but didn't say anything yet. He grabbed one of the empty chairs from the middle of the table. He could have lifted it easily, but purposefully dragged its legs across the floor as he moved it. Izuku winced and covered his ears at the irritating sound, as did several others. Izuku noted them carefully as likely to be draconians: Kaminari, Hiroshima, a dark-skinned male beta, a male alpha with long black hair, a female omega with shoulder-length purple hair, a well-dressed male beta with short and neat blonde hair. Shinso, too, as he scowled at Katsuki and shoved his pointer fingers into his ears. Katsuki dragged it slowly all the way to the head of the table. The aggravating noise finally cut out as he set it down with a thump next to the other chair, adjusting them to sit equally between the table's edges. He regarded the entire room while every pair of eyes were glued to his imposing form. Come. He jerked his chin at Izuku. Sit. Heads turned and chairs scraped as everyone looked at him. He suddenly wished he hadn't given his cloak to Monoma. Mina's green dress covered all of his skin except his hands and neck, but it was extremely form-fitting around his torso. He felt utterly exposed. He locked his eyes with Katsuki's increasingly impatient ones as he walked, heading for the center of the table where there was a different empty chair. His gaze was lowered as he sat between Kaminari and the purple-haired female, folding his hands in his lap neatly. Katsuki looked furious at the rejection. His hands tightened on the chair before he threw it, launching at the wall between two windows so hard that it burst into splinters. Izuku flinched when it did. The alpha yanked the remaining chair back, tipping it back on the last two legs so he could kick his feet up on the table, thudding his shoes on the wood. So, someone said a few minutes later to break the uncomfortable silence. Izuku looked up to see the red eyes of the male alpha with long black hair narrowed at him. He tapped his hand on the table, causing Izuku's gaze to lock on the ring on his fourth finger that was made from some unfamiliar dark metal. Is someone going to explain why the prize is still here? Katsuki ignored the question as he grabbed his goblet, tilting his head to sip the wine. Eat, he demanded, his eyes beeping across each of their faces and skipping over Izuku's entirely. He rolled his eyes when no one moved. Eat, you idiots. They listened, one by one, hands reaching across the table to fill their plates and refill their wine cups. Katsuki, the alpha said again, sounding annoyed, explain yourself. You should have traded the prize for Masaru months ago. Why are you still here? Why are you here? Katsuki countered, taking another swig of his wine. It must have taken you months to get here. Your mother sent us here a month and a half ago. You're taking far too long. Kaminari leaned in to whisper in Izuku's ear. That's Shota Aizawa. He's the lead advisor for the queen, Katsuki's mother. Izuku nodded, grateful for the explanation. It's been months, Aizawa continued, nearly half a year. This whole affair should be long over. Why haven't you traded in the prize? The plan has changed. You didn't tell us that. What about your... Kaminari's teeth clacked as he shut his mouth at Katsuki's glower. What about Masaru? Katsuki cut his eyes to Izuku's still figure. Why aren't you eating? Izuku looked at the door, causing Katsuki to beep his tongue. Idahiro had it coming. The purple-haired Omega to Izuku's right spoke up as she kindly filled his plate for him. What could have possibly warranted such an ostentatious display? He tilted his head at Izuku. He tried to kill him. That's what will happen to anyone who lays a finger on him. His eyes burned bright red. Anyone. Aizawa sighed. You shouldn't have killed him, he chided the prince. Izuku's eyes widened at his boldness. We need every draconian fighter once Shigaraki realizes the prize is missing. He deserved it. The dark-skinned male spoke next. Why is the prize still alive if you're not going to exchange him for Masaru? His brown eyes narrowed at Izuku. The false king will be devastated when we kill him. Kaminari spoke quietly again, just to Izuku. That's Takagi Ken, an older warrior. Izuku dipped his head. The door opened to allow Commander Siro to slip in. He lifted his hand sheepishly in apology and quickly took a seat on the other side of the table next to Shinso. Katsuki waited until he was fully seated to speak, but he spoke to Izuku instead of to Ken. You need to eat. Izuku bit back a groan, reaching first for his wine cup to drain it, then grabbing his fork to eat his mashed potatoes. Katsuki's eyes softened as he did, and he nodded. Prince Bakugo, Ken said to get his attention. Katsuki cut his eyes to him. Why is the prize not dead yet? No one touches him, Katsuki declared. We're bringing him back to Draconia. Izuku's fist clenched under the table. Explain properly, Aizawa demanded. What the hells is going on here? He's important, the prince insisted. I'm keeping him. Izuku rolled his eyes. The well-dressed blonde beta glared at the prince. Elaborate. Katsuki avoided the question. We will head east in 2 or 3 days. We'll follow the coast, then pass through the Brooklands for the mountain pass at the Eastern Ocean, then straight north to Exerberg. 2 or 3 days, the blonde beta repeated, frowning. Why wait so long to depart? Shigaraki will be hot on our heels once the prize's absence is noticed. He is Hakamata Tsunagu, Kaminari told him. He mentored the prince since he was very young. Mina chimed in. Katsuki broke my stables. He threw Idahiro at them, killing several horses in the process. She glowered at Katsuki, who only looked amused. I saw them, said Aizawa. No one was working on them. They should be half reconstructed by now. What happened? Today's progress was delayed, she explained. Katsuki and Kirishima ducked their heads guiltily. There was a fight. Tsunagu sighed. Of course there was. Alphas are such a pain sometimes. Mina grinned. Most of the time, really. Why are we taking the prize to Exerberg? Ken asked again. The prize should. Deku. Katsuki interrupted suddenly, swinging his feet off the table so he could refill his wine cup. Call him Deku. He's not a thing. He's not beeping a trophy. Deku. Aizawa asked incredulously, his eyes widening. You call him that? Katsuki rolled his eyes. Don't assume anything. It's only because I misread his name once. Aizawa squinted at him, an expression of understanding washing over his face. Really, Katsuki? Him. This is why you've abandoned your mission. The prince snarled. Shut up. Stop talking. He drank deeply from his goblet, gulping the wine down, then sighed. He's half draconian. Everybody jolted at the admission. Everyone except Shinso, who must have figured it out already. He has magic, the purple-haired alpha said. He finally had his fangs out. Are you certain? Tsunagu asked. Katsuki nodded. He was bit by a ghoul when he was a child. He didn't turn like all humans do when bit. The Omega next to Izuku scoffed. The false king doesn't know. Surely he would have brought him to Greymore a long time ago if he did. That's right, Kyoka, Katsuki agreed. He doesn't know. Deku's other guard kept it a secret, even from him. He looked at Shinso, then at Aizawa. We need him, just like every other draconian, like Shota said. Izuku fidgeted, drinking the rest of his wine before scooping a pile of beans into his mouth. He thanked Kyoka when she refilled the cup. We should still kill him, Ken proclaimed. The last thing we need is a draconian loyal to the false king. Katsuki beeped his tongue. He's not loyal to Shigaraki. He would never allow himself to be a blood bank for him. Kirishima piped up. He's had his powers for over a decade, even before he's reached his maturation. He will be very powerful once he does. Izuku cursed himself for feeling hurt that Katsuki had told him about his gift. That's even more of a reason to kill him, Ken insisted. He will only be used as a weapon against us. He gestured to Katsuki. Against you, especially, since you are apparently so fond of him. The false king will drain his blood. Between his and Masaro's, he'll strengthen his army enough with time. He'll breed him with his son to make even more traitor draconians. They will exterminate us. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, averting his gaze when the prince eyed him. As soon as he looked away, he subtly grabbed a dinner knife from the table, hiking up his skirt to reach under it and tucking the small blade into the waistband of his undergarments. Stop, Katsuki commanded imposingly. Don't talk about him like that. Ken didn't back down. I never thought the prince would falter like this, all for a pretty face. What has he done to you? Has he seduced you? Enough, Takagi, Katsuki snapped, slamming his hands on the table hard enough to cause every plate and every cup to clatter. Stop before you regret it. His dark eyes leered at Izuku. He does have a nice body. I suppose we could breed him first to reinforce our armies. Katsuki stood up, launching his chair backward with the force. He leapt onto the table, his boots breaking several plates as he rushed to Ken's chair, impossibly fast. The beta had no time to react before Katsuki thrust his hand at him to lift him by his shirt. Several cries and even more gasps erupted from the table. Izuku's eyes widened and his face paled when he realized that he wasn't being lifted by his shirt, but by his heart. Katsuki had thrust his hand into his chest with such force that it pierced flesh and bone. Blood spurted from Ken's lips as he coughed weakly. Please, my prince, I'm sorry, spare me. Katsuki, Tsunagu hissed, standing to glare at him. Back down. Apologize, Katsuki demanded. I'm sorry, Ken pleaded. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'll never speak again. Forgive me, please. Not to me, Katsuki growled, looking over his shoulder at Izuku's shaking form. Ken's wide eyes met Izuku's. I'm sorry, cries. Katsuki squeezed his heart. Deku. I apologize, Deku. Katsuki yanked his hand free from his chest and used the other to throw Ken's body at the wall. It hit a windowsill, breaking his spine with a sickening crack as his head shattered the glass of the window. Blood dripped down onto the table from Katsuki's hand that still held the beta's heart, streaming from the severed veins and arteries. Aizawa groaned, dropping his face into his hands. I told you we needed as many draconians as possible. You were so very reckless. Katsuki sneered at him, then spun to show off the bleeding organ to the entire hall. See this? Do you all see this? Weak, nauseous nods responded to his vicious words. This is what will happen to anyone who speaks poorly of him. He clenched his hand until the heart exploded, sending blood and red muscle flying all over the table. Several people flinched and gagged when it sprayed down onto them. He pointed at the door that blocked the view of the body that hung on the other side of it. That is what will happen to anyone who threatens him. Izuku gasped as he strode across the table to him, jolting when Katsuki reached his bloody hands under his armpits to lift him onto the table with him. He wrapped his arm around his waist, staining the fabric of the dress with Ken's blood to grab his waist and tug him close. Katsuki, Izuku breathed, panting hard. He shoved at his chest, frowning when the alpha just held him even closer. He is mine, Katsuki announced to the entire room, his voice loud and dominating. He spun them by his waist to look at every single pale, frightened face at the table. Does anyone else have anything to say about this? Tsunagu sighed, using his napkin to wipe at the droplets of blood from his cheeks. Your mother is going to be very displeased. He dropped the napkin to hold up his hands when Katsuki glared at him. I'm just saying. She'll survive. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's hair to tilt his head up, leaning in to breathe over his lips. We're taking him to Draconia. To the capital of Exurberg, where he will be wed to me with the gods, approval under the stars, next to the ocean. I thought you were celibate, Kyoka said, frowning. You said you would never marry anyone. Katsuki cut his eyes to her, then leaned in to passionately beat Izuku. Not anymore, I'm not. Not fully, anyway. We will marry, he will mature, and then we will wipe the pathetic kingdom of Umbrengrad from the lands to retrieve Masaru. Kirishima slammed his fist against the table in a steady rhythm. The false king will fall. Kaminari joined, slamming his hand on the table with him. Draconia will rule again. The grounds of the realm will be soaked with Shigaraki blood. Zero cried out, rousing cheers from all around the table. Mina stood, smiling from ear to ear in delight. From fire and ash, we will rise. Katsuki grinned down at Izuku at the applause and the chants of the call of the Cursed One. He dipped his head to brush his lips against Izuku's ear. Hear that, baby? We won't be stopped. We can't be stopped. Izuku grimaced. I won't marry you. I'll escape and fight against you. I won't let your cursed kingdom rule again. The prince lifted his head to rest his forehead against his again. His red eyes were wide and wild, his pupils fully dilated as he wrapped his arms around his waist. Fight me as much as you want. The gods will bless our union. It will bring the downfall of Umbrengrad. Not a chance, Izuku declared. I would never marry you. Katsuki leaned in to bite his lip harshly, his fangs piercing his skin to draw blood. He beeped it down shamelessly, uncaring of the eyes that watched them as the apostates kept chanting. "You will," he promised, beeping Izuku's blood from his lips. "You will." Izuku hopped down from the table after managing to free himself from Katsuki's grasp. He ignored the servants who cleared the table of the bloodied food, and the ones who brought in fresh plates to stock out of the hall. His stomach wasn't full, but he had no appetite left after seeing Katsuki murder a fellow draconian so brutally. He shoved the doors open roughly, tilting his head in apology at the startled guards, and kept his gaze lowered to avoid looking at Idahiro's body. He hated how shamelessly Katsuki would murder for him. The air cracked as the prince appeared in front of him, his hair swaying from his inhuman speed. "Where are you going, darling? You didn't eat enough. I'm not hungry anymore after that." He frowned when Katsuki blocked his attempt to sidestep around him. "I'm tired, Bakugo. I want to go to sleep." Katsuki didn't bother looking over his shoulder as the doors opened again for Mina and Aizawa to stride through them. "Don't call me that, and you slept all day." "It's your name," Izuku said, annoyed. "And I'm still tired. You just called me Katsuki in the hall. You startled me. I wasn't expecting you to haul me onto the table." Katsuki grinned even as he shrugged Aizawa's hand off of his shoulder. "I had to show everyone that you're mine, didn't I?" Aizawa looked astounded at his wide smile. "I'm not yours. I never will be." "Leave us," demanded Aizawa, looking at Mina. "I need to speak with the prize." "Alone?" Katsuki scoffed. "You think I'd let you? And I told you to call him Deku, damn it." "I'm not calling him that," Aizawa declared, glancing down at Izuku. He was nearly as tall as Katsuki. "What is your real name?" The Omega sighed. "It's Izuku." Katsuki whirled around to face him, bristling with anger. "What the beep, Deku? It took you half a year to tell me your name and yet you tell him after he asked just once. You waited that long to tell him your name." Aizawa chuckled when Izuku nodded. "Good for you. Beep off." The prince glared at both Mina and Aizawa. Mina gave a little wave to Izuku. "I'll go bring your things to my room." He dipped his head in gratitude. Aizawa looked back at Katsuki. "Were you lying in there? You really intend to marry him?" "I do. I have for a long time." Izuku rolled his eyes at the dramatic confession. "He doesn't seem like he'll accept your proposal," Aizawa remarked, eyeing the Omega. "He will," Katsuki insisted, reaching for Izuku's hand and growling when he smacked it away. "He's just being proud and stubborn." "That doesn't seem to be the case." The older alpha smirked when Izuku kicked at Katsuki's groin. The prince turned to protect it but still winced when his hip was kicked instead. "I'll take you to Mina's room, Izuku. We have much to discuss." "Beep no." They ignored him and began to walk. Katsuki dashed in front of them and shoved at Aizawa's shoulders. "I said no, you old bastard. You can't be alone with him." "You're the one who shouldn't be alone with him," Aizawa countered. "You took an oath to the gods to be celibate until we get Masaru back. They must be furious with you." "I technically haven't broken it." Katsuki leered at Izuku. "Not fully, anyway." Izuku's cheeks burned as he finally understood what the word meant. He was referring to lewd things. "He hasn't matured yet, after all. All the more reason you shouldn't be alone with him." Katsuki threw his head back and groaned. "I'll wait until we're married to go all the way. Obviously. You won't be able to marry him until his maturation. Do you really think you can wait for months? Tsunagu will want to see you anyway. I'm not a beeping monster. And beep Tsunagu, he can wait. Either way, I'm still not going to allow you to speak with him alone." "Katsuki," Izuku whispered, immediately capturing his attention. Katsuki's head whipped to him and his demeanor softened when Izuku looked up at him sweetly, a bit manipulatively, through his lashes. "Will you please fetch some warm water? I would like another bath to wash away all this blood." "Yes," Katsuki yelled, then coughed and blushed slightly. "Yes, I'll meet you up there." He quickly walked off, finally leaving them to ascend the stairs. Aizawa scoffed as they did. "This is unbelievable. I've never seen him listen to someone so quickly. He's like a dog eager to fulfill your commands." Izuku groaned, embarrassed. "It's annoying sometimes." The alpha chucked as he held open the door to Mina's room for him, shutting it behind them. It could be useful. Mina had brought up their saddlebags and Izuku's boots. They were arranged neatly on a small table. "So," Aizawa drawled, leaning against the wall, "how exactly did you manage to get him so whipped?" His clothes were black and baggy on his tall form. "I didn't really do anything," Izuku admitted. He sat on a nearby couch to face him, twiddling his thumbs. "He was very persistent with me from the very beginning. Tell me everything." He did, blushing as he explained the first time they touched at the brothel, the night the cursed attacked, the night of the masquerade. Aizawa looked more and more intrigued with every word, even though Izuku took care to leave out the more intimate parts of their encounters. "When did he figure out that you're one of us?" "Partially, at least." Izuku shivered. "Us. It was so strange. I'm not sure when exactly he started suspecting it, but he knew for sure this morning. I sort of stabbed him in the heart. Or, at least, I thought I did, and he chased me down for it. He said my eyes were glowing when I did it, and then he bit me." His brows furrowed. "He drank your blood." Izuku nodded. "He had me drink his, too, to heal the fatal wound Idahiro gave me." "That is strange." "How so?" "In the past, he's been very critical of anyone who drinks draconian blood, especially humans." "Why?" Aizawa squinted at him. "How much do you know about his past?" "Not much," Izuku said, frowning at the truth of it. "I know he came to Verdant Watch with the others several years ago, then traveled with Kirishima and Kaminari for a while before coming to Mongoria to compete to be my guard. And before that," he sighed when Izuku just shrugged. "He's spared you the gory details. He really does like you." "What gory details? Do you know much about the Great War?" Izuku shook his head. "Only what Umbrengrad's history books said, but I'm sure they were written with a bias. It was the most deadly time in the realm's history. Draconia and the Stone Isles faced Umbrengrad and Meridonia. We fought them on land, on the sea, and from the sky. Early on, our prince stupidly went to Greymoor on Dragonback by himself to try to take out Shigaraki. To spare lives lost in battle. I presume so, yes." Aizawa scratched the stubble on his chin. He was young, the draconian equivalent of a young human teenager, and reckless. None of us expected that the king already had weapons capable of taking out dragons. "Scorpions," Izuku breathed. He remembered reading about the huge crossbow-like artillery in the book Katsuki had given him. "That's right. They injured his dragon enough to bring them both down into the sea. When they swam to the shore, Shigaraki was waiting for them. Katsuki wasn't as experienced back then, and he was taken captive." "Katsuki was captured for his blood?" Izuku asked, astounded. "He told me it was some draconian." "Masaru. I learned this evening." "I'm sure he did," Aizawa hummed. "He still feels a lot of guilt about it. His blood is extremely potent and powerful, and it was used to fuel the False King and his armies along with his dragon's blood, allowing them to crush ours. We were down to 1/10 of our original population by the time we retreated north of the mountains. No other draconians were captured. There was no need for any others. Shigaraki had our strongest one, and he only gave his blood to those he trusted. Katsuki's magic manifests differently in different people, making it extremely hard to predict what you would face in battle. They bled him and his dragon nearly dry every damn day." Izuku's eyes welled up without his permission as he remembered Katsuki's words from just last night. "They keep a draconian captive in the dungeons in Greymoor, torturing him and bleeding him just short of death, day after day so they can drink his blood for its magic." He had been talking about himself. How long was he imprisoned for? A little less than 2 centuries. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. 200 years of torture. Gods. How did he finally escape? His dragon. Aizawa fiddled with the cuffs of his tunic's sleeves and shook his head. "Shigaraki went too far one day about 2 decades ago, though I don't know if it was an accident or purposeful. He killed Deku." Izuku reeled. His dragon's name was Deku. He must have missed him a lot. It finally explained how Katsuki managed to butcher his name so horribly when he read it for the first time. He must have been thinking about his dragon when he did. He was the same shade of green as your eyes. You must remind him of him. He was the most beautiful dragon to ever exist. That is utterly insane. Izuku's heart pounded. He hadn't even seen my eyes or my hair when he started calling me that. Aizawa shrugged. The gods have a wicked sense of humor sometimes. They told Masaru what had happened to Deku. He could speak to them. They've always favored Omegas, he explained. They used to speak with him the most, but they had been dormant for centuries. He was told that Katsuki was still alive and needed to be rescued. He was destined to be the one to rescue him. He only told one other person, the queen's best friend. She wasn't very close with Masaru, but she was like a second mother to Katsuki. She didn't hesitate to go with him. They left in the middle of the night. He sighed, looking forlorn. We've never seen them since. Izuku looked at him curiously. You said the dragon was slain about 2 decades ago. He frowned when Aizawa agreed. What year, exactly? During the autumn season of the year 231 after rebellion. The Omega swayed, feeling faint. That's when I was conceived. Aizawa's eyes widened. The missing female draconian had green hair a similar shade as yours. And Shigaraki only has Masaru at Greymore. We never knew what happened to Inko. Sasaki Shihai, her brother, traveled south to look for her for years. He was devastated when he returned. Izuku's heart skipped a beat at the familiar name. I know that name. Yagi met him in the Brooklands. And the other one, she was my mother. The Duke must have captured her to marry and breed with. Did your father keep her imprisoned? She could walk freely around the castle. Aizawa hummed in contemplation. Shigaraki must not have known that she was also a draconian, otherwise he wouldn't allow that. Your father may have known, though. Did he have magic? He did for some time. He was able to breathe fire, but he never did again after she died. He must have been drinking from her. The false king wouldn't have sent him Masaru's blood after the prize was almost killed. He nodded. This is very unexpected. It explains a lot. I'm sorry that she died so tragically. Did she ever give you any hints? No, she didn't really speak to me. She was much more fond of my brother. Where is he? The Citadel, he guessed, earning a nod. It's expected that the first child would be the only one to inherit the draconian genes from the one parent. Izuku wiped his tears. What does the king do with the second sons and daughters? Aizawa hesitated. I can't tell you that. He looked at his hands. They were covered in red marks from which he hadn't realized he had been scratching them anxiously. Masaru was a very brave Omega for going to rescue Katsuki. They must have meant a lot to each other. He didn't tell you what their relationship is. No, he frowned at the jealousy that burned in his chest. Will you tell me? I can't, he sighed. Katsuki was devastated when he returned. He didn't tell us the details of what happened, just that Masaru had traded his life for the prince's. He never smiled again. Well, except for when he fights. He loves fighting. Really? Izuku furrowed his brows at his nod. He smiles all the time now. He's always smirking at me. I noticed. It's bewildering. He still has a lot of pain, though. Is that what powers your magic gives you? Izuku looked up at him. Yes, I can feel the pain and emotions of others. I've never felt such agony as I do from Katsuki. He never told anyone what exactly was done to him on a daily basis when he was imprisoned. He looked troubled. We can assume, though. He vowed to be celibate, to never marry, and to never drink another draconian's blood. At least until Masaru is saved. Celibate means to not take a mate. It means voluntarily abstaining from beep. In fact, Katsuki has never shown any romantic feelings toward anyone before. I couldn't believe my ears when he called you Deku. Izuku sighed. He's ridiculous. What was he like as a child? Aizawa groaned as he remembered. An absolute pain in my ass. He never listened to anyone except Masaru. He'd get into all sorts of trouble, always so rambunctious and stubborn. The Omega smiled gently. That doesn't surprise me at all. He was more reserved when he returned. He gave him a rare smile. He's much more childish again now with you. He's so old, though. Watch yourself, Izuku, Aizawa warned, glaring. I am much older. How old? I'm not answering such a rude question. Izuku sighed, then stood. He dug through the saddlebag to find another vial of suppressant potion and drank it for good measure, wincing at the taste. When he went to return it, his fingers brushed against unexpectedly cold leather. He pulled it out, revealing a small leather bag that Katsuki must have been keeping cold with his magic. He opened it to reveal a bunch of small sits. He pulled one out, holding it up in the torchlight. It was a curious shade of blue. "What is that?" Aizawa asked, kicking off the wall to get a closer look. "Some kind of seed, I suppose." Izuku put its seed back in the bag and tied it, placing it down on the table. "I don't recognize it, though." "Neither do I." The alpha paused, then looked at the door. It slammed open a few moments later to reveal Katsuki's form. He carried 2 large buckets in one hand, one filled with water and the other empty, and a huge pile of towels in the other. "Get out, old cow. No more talking to Deku." Aizawa rolled his eyes. "No need to be jealous. We were just discussing some things." "What things?" Katsuki dropped one bucket, water splashing over its edge as he did, then walked to the still full tub. He placed the pile of towels on the floor. "I'll let him choose what to tell you." The prince huffed at the vague answer. "That is way too many towels. Were you planning to have him bathe on the floor?" Katsuki looked at the leaning stack. "I may have grabbed one too many." Izuku rolled his eyes and scoffed. Katsuki grinned at him as he set down the other bucket. He lifted the entire tub easily with one hand, the muscles of his arms rippling through the thin fabric of his tight black shirt as he emptied it into the bucket. Izuku looked away to hide his blush. "Didn't I tell you to leave?" Aizawa lifted his hands placatingly. He paused at the door. "Katsuki." The other alpha glanced up at him as he refilled the tub with the other bucket. "Don't fall too fast." Katsuki laughed sharply. "Too late for that." Izuku had no idea what they were talking about. Fall from where? Neither of them clarified any further and Aizawa left the room without another word. The cold air of the room clapped when Katsuki appeared at the door to lock it. "Bakugo." The prince groaned in annoyance. "Katsuki." Izuku held up the small leather bag. "Why do you have this in our saddlebag?" He watched, bewildered, as Katsuki's eyes went wide and his face flushed bright red. "What the beep?" He quickly snatched it out of his hand and tucked it into the bottom of the saddlebag. "You beeping snoop. You didn't look inside, did you?" He groaned again when Izuku nodded. "Beep. They were supposed to be a surprise." "What are they?" "Seeds." Katsuki scratched the back of his still blushing neck. "I stole them from Mongoria's garden keeper." Izuku's eyes widened as his face now went red. "Moonflowers. You're bringing moonflowers to Draconia." "I was going to try to plant them in the spring to bloom in time for our wedding." "You are insane. Didn't I tell you they only grow in the south?" "I was going to use magic on them." Katsuki dropped the saddlebag and turned his back to him. "Just for you." Izuku followed him back to the large tub. He frowned when the water came into view. It looked cold, not even steaming. "You sent boiling hot water earlier to punish me. And now you're still punishing me with cold water." "I'm not punishing you. I wanted to show you something." Katsuki stuck both his hands just under the surface of the water. Izuku's eyes widened when they began to glow red hot, quickly heating the water just short of a boil. Katsuki smiled at his expression. "See, impressive, huh?" "It is," Izuku replied reluctantly. He leaned over to feel the water's temperature. "That's hot enough. Thank you. Why did you bring so many towels?" "I need to bathe too. I've still got that bastard's blood all over me." He dipped a cloth into the water and began to wipe at Izuku's skin where it was stained with blood. "And whose fault is that?" Katsuki grinned cheekily, then brought the cloth to his own face to wipe it. "He insulted you. He deserved to die. You've insulted me many more times than he did. Will you throw yourself out the window?" "I would if you told me to, though I would easily survive the defenestration, even at this height." He threw the cloth to the side so he could grab Izuku by the waist and pull him close, leaning over to nuzzle his neck affectionately. Izuku pushed at his shoulders. "Stop that. You need to leave so I can undress." "I'm not going anywhere. I've seen all of you before, you don't need to hide from me." He finally stepped back. Izuku took the chance to dash to the cupboard, yanking open the bottom drawer to grab a fresh cylindrical piece of fabric. Katsuki frowned at it. You don't need that. Yes, I do. I'll bleed in the water otherwise. Turn around so I can put it in. He quickly approached Izuku and reached a hand up, frowning when he hid it behind his back. Give it to me. You'll just throw it out the window. I'll put it in for you. Izuku gaped, then slapped his cheek hard. Absolutely not. Either I put it in or you don't use it at all. Your choice, though I certainly have my preference. He made a show of slowly beeping his lips. The Omega groaned at his audacity. You are sick in the head. I'm not going to bathe in bloody water. He handed him the fabric, his cheeks and ears heated and bright red. You'll have to help me get the gown off. With pleasure. He spun Izuku around by his hips so he could hook one finger through the top lace. He brought it down sharply, tearing through each lace of the dress. Bakugo, you keep ruining Mina's dresses. He beeped the back of his neck and down his back as he pulled the dress down. It was already ruined. You got blood all over it. You did that. Katsuki laughed, then sighed dreamily when the dress pulled around his feet. He kneeled and shoved them apart so he could lean his head between them, sniffing deeply. Beep, you smell so good. So bloody and perfect. Izuku smacked his forehead. Hurry up, the water will get cold. He hooked his fingers through the waistband of his small clothes, yanking them up harshly so the fabric gathered between his cheeks. You're such an alluring piece of ass, it makes me so beeping hard. Pain erupted in both cheeks as one was bit and the other slapped. Katsuki. Izuku squeaked, biting his lip at the slip-up. Katsuki groaned as he stuck his nose to his cunt to inhale again. Keep calling me that. I won't if you don't hurry. He beeped his tongue. Fine, calm down. Katsuki leaned back so he could pull off the undergarments, moving quickly to gently press the fabric into his hole. Izuku was surprised that he didn't pause to let the blood drip onto his face. It didn't last long, though, as he stood with the small clothes in his hand, holding them up to his nose so he could smell Izuku's blood directly from the fabric. Izuku reeled, gaping at him when he beeped at the clothes. Stop that. That's disgusting. You're disgusting. He sighed dreamily into the fabric. You smell amazing. I want to beep you. I won't let you. Izuku folded his arms over his burning chest to walk around him and step into the tub. The water was still hot enough to relax his sore muscles as he lowered himself to sit in it with a sigh. He grabbed a bottle from the edge to squeeze a hefty amount of the thick liquid into the water, swirling his hand in the water to make the bubbles form. He halted his movements when he heard fabric hitting the floor. What are you doing? He yelped when water splashed all over his head as a large naked body dropped into the tub across from him. Katsuki was grinning. When he opened his eyes after wiping the drops from them, his face bloody from Izuku's undergarments. He beeped it up without shame. I told you that I need to bathe as well. This saves time and water. Izuku cringed, tucking his feet under his shins as he folded his knees to cover his chest. This isn't appropriate. Aizawa would faint if he saw us. His former guard kicked water at him. Don't talk about another damn alpha when we're naked together for the first time. It was the first time they were both entirely bare with each other. Katsuki had always kept his pants on the other 2 times, both less than 24 hours ago, and the bath water had been opaque with bubbles the last time Katsuki bathed. Izuku blushed at his memories and vowed to not let the prince touch him like that again. A large hand suddenly grabbed his hair and yanked it down, causing his head to be submerged in the water. Izuku flailed even though it only lasted a moment before his head was lifted again. What the hells, he whined, shaking his head to send drops flying everywhere. I already washed my hair earlier today. Katsuki smirked. There was blood in it. Plus, I needed to punish you a bit for not sitting next to me at dinner. That was rude. Only married couples sit together at the head of the table. We're engaged, it would have been fine. I never accepted. Izuku scowled at him as he grabbed a soap bar to lather his hair. You will, Katsuki promised confidently before dipping his own head forward to dunk it. He snatched the bar from Izuku to run it through his locks. The strands were a darker gold now that they were wet, glowing warmly in the light from the torches. We'll mate and marry right after your birthday this summer. Then we'll finally beep, hard, all night. He beeped as he closed his eyes to imagine it. Izuku slapped his knee. No, we won't. Aren't you supposed to be celibate? He opened his eyes to look at him curiously as he scrubbed his scalp. Do you even know what that means? Aizawa told me. A faint smirk rested on his lips. Discussed my beep life with him, did you? What beep life? Izuku chuckled at Katsuki's resulting scowl. Only for a bit. What else did you two discuss? Izuku paused at the question to think about what he wanted to tell him, taking the time to rinse his hair. He certainly knew he wouldn't share that he knew he had been imprisoned. Katsuki would tear Aizawa's head off for telling him that. I know that Masaru was captured some time ago and another Draconian went missing right around the time I was conceived. Katsuki nodded, dipping his head back to rinse the shampoo from his hair. Inko. She helped to raise me. She was very close with my mother. I'm sorry that she disappeared like that. He frowned down at his hands where he was scratching himself again. Katsuki quickly reached forward to grab them to stop him. She died because of me. It's not your fault, Izuku. None of it is. Izuku looked up at his earnest face and felt the urge to smack it again. He also told me about your dragon. He said it was green like my eyes. He was, Katsuki corrected. You remind me of him a lot. You call me his name. He squinted. Aizawa told you his name was Deku. Izuku nodded, grabbing a nearby cloth to wash his skin. Beep, I was hoping you wouldn't find out about that. It's so damn embarrassing. I'm still not used to reading this language. Draconia has a different language. Katsuki smirked as he scooted forward to steal the cloth from his fingers so he could scrub Izuku's skin. He spoke a series of unfamiliar words, full of harsh consonants and long hisses and rolls of the tongue. I'll teach it to you as we travel. Exerberg is a long way off. What did you say? He hummed suspiciously. You'll find out eventually. Izuku glared at him as he tried to commit the strange words to memory. Katsuki kept humming as he cleaned him. Izuku recognized the song. It was the one he had hummed when he taught him to dance. He wondered what he would sound like if he sang. Stupidly beautiful, probably. They say that the Heartless Prince was the last dragon rider, Izuku said carefully. Katsuki stopped humming to eye him curiously. Is that true? I am. It makes me sad that they're extinct now. I would have loved to have seen one. Katsuki sent him a suspicious grin. I know. Mine was very beautiful, almost as gorgeous as you. Izuku rolled his eyes. Stop beeping up to me. It was a dragon. I couldn't compare. Not it. Dragons aren't things, they're divine creatures. Katsuki let his hands linger all over his skin as he rinsed the soap from his neck and arms. I was so damn excited when I saw him for the first time. I rode Deku every day as soon as I was old enough. I was the youngest rider in history. He leaned back to leer down at him suggestively. I'll ride you every day after you mature. Izuku beeped water at him. That's a horrible line. Must you be so brazen? It's all your fault. He ducked his head and laughed when Izuku splashed him again. Hey, I love it when you get feisty. He grabbed the soap bar again to lather the cloth to clean his own body. What else did you talk about? He averted his gaze, hoping his guilt wasn't visible on his face as he imagined Katsuki, beaten and chained under the king's castle in Greymore. Not much else. I told him about my powers and our relationship, though I left out the lewd details. Did you see his face at the table when I announced my intention to wed you? Izuku shook his head and Katsuki chuckled. He was flabbergasted. I've never seen anything like it before. He said that you've refused to drink any Draconian's blood. Izuku frowned down at the slightly pink bubbly water. He said that you vowed to never marry until Masaru was retrieved. I was disgusted at the thought of Shigaraki drinking his blood. I never wanted to drink blood again. You drank my blood, though. I couldn't resist, and I had to confirm that you're not fully human. You know that. He said that Masaru was an Omega who could speak with the gods. Izuku risked a glance up, cringing at Katsuki's scowl. What was he to you? You must be very close for you to pose as a beta to kidnap me. Katsuki peered down at him. Why do you look so upset? Izuku looked away, refusing to answer. Are you beeping jealous? He feigned a gag. He looked thoroughly disgusted when he looked back at him. Beeping gross, Deku, what the beep? He's not your Omega. The prince shuddered. Gods, no, he's my father, you idiot. Izuku reeled, his eyes wide. He's your father. Katsuki shuddered again before nodding. Oh, well, that explains why you feel so much pain over it. I'm so sorry. You shouldn't assume things so easily. That's why he didn't tell the queen that he was leaving he bit his tongue. To rescue you, to go to Greymore, she would have never let her husband leave. No, she wouldn't have. She was beeping pissed when he did. She'll be even more pissed when I return without him. He groaned. I'll have to beeping kneel on rice again. How exactly do you plan to get him back? Izuku furrowed his brows as he braced his hands on the edges of the large tub. I can't believe you won't exchange me for your father. We'll just have to overpower Greymore. It shouldn't be hard once you gain your full powers when you mature. Eijiro was right, you will be very powerful. Katsuki surged forward to grab him before he could stand. He yelped as he was spun and forced down into his lap. The prince wrapped his arms around him and rested his chin on his bare shoulder with a hum. He was solid and warm beneath him. Izuku blushed as he realized he could feel his hard cock poking between his legs. Katsuki, we can't. It's fine. Katsuki sighed when he felt him tremble. We don't have to do anything intimate. I just wanted to hold you. But you're hard. It's fine, darling, he repeated. I'm used to ignoring it. I'll take care of it later after you go to bed. Take care of it. Katsuki's hands rubbed up and down his sides, causing him to shiver. Jack off. I don't know what that means. The alpha groaned, squeezing his waist far too tightly. Gods, I forget how innocent you are sometimes. I'll beat my hand. I had to do it every damn day in Mongolia because of you. Multiple times a day, occasionally. Izuku looked up at him incredulously. Seriously. Seriously. Katsuki grinned into his neck. I thought my palms were going to form blisters from it. I wanted to do it over you the night after the cursed attacked, wanted to come all over your pretty face, but I figured you wouldn't appreciate that. When I was sleeping, he squeaked. Katsuki cackled. That is so inappropriate. I can't believe you. I'm never sleeping around you again. I didn't. I won't. Not without your permission. You'll never have it, Izuku declared, earning another low chuckle. I'm getting cold. All right. Katsuki easily lifted them out of the tub. He grabbed one towel for himself, wrapping it around his trim waist. Izuku blushed again at the way the cloth tented from his cock. The rest of the towels were forcibly wrapped around Izuku's body and his hair. Katsuki grinned at the sight. You look so cute all wrapped up like this, bunny. Shut up. Make yourself useful and find me a nightdress. He obeyed immediately, turning to pad over to Mina's wardrobe. Ah, beep. She probably has some skimpy ones, the whore. He threw his head back to groan. I want to put you in a corset. Your tits would look so good in one. Absolutely not. That would be way too uncomfortable to sleep in. Katsuki pulled out a red dress with far too little fabric. No, Bakugo. That shows too much. I'll be the only one to see it. I've seen you in much less. Izuku whined at his irritating insistence. Fine. Give it to me. He took his time handing it over, much to his annoyance. He thankfully picked up the pace when he saw how much his eyelids were drooping, but still took the time to turn them to the mirror to look at his reflection. The gown's straps were less than an inch wide, exposing his neck and chest and the many marks on his skin from Katsuki's mouth. The neckline plunged down between his beeps, all the way to his navel. The hem was cut high, exposing his pale thighs. He looked obscene. Katsuki whistled behind him. Damn. Beep, I really need to jack off. I'm already so close just from looking at you. The gods sure took their time making you. Izuku flushed red. Let me go. I'm tired. He beeped a fresh bruise into his shoulder, pressing down on it with his thumb afterward and only stopping when Izuku whimpered. You're so divine, baby. I love you. Stop saying that, Izuku hissed even as he let him reach between his legs to pull the cotton from his hole, quickly replacing it with fresh small clothes. It's the truth. It has been ever since I fell for you long ago. He held up the blood-stained cotton teasingly as Izuku climbed into the bed. I think I'll make some tea with this. What the beep? Izuku whispered, appalled. You're so disgusting. I hate it. Katsuki only laughed, tucking it into his pocket as he leaned over to beep his forehead. Sleep well, Izuku. I'll see you in the morning. Izuku rose with the sun as it crested over the horizon to shine in through the glass of the window. He stretched, wincing, but noted that his muscles were less sore than before, somewhat rested overnight. He swung his legs out from the sheets to lay his feet on the floor, blushing at the sight of his bare legs. He couldn't believe Katsuki had chosen such a skimpy nightdress for him. Actually, yes he could. The alpha was so very shameless. He carefully changed the pad adhered to his small clothes, taking care not to drip blood on the floor. His flow was lighter now, thankfully. He threw the bloody one into the chamber pot, wrinkling his nose at it. It stunk of old filthy blood. He couldn't understand why Katsuki had been so taken with it. The Omega carefully combed through Mina's wardrobe. All of her gowns were so bright, so colorful. He finally settled on a pale purple one with a high neckline that would cover the marks from Katsuki's mouth. He had been so shameless when he marked him. So uncaring for whoever saw the bruises. In fact, it probably got him going that others may see the marks. He was so very possessive of Izuku. A gentle knock sounded from the door. It was unlocked from whenever Katsuki had left, and Izuku was grateful for it. Just a moment, please, he called out, quickly fastening the laces of the gown. He checked his reflection in the mirror to be certain that none of the bruises were visible before heading over to open the door. Kaminari stood on the other side of it. He smiled at the sight of the Omega. Good morning, Deku. I was told to rouse you a few hours after dawn. Izuku dipped his head in gratitude. By the prince. Kaminari nodded. Where is he now? The stables, probably. Very well. Izuku stretched again, wincing as his shoulders popped. Is it too late to go to breakfast? No, the hall should still have food from this morning. If not, I'm sure there's some already prepared for lunch. He hesitated momentarily, then boldly reached up to clutch his shoulder. I'm sorry for hurting you. What? At the stables? My arrow nicked your ear. Izuku brushed him off. It is fine, it was healed by Bakugo's blood. I understand why you shot it. I am a bit selfish sometimes, the beta omitted. I didn't want to be punished by Katsuki for letting you escape. You must know how vicious he can be, how unforgiving. Especially when it comes to you. I know. I said it is fine. Izuku looked at him gently. You were only doing your duty to your prince. There is nothing to forgive, Kaminari. Kaminari's shoulders slumped in relief. Please, call me Denki. I know you intimately by now. What do you mean? Izuku asked as they descended the stairs. Denki rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Eijiro and I were only pretending to sleep that night in the woods. We heard everything. Izuku threw his head back and groaned. Damn it. Well, that's embarrassing. We were extremely shocked. We knew Katsuki liked you, but he's been celibate so long that it was quite a surprise. We never thought he'd fall for someone, let alone a royal Omega of Umbrangrad. Izuku just hummed as they entered the main hall. It was empty except for a few people and draconians, allowing him to feast on buttered toast and eggs and savory meat. Denki himself grabbed a few pieces of bread to munch on happily. Izuku swallowed his last bite, then grabbed 2 apples. I wish to visit the dungeons after eating. Really? Denki said through his mouthful of eggs. They're not very exciting. I think Hitoshi is down there now. He frowned, looking thoughtful. He's been down there a lot. Please. Of course. Denki ate several more bites before leading Izuku out of the hall, his mouth full of food. Fabric brushed against the stone floor as they descended the stairs leading to the dungeons. Shinso stood tall, but his ears were red and his hands were dirty from the dirty dungeon floor. Good morning. Hello. Denki chirped cheerfully. Izuku dipped his head before looking into the cell. They're still asleep. Monoma lay against the bars of the cell, his blonde hair sticking out from the blanket over his head, while Shihai's dark hair stuck up in greasy tufts from where he slept against the wall. How rude would it be to wake them? They must be hungry. I forgot to bring them food last night. It's fine. I did, Shinso said, crossing his arms and leaning against the cell's bars. He nodded to the 2 empty plates behind Monoma's sleeping form. Denki's brows shot up to his hairline. That was uncharacteristically nice of you. They may be our prisoners, but they're still human. They'll need energy for the journey east. They're truly coming with us? Izuku asked. Shinso nodded. The prince has forbidden us from killing them, and we sure as any hell can't set them free. The lord would go straight to the false king. Izuku knelt down to shake Monoma awake. He sat up, groaning and rubbing at his matted hair. His face brightened at the sight of the Omega. Deku, you came to see us. He handed him the 2 apples. I didn't realize Shinso brought you 2 food last night, so I snagged these from the hall. I apologize for forgetting to bring you some plates. Thank you. There's no need to apologize. He bit into 1 apple and stood to throw the other at Shihai, sending a smirk over his shoulder at Izuku. I heard you had an eventful night. Shinso said you're betrothed now. You have my congratulations. Izuku threw his head back to groan. I'm not betrothed. I never accepted. Shinso snickered. Katsuki doesn't seem to think that. He was telling everyone at breakfast how grand the wedding will be this summer. I'm not going to marry him. Both alphas smirked at him, the blonde one kicking at his companion. Wake up, you lazy beta. Deku's here. Shihai yawned as he sat up and stretched. Hello, Deku. It's good to see you. Congratulations, by the way. I am not engaged. The beta squinted at Shinso. You said he got engaged to Katsuki. He seemingly hasn't accepted yet. I'm never going to accept him, Izuku whined. Shihai grinned, his teeth a stark white against his dark skin and hair. Monoma rolled his eyes and sat with his back against the bars to finish the apple. Shinso leaned over to run his fingers through his blonde hair. Your hair is greasy. You both stink. You're the one who locked us in here, Monoma retorted around his bite, ignoring Shinso's huff when he batted his hand away. I can't smell anything, Izuku said, then bit his tongue. He had forgotten what Shinso was. He had his fangs away again, for some reason. Will you be so kind as to let them bathe today? They can bathe tomorrow before we depart. Shihai looked up, swallowing his latest bite. We're really going east with you. Denki nodded. The prince forbade us from killing you, and it's not like we can set you free. Monoma would go straight to the perverted false king. Perverted? Izuku wondered, not recognizing the word. He peered at Monoma's face, relieved to find that it had been cleaned of blood, though his nose was still misshapen. Will you be all right to travel? You're still hurt. Monoma waved off his concern. It's not like I have a choice. My head still beeping hurts though. I can take it away. That won't be necessary, Shinso said, drawing Izuku's attention. He had removed the dagger and held it to his wrist, slicing the skin there to draw blood. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what he planned to do. He opened his mouth to warn Monoma, but it was too late. Shinso was too inhumanly fast to thrust his arm through the bars and forcibly shove his wrist to Monoma's mouth. He flailed against him, but couldn't close his mouth. Shinso grabbed his hair to hold his head still. The lord stopped thrashing as the blood hit his tongue, his eyes drooping at the taste. The purple-haired alpha moved his other hand to stroke at his throat from top to bottom, prodding him to swallow. Shihai watched with an astonished expression as Monoma's nose straightened himself with a pop. What the beep? He whispered, appalled at the sight. Am I still dreaming? You're not, Shinso said, moving his head to Monoma's head to comb through his matted hair. My blood is magical. It can heal others. Monoma slumped against the bars, lifting his hands to Shinso's arm to hold his wrist in place and drinking from it deeply. He whined pathetically when Shinso moved his arm away to keep him from drinking too much. You're a draconian, aren't you? You're not the only one, though. Your name isn't Bakugo. You're not the prince, unless you lied about your name. I'm not, Shinso confirmed, petting his hair one more time before standing and beeping his already healed wrist. Katsuki is. Oh, shit, Shihai said. No wonder he's so cocky. He's draconian royalty. Shinso and Denki looked at the stairs. A few minutes later, Aizawa appeared as he descended them. He paused when he saw how many of them there were. I wasn't aware there was a party going on down here. Izuku rolled his eyes. I wanted to bring them breakfast. He looked at Denki. I was looking for you and Izuku. Your help is needed at the stables. They need to be fixed by nightfall so the horses can properly rest overnight. Izuku, Shihai said, testing the name. He tossed the apple core to the floor. That's a nice name. How did Katsuki butcher it so badly? Aizawa laughed, showing off his fangs. We write in a different language in Draconia. Izuku was grateful that he didn't mention Katsuki's dragon. His nose wrinkled. You two need a bath. Monoma groaned. Yes, I heard. Denki waved a hand over his shoulder. I'll see you all later. His steps were unnaturally quiet even on the creaky stairs. Aizawa looked at Izuku. We should go, too. Katsuki will be upset if you stay with the prisoners for too long. He'll think you're plotting something. I'm not plotting anything, Izuku huffed, turning his head to hide the lie from showing on his face. Lead the way. The alpha sniffed as they ascended the stairs. You smell like Katsuki. Izuku ducked his head in embarrassment. We talked for a while last night. Did you tell him what we discussed? Not all of it. He doesn't know that I know about his capture. That's for the best, he sighed. He would rip my tongue out if he found out that I told you about it. I believe that. They turned the corner, both groaning when they saw that Katsuki was leaving the hall. He looked at them, his eyes widening before narrowing. He ran to them impossibly fast, grabbing Izuku's hips to drag him away from the other alpha. Why are you alone with him? Where were you two? He can't be alone, you know that. I was only guarding him so he couldn't try to slip away again. He looked behind them. The dungeons. I was just bringing them breakfast, Izuku said. To Monoma, Katsuki looked furious. I'll kill that beeping bastard. Izuku looked at the ceiling, willing himself to be patient. You're the one who ordered that they be kept alive. Katsuki snarled. I hate Monoma. I beeping hate him. He glared at Aizawa, then at Izuku. I hate everyone who isn't you. He groaned when they both slapped his cheeks. Ow. You are an idiot, Izuku declared, peering around him to look at the hall's door. Is lunch ready? I need a drink. It's barely even noon, Katsuki scoffed but still softened. It's ready. I'll bring you there. They ate and drank together in the main hall, which was more full now that it was close to noon. Shinso strode through the doors to join them, eating quietly. Izuku eyed the gleaming silver in Katsuki's ears. You're wearing jewelry. Katsuki paused from gulping down his wine. He set his cup down to smirk at him. I hid the holes with my magic. I like wearing jewelry. It looks good, doesn't it? He ignored the tease. Men don't wear jewelry in Umbrangrad. Alphas, especially. Neither do you, Katsuki pointed out, poking at his ears. I wish you would, though. Gold would look good next to your hair and your skin. Izuku pinched his earlobes. It would hurt too much to pierce them. I'd do it gently. I wouldn't let you. Shinso chuckled as he chomped on a hard-boiled egg. You two are very entertaining. It's quite unexpected. Katsuki glared at him. Beep off, you prick. Shinso held up his hands as an older beta approached them. Katsuki, said Tsunagu, grabbing his shoulder. I must speak to you about tomorrow. The prince cut his eyes to him. What's tomorrow? Our departure. Come, please. Katsuki groaned in exasperation, taking one more swig of wine before standing. I'll see you later, Deku. Izuku ignored him as he left, turning to Shinso. Can we go outside, please? I need some fresh air. Certainly. Shinso's dagger clinked against his belt as he led him outside. The fresh air was cool on his cheeks, and he was grateful for it. Once the stable came into view, Shinso nodded once before heading back to the castle. Izuku only briefly wondered where he was heading before being distracted by low grunts and the slaps of skin on skin. Denki and Kirishima were wrestling some ways away from the stable. Their skin was tan under the sun, exposed by their lack of shirts. Mina and Kyoka sat on a small hill where they had a good view, their arms locked around each other at the elbow as they giggled and whispered to each other. He smiled at the sight, stepping closer to the stables. Several people worked on it. It looked much better and surely would be completely fixed by the end of the day. He looked around its walls and the ground in and around it, dodging workers with quiet apologies. He cursed when he couldn't find his dagger. Someone must have taken it. He went back out of the stable and climbed the hill. Mina and Kyoka greeted him warmly as he took a seat next to the Draconian. What are you two giggling at? They both looked very beautiful. Mina wore a bright pink dress and matching shawl that showed off the smooth dark skin of her chest and lower legs. Kyoka was dressed more modestly in a purple tunic and black leather breeches. Her matching purple hair was pinned back into a messy bun, exposing the large holes in her ears from where they were held open by gauges that were wide enough in diameter to fit a small finger in. Her eyes were lined with some kind of charcoal that was stark even against her onyx eyes. Mina grinned. "Oh, nothing much, just enjoying the view," she sighed dreamily as Kirishima backhanded Kaminari, leaping on top of him to hold him down. "They do bicker quite a lot. What are they fighting over?" Kyoka hummed, linking her other arm through Izuku's. "They're just sparring." Her eyes widened as Denki contorted his body with unexpected flexibility to flip their positions. "Damn, look at his ass. He always wears such tight pants. The gods really are good." Izuku huffed a startled laugh. "You know they can hear you, right?" Mina laughed. "We know. That's why they're fighting so hard." Kyoka smiled when Denki looked up to wink at her, then cackled when Kirishima punched him hard enough to draw blood from his nose. "They're showing off for us." He looked over his shoulder at the nearest corner of the keep, gauging its height carefully. "I didn't know you were into Denki." Mina smirked at her. "He's not the only one she's into. There's a certain alpha back home that she's also fond of." Izuku rolled his eyes. "So scandalous. I've never heard of anything like that." "Polyamory is common enough in Draconia," Kyoka said. Izuku hummed at the unfamiliar word. "It means courting and laying with multiple people. How does that even work in bed?" He wondered, somewhat shocked at his own brazenness. Katsuki must be rubbing off on him in the worst way possible. Kyoka blushed as Kaminari wrapped his legs around Kirishima's neck and arched backward to flip him. "We haven't gotten that far yet. But it'll help that he's so flexible." Izuku eyed her curiously. "You're a draconian, right?" She covered her mouth. "How did you know? I don't have my fangs out yet." "You covered your ears when Katsuki was dragging that chair last night." "Oh, right." She rolled her eyes. "I hate how smart he is sometimes." "Only sometimes," Mina joked. "He's pretty dumb when it comes to Deku." "Smart," Izuku repeated, confused. "He did that on purpose to expose which of us were draconians. Which of us you should look out for." "Oh." Izuku looked down at his feet. "I hadn't even realized. He's so purposeful with everything he does. How many draconians are here?" Kyoka counted on her fingers. 10 in Verdant Watch. Wait, no, 8 now, since Katsuki killed Takagi and Toteki. "And in Draconia, I can't answer that, sorry." Izuku sighed. He figured that would be her response. Most of them seemed so hesitant to share with him any information that Katsuki already hadn't. "Aizawa said your population was nearly wiped out in the war." "He's right. We still haven't recovered, even 2 centuries later." The cool wind blew over the grass, rustling their hair. Kyoka frowned when it blew a few strands free from her bun. She tugged a couple of pins from her pocket, tucking one between his lips so she could clip the locks back. She looked over her shoulder then quickly turned back around, smiling around the pin. "Hey there, bunny." Izuku jolted at the sudden deep voice in his ear, clutching at his heart as he recognized the same words from the brothel. "Katsuki, I hate it when you startle me like that." "Hey, it's great." Katsuki wrapped his arms around him and spread his legs on either side of Izuku's as he sat behind him. "I'll be a little sad when you gain your draconian senses." Kyoka elbowed them. "Don't say that. It'll be great. It's amazing to be so aware of everything around you." Katsuki hummed as he pressed his cheek to Izuku's to peer down the hill. "The beep are they doing? You better not have been ogling them, Deku." Izuku rolled his eyes. "Of course not. I never ogle anyone." He bit his cheek. "You ogle me. You must have gone mad." "Only for you, darling." Mina clapped her hands in delight at their banter. "This is great. I never thought I'd see the prince behave like this. You're like a dog with his most precious toy." "Obviously." Katsuki grinned into his skin. "Have you seen him?" Kyoka eyed him curiously. "Did you really break your celibacy for him? You were so devoted to your vow." "Not yet, technically," he drawled. "I'll wait for our wedding night after he matures for that. I am a gentleman, after all." "What?" Izuku scoffed, slapping lightly at his cheek. Don't be absurd. No, you're not. You didn't hesitate to get your hands on me the first chance you had in the brothel. The first chance you gave me. He laughed meanly at his groan, then stood suddenly. I'll show them what strong is. Beeping wimps. He pulled off his black shirt and tossed it to the ground as he descended the hill to grab both Denki and Kirishima by their hair to yell in their faces. Izuku blushed at the sight of his bare skin, at the muscles of his huge arms bulging. His skin was a few shades more tan than it had been at Mongoria, stark against his white blonde hair and his dark pants. They were tight enough to show off the tantalizing curves of his waist and low enough to expose the V-line of his hips. Mina nudged him teasingly. See, you do ogle him. Shut up. He rubbed the back of his blushing neck. He's just so shameless. Kyoka laughed incredulously. Gods, is he hard just from touching you? He looks huge. He shoved at her shoulder, blushing harder when Katsuki grappled both of the other males to the ground as the muscles of his back rippled. Don't say that, it'll just go to his head. Mina gasped when the prince kneed Kirishima in the groin. Ouch, that had to have hurt. I don't need any of those 8 inches to get injured. Kyoka chuckled. Only 8, Izuku remarked, then slapped his hand over his mouth, his eyes wide. Katsuki looked up to smirk at him. Mina elbowed him. I thought you two haven't gone all the way yet. He ducked his chin to hide his red face in his hands. We haven't. You've seen it, though, Kyoka pointed out. He nodded. I suppose you were with him in a brothel. I didn't go there with the intention of meeting him, he said, sighing at their confused expressions. My mentor Yagi and I helped those who had been bitten by a ghoul. A whore spotted the bite mark and alerted us. I used my gift on him before killing him. Your gift? Mina asked. My powers, he corrected. They allow me to feel the pain of others and take it away. I've followed the ways of the old gods for many years, so I believe in dignity in death. Kyoka nodded. That's a unique ability. You're kind to do that. How did you run into the prince? My father the Duke showed up. I couldn't leave without seeing him. I had to hide in a room while Yagi got him drunk. The gods must despise me because Katsuki was in that room. It felt so long ago and yet also felt like just yesterday at the same time. I didn't think that he knew it was me, especially when he touched me so intimately. He later admitted he knew all along, even though I wore a rabbit mask. Mina barked a laugh. That's why he calls you Bunny. That's so adorable. How far did you go? Kyoka asked. Not far, Izuku admitted, blushing again. He certainly wanted to, but Kirishima interrupted us. How far have you gone? I'm not answering that. Both females laughed at his exclamation. He does take advantage of any excuse to touch me. He's so shameless. He looked at Mina. Do you have any clothes in your room that aren't skirts or dresses? She shook her head. No, sorry. Why? They're uncomfortable to ride in. I had hoped to find some shirts and pants that fit me before tomorrow. I would use Katsuki's, but they're far too big. Kyoka picked at her fingernails. I can loan you some of mine. I'll drop them off at Mina's room once they're done sparring. He dipped his head. Thank you, I appreciate it greatly. Do you have belts as well? Multiple ones. In case one breaks. 2 would serve. Sure. That's no problem at all. Izuku turned away to hide his guilty expression. Izuku quickly bathed himself that night after dinner. He dried himself with a towel from the large pile that still lay where Katsuki had dropped it, then looked at the pile of dark clothes on the bed. It seemed Kyoka had found time to drop them off, which he was grateful for. He dressed himself in a much more modest nightgown than the one Katsuki had forced him into the previous night. A knock sounded from the door, startling him before he could put on his small clothes. Just a moment, please. He called out, moving quickly to hide Kyoka's clothes and the belts. He pulled out the empty vial that he had drunk his suppressant potion from yesterday and set it next to the wash basin. You can enter. Katsuki entered, shutting the door and locking it behind him. He frowned at the sight of his wet hair. I wanted to bathe you again. Not a chance. He sighed. Are you going to bed? I plan to, yes. He padded over to it and sat on the soft mattress. I want to get enough rest for tomorrow. Katsuki beeped his fangs lewdly. I know a way to put you into a deep slumber. He laughed when Izuku threw a pillow at him. Please, baby, it's been so long. It's been a day, Izuku scoffed. Like I said, it's been so long. He walked quickly to the bed, bracing his hands on the sheets on either side of Izuku's hips to lean over him. I want to stay between your gorgeous legs forever. Absolutely not. I'm going to sleep. I'll sleep with you. He forced Izuku to lay back on the soft sheets as he crawled over him. I said no, Bakugo. You said you'd never force me. Of course not. I would never. He squinted down at him. You've been acting strangely today. What are you hiding from me? Izuku turned his face away. Nothing. Nothing at all. Katsuki growled and grabbed Izuku to drag his head to the pillows. Something's wrong. What did I do? You know what you did. No, I don't. I haven't done anything wrong today. Izuku scoffed. You know I'm still upset with you for everything. You acted so pathetically today and forced me to bathe with you last night. I didn't want any of that. You're lying. You like how obsessed I am with you. I don't, he insisted, pushing at his shoulders uselessly. I don't want you, especially not tonight. Liar. We'll be on the road for a while after this, surrounded by people. This is the last time we'll be in a bed for weeks. I don't want you in it with me. Katsuki's eyes were heavy-lidded as he regarded him. Your ears get flushed when you lie sometimes, you know. They're bright red now. Izuku glowered as he covered them with his hands. The alpha leaned down to purr in his ear. What are you hiding, Omega? He sighed, his mind racing for an excuse. I'm having a hard time. With what? I'll make it better. You're making it worse every time you speak. Izuku squirmed. Every time you touch me. It gets harder and harder. What does, darling? Tell me. Izuku looked up to look deeply in his eyes. You're making it very hard to not forgive you. Katsuki gaped at him for only a moment before smirking. Really? How so? You touch me as if you care for me. I do. He wrapped his huge hands around his waist. They burned hot on his skin. I care so much for you. I adore you. I cherish you. He bent his head to nuzzle at his chest through the gown. I love you, Izuku. I know. That's what makes this so difficult. It doesn't have to be. Just give in. Forgive me. Love me. Only me. Izuku trembled underneath him. I can't let myself forgive you. His cheeks burned at the lie. Stop lying. I hate it. He rested his head atop Izuku's left beep. Your heart is beating so fast. Why are you so nervous? He didn't answer. He couldn't answer. Tell me, Izuku. You're safe here with me. I can't be safe with you, he breathed, clenching his eyes shut to avoid showing the lie. Not when I can't stop myself from falling for you again. He opened them again when Katsuki was silent for several minutes. Katsuki. I want you to fall for me, he pleaded, his face earnest, just as I did for you so very long ago. You do want me. I can see it in the way you look at me. I can't help but be attracted to you. The alpha grinned. You liked watching me spar this afternoon, didn't you? You liked seeing my muscles in action. Izuku exhaled, shuddering. He had to play into this, had to ignore his disgust for the sake of throwing Katsuki off from sniffing out his plans. Katsuki, he breathed, wrapping his arms around his neck. I don't want you to touch me. Katsuki smirked, obviously not believing him. Good, don't you? I don't want you to touch me. Give in, Izuku, Katsuki murmured. Baby, I'll make you feel so good again. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut again to keep himself from cringing. Please. Katsuki laughed triumphantly, his hands strong and capable as he tugged off the nightdress. His eyes were wide with lust as they took in his entirely naked form. You're not wearing undergarments. You were waiting for me to come up here, weren't you? He shook his head, keeping his eyes closed to hide his revulsion and loathing. You knocked right after I got out of the bath. I didn't have time to put any on. Good. Katsuki reached down between his legs to swipe a finger through his wet lips. I'll finally get to taste your blood from your womb. Wait here for a moment, darling. Izuku obeys, shivering at the way his skin crawled from Katsuki's incessant touches. Katsuki disappeared then reappeared just as quickly, lifting him by his hips to place several towels underneath him. He reeled from disgust about what he was about to let him do. He had to, though, He couldn't let Katsuki get any suspicions about his plans for tonight. Katsuki stroked his cheek. How do you want me? My fingers are my tongue. I have my own preference, but it's your choice. Izuku kept his eyes closed. Whichever. I'll take either gratefully. His lips curled slightly at the lie. The alpha took his time beeping all over his face. His lips were so warm when he did, drifting over his forehead and his cheeks and his nose. He beeped his tongue when Izuku turned his head to avoid his beep to his lips. So rude. It's all right, I suppose. I'll just have to make do with beeping your other lips. He lowered his head to mouth at his chest, unable to see Izuku cringe. He beeped his nipples, beeped dark marks all over his beeps as Izuku bit his lip to hold back his shameful noises. Katsuki glanced up and tugged his lip free from his teeth. None of that, darling. I want to hear you. Izuku whimpered when his nipple was bit. He hated this. He despised it. He felt like he was going to vomit, and had to swallow it back multiple times. Katsuki grabbed his hips to knead them. I love your hips. So round and soft and fertile. I want to come all over them. He groaned as Izuku wiggled between his hands. I came out of my mind last time. You bring me over the edge so quickly, so easily. I'm so gone for you. He opened his mouth wide to breathe hotly over his nipple, then dug his teeth into the flesh of his beep. No drinking my blood, please, Izuku whined, appalled at his pleading tone. Fine, though, I'll be drinking your blood down here very soon. He stroked his fingers between his folds, groaning at the red wetness there. Gods, I get so feral when you menstruate. You're so fertile, I can't wait to breed you after we marry. Izuku steeled himself to whisper, I accept. Katsuki lifted his head to widen his eyes at him. Surely my ears deceive me. He took a deep breath, urging his expression to appear earnest. I accept your proposal. He groaned, mouthing between his beeps. Beep, yes. Finally, I'm so happy to be engaged to you. His fingers moved faster, swirling around his clitoris and dipping their tips into his bleeding hole. Our wedding will be so beautiful. You're going to love Draconia. Exurberg, especially. The tall mountains shield it on every side except for one, where the sparkling ocean lies. He lifted his hand to his lips to beep his fingers, beeping at the taste of his blood. When the moons are out, the water looks just like the petals of the moonflowers that all grow there for you. You can see every star in the sky. I'll point them all out to you while we lay on top of the mountains. Izuku shuddered at his words, at the knowledge that they would never come true. When will we get there? In about 2 months. He pinched his sensitive nub, snickering when he jolted. We'll have our own room there. We'll lie together, night after night. It's going to be so hard to keep myself from sinking into you, but I can be patient. He sunk one long finger into his wet hole. I'm used to being patient. I'll touch you like this every single night. I'll make you forget your own name from coming so much. I won't let you forget mine, though. Katsuki thrust his finger, pausing occasionally to stroke at his S-beep walls. No, you can deny saying it as much as you want. I'll edge you until you scream it to make you finish. I'll come with you, without ever touching myself. Izuku whined when another finger entered him, scissoring apart from each other to stretch him. It's sore there, Katsuki. Katsuki slowed his fingers' movements. Sorry, darling, I'll be so gentle tonight. He beeped his stomach softly, then curled his tongue in the divot at his navel. I don't want to ever hurt you again. I adore you so dearly. Izuku cursed the gods for the way his words made his heart clench. For the way he would hurt Katsuki so deeply when he awoke tomorrow morning. I need more, please. Always, baby, always. His fingers rubbed at the sensitive spot inside him, thrusting against it again and again to make him twitch and beep. He brought his thumb to his clitoris to circle it again and again, the touch fast yet gentle. He reached up with his free hand to tweak his nipple while his mouth found the other, beeping and beeping at its sensitive skin. I want to make you come forever. You're so sweet, beep. Izuku panted as he neared the edge quickly. He was almost as sensitive as he had been when he drank Katsuki's blood due to his menstruation. Katsuki's intimate touches felt like fire, beeping over his skin with no remorse or restraint. His pleasure curled in his core, causing his muscles to hum and tense. Katsuki's lips tickled his beep as he murmured sweet nothings to goad him on. I'm going to marry you, going to mate you, going to beep you under the stars. You're so perfect. I thank the gods for sending you to me. I adore you so much, damn it. I've loved you from the moment I saw you. I'll love you forever. You'll have my babies, we'll raise them together. 2, maybe 3 little brats. His thumb pressed hard as it rubbed and his fingers pressed deeper as they thrust it into him. They'll have my hair and your eyes. They'll be just as beautiful as you. We'll teach them to hunt, to fight, to flat. His next words were lost to Izuku's cries as his pleasure crested suddenly, sending tremors through his whole body as he came. His back curled as he did, digging his fingernails into the muscles of his chest to draw blood. His legs shook around Katsuki's waist as ecstasy flooded through him, wave after unrelenting wave. His blood pounded in his ears, flooding out Katsuki's pleased purrs. It took several minutes for him to relax back against the pillows, still panting from the strong orgasm. He opened his eyes to see Katsuki beeping his blood from his fingers. You taste so good, bunny, he murmured, surging forward toward Izuku's lips. He gathered the energy to turn his head to avoid the beep, much to Katsuki's disappointment. Still shy, huh, that's all right, darling. There are much more delicious places for me to beep. He beeped along his jaw then down his neck, stopping at each gland to beep hard enough to bruise as if to draw the inactive scent out of them. He beeped down the center of his soft chest, beeping when he felt the soft flesh of his beeps against his cheeks. He bit each of his hips hard enough to bruise. He beeped a path down from his navel to his bloody clitoris, swirling his tongue around it. Izuku trembled, feeling overwhelmed. It's too much, Katsuki. It's not enough. Katsuki pinched the nub between his teeth, chuckling at his resulting flinch. I want to make you lose your mind, just as you made me lose mine months ago and every day since. He unexpectedly stuck his tongue into his hole, groaning lowly at the taste of his blood. It undulated to rub at the walls of his cunt, beeping the blood from them without mercy. He withdrew only momentarily to rub each of his cheeks against his entrance, staining them dark red. Your blood tastes so good here, darling, right from the source. I want to drain your womb dry of it. He returned to his clitoris to beep and beep at it. Izuku twitched at his ministrations even as bile churned in his gut. He hated this, he hated letting Katsuki beep him so intimately. Hated the way his hands clenched around his waist tighter than ever before, strengthened by the magic of his blood. Beep, Katsuki breathed against his bloody cunt. Beep, the blood here is more potent than anything I've ever tasted. It's so delicious, I want to collect it and drink it forever. His face was covered in blood when he lifted it to grin up at him. Do you feel good, Izuku? Do you like how I'm beeping you? Izuku closed his eyes to nod, swallowing back the bile in his throat. Good, I'm going to make you come again. I want you to squirt beep and blood all over my face. His tongue returned, more vicious than ever before. It lapped harshly at his clitoris, causing it to jump and twitch. He alternated between it and his hole, shoving his tongue inside to drink up the new blood that coated his walls. Izuku jumped and beeped when both his hands grabbed at his tits, kneading them and thumbing at his nipples. They felt impossibly hot from the dragon blood that pumped through his veins. Katsuki opened his mouth to cover the edges of his widened hole, beeping up the waves of blood that flooded from them with every twitch of his body. He yelped as his nub was beeped at, beeping as his pleasure built hotter and heavier than ever before, his bladder tense and full. Come for me, Izuku. He did, wrapping his bare legs around Katsuki's head to squeeze it tight enough to crush a regular human's skull. His fingers pulled out several strands of his hair, causing him to beep into his cunt. The vibrations were overstimulating, causing him to let out many choked gasps. It felt so overwhelming to soak the towels in Katsuki's face with his bloody beep. Katsuki drank up as much of it as he could, groaning loudly at the sweet and salty taste. The alpha whimpered as the pleasure ebbed and his body stilled, his hole no longer spilling liquid onto his lips. He crawled up his body, beeping him and staining his skin with his own blood as he did. He slumped over him, causing Izuku to exhale with a shudder at the weight of his body. You are so perfect for me, Katsuki whispered into his ear, bloodying the skin of it with his lips. Beep, I almost came when you did. You squirted into my mouth. It tasted so beeping delicious, more sweet than the sweetest delicacy in all of the realm. Izuku let out a shaky sigh, bracing himself for the lie he was about to speak. I want you to come on me. Katsuki lifted his head to gape down at him. Truly. The Omega opened his trembling lips. Here, Alpha. Buttons flew and smacked the wall as Katsuki tore his shirt off and ripped open the front of his pants to expose his hard red cock. He crawled up Izuku's torso to rest one knee on either side of Izuku's neck, locking his shoulders down with his shins. He reached back to swipe his hand through Izuku's folds one more time, gathering the remaining blood to smear it all over his cock. Izuku tilted his head up to look at it, beeping at the sight. He hated that he was lamenting the fact that it was the last time he would ever see it. Katsuki pumped his S-beep hand over his shaft, jerking it hard and fast. Beep, beep. I'm already so close, baby. You drive me mad, he groaned as he thumbed over his head, allowing Izuku's blood to mix with the thick liquid that leaked from the hole there. Stick your tongue out for me, darling. I'm going to come all over it. He obeyed, slipping his tongue out from between his lips. He jolted as a hot liquid hit it, and kept hitting it. There was so much of it that he had to open his mouth wide to hold it all. He cringed at the salty taste, his tongue burned from the heat of it. Shit, damn. Beep, Katsuki growled as the stream began to taper out. I've never come so hard in my life. You're so wonderful, I love you so much. I can't wait to marry you. Izuku held the hot liquid under his tongue as he pushed at Katsuki's hard hips. The prince acquiesced, slumping over to fall to the other side of the bed to graciously free him. He jumped to his feet, wincing as his knees almost buckled between his weight, to dash to the wash basin. He kept his back to Katsuki to hide the sight of him spitting his cum out into the emptied vial, then spit into the sink to pretend he was spitting out Katsuki's cum before corking the vial. Katsuki groaned again from the bed. You don't want to swallow it, baby. I won't be able to sleep if I did. I don't want to sleep yet. I want to make you come again. Izuku sighed as he went back to the bed after retrieving fresh small clothes from Mina's wardrobe. No, Katsuki, I'm tired. Katsuki opened his arms as he approached. Come, I'll hold you. He used a towel to wipe the blood from his face and hands. You should go. What? No, he shook his head. I just drank your S-beep and your menstrual blood. It's fine if I hold you. I need some time alone. Izuku tucked himself under the covers, avoiding Katsuki's outstretched arms. He rolled his eyes at his pout. Just to think, you idiot. I have a lot to think about. I don't want to go. I know, but you must. I can't. Izuku sighed again, holding back a grimace as he pulled out his trump card. He looked up at Katsuki through his dark eyelashes. Please, Alpha. Katsuki blushed bright red at the intimate title, rolling over to try to hide it. But I want to hold you. He tugged him back, leaning in to finally peck at his lips. Please. The Alpha sighed, then nodded. Fine, I'll be back at first light, though. I promise. He beeped him again sweetly, causing Izuku's heart to freeze over and then shatter into a million pieces. He reluctantly stood and started to gather the bloody towels. Leave those, Izuku insisted. There will be so much gossip if someone spots you with them. The servants will take care of them. Katsuki obeyed immediately, dropping them and surging forward to beat Izuku's forehead 3 times. Sleep well, Omega. Dream of me. Izuku exhaled shakily as the door shut behind him. He counted the seconds after he left, making it to 2,000 before he dared to move. He moved quickly, stripping the bed to tie the sheets together. He added the towels to the line, frowning as he estimated the length of the makeshift rope. He strode to Mina's wardrobe to steal several dresses, adding them to the rope and nodding in satisfaction once the rope was long enough. He retrieved Kyoka's clothes from the wardrobe, quickly donning them and fastening one belt around his waist. He placed the vial of Katsuki's spend in the saddlebag along with a few spare pairs of small clothes, wrinkling his nose at the thick white liquid visible through the glass. Hesitating briefly, he retrieved the leather bag of moonflower seeds and dumped them all over the floor out of spite before strapping the saddlebag to his bag with the other belt. He tucked the 2 meat knives he had stolen into the belt at his hips and stuck the stolen food into his pockets. He tied the end of his makeshift rope to the bedpost nearest to the window, carefully securing it before quietly opening the window and tossing the rest of the rope out to plunge into the chilly night air. It would be a pain to descend it with his sore muscles, but he had no choice. He had to escape to Greymore. Tonight. The night was cold as the wind hit his cheeks. It was the coldest he had felt since the night they camped in the Crimson Woods, but he had a feeling that wasn't just due to the temperature outside. No, it felt like ice had wrapped itself around his heart. Izuku rubbed at his chest as he slipped into his boots. He had to hurry, had to be long gone before dawn. Katsuki would realize what had happened as soon as he returned here this morning and saw the rope, so Izuku needed to be in a different city to the west by then. He'd go northwest around the forest, hugging the shoreline since it would be easier to ride there than through the forest. He should make it to one of the holdfasts on the way to Greymore by then where he could slip into the crowds. They would deter Katsuki from making a scene. He climbed onto the windowsill, peering out into the night. The moons had begun to wane but were still close enough to full that there was sufficient moonlight to see even from way up here that there was no one guarding the horses. Thank the gods. He prayed to them that he wouldn't lose his grip, wiped his sweaty palms on his cloak, and began to descend. The rope swayed only slightly in the light breeze as he gripped it, facing the keep's outer wall to walk down it. He had purposefully tied it with the bloody towels at the end since they were heavy enough to keep it steady enough. He may have slipped if it were raining, but thankfully the stone was dry enough for his boots to have sufficient traction. The descent was hard on his aching muscles, but he kept his breathing under control and kept his teeth from chattering from the cold. The keep's walls were thick and solid, but it was full of draconians. He couldn't let any of them hear him, especially Katsuki. It took some time to get to a low enough height that he could jump down the rest of the way, but Izuku kept descending as he had been. He stepped down to the ground carefully instead of jumping, avoiding making any unnecessary sounds. He breathed a sigh of relief, thanking the gods for keeping him from falling, and flipped the hood of his cloak up before flipping the saddlebag around to his chest. He dug through it quietly as he quickly walked to the stable, pulling out the 2 meat knives to tuck into his belt. His fingers found the glass vial and held it up, grimacing as he confirmed it held Katsuki's seed instead of a suppressant potion. He would need both, the white liquid to strengthen him to fight off anyone who came after him and the sludgy brown suppressant to keep his omega scent at bay. After making sure the vial was fully corked and tucking it into the pocket of his breeches, Izuku pulled out a handful of carrots he had swiped during lunch when no one was looking, then swung the saddlebag to his back. Izuku cooed lowly as he entered the stable, trying to soothe a black horse that whinnied at him lightly. Her legs looked strong and fast, and her apparent alertness would be handy. He held out a carrot to her, purring to quell her, and smiled when she took it. He gave her another for good measure before tucking the others in his back pocket. She sniffed his outstretched hand, seeming to accept him. He moved quickly but quietly as he entered her stall, grabbing a brush to sweep over her back before throwing the saddle pad over her back. He shushed her when she shifted, grabbing her saddle from a post to throw it over her back. He cursed his shaking fingers as they slipped on the straps multiple times. Izuku had never saddled a horse before, but he had carefully studied how his guards had done it and how they had put on the bridle. He slipped her a few more carrots for her good behavior, stroking her pretty black fur before unstrapping the saddlebag from his bag to throw onto the saddle. He grabbed the reins, hiding her when she threw her head and shifted her weight from side to side. A loud thud sounded from the roof, startling both him and the horses. Izuku watched in horror as they began to buck and neigh, making way too much noise. Damn it, he had taken too long. He knew who had jumped on the roof before the body even dropped in front of the open stable door. He must have gone back to Mina's room way earlier than expected. Katsuki's furious eyes glowed bright red in the darkness of the night. His hair shone nearly white under the moons as he lifted his hands to the slightly closed stable doors to block the exit. What the beep, he spat, do you think you're doing? He was fully dressed again, wearing leather breeches and a tight black shirt that exposed his veiny forearms. He would look handsome if Izuku wasn't so frustrated to see him. Izuku threw his head back and groaned. He hated him so much. You know what? The Alpha's chest heaved as he glowered at him. His expression was utterly enraged in the moon's light, his usually handsome features twisted into an ugly scowl. Get back to the keep. Now. He looked more furious than Izuku had ever seen him. More furious than when Ken had threatened him in the main hall. More furious than when Izuku told him the Duke caned him. Even more furious than when Idahiro had nearly killed him outside this very stable. I'm going west, Izuku said, willing his voice to not shake under his glare. I can't stay here for a minute longer. Not with you. I don't beeping understand. Katsuki's brows furrowed. Less than an hour ago you implied you'd forgiven me. You said you were falling for me. You accepted my proposal, damn it. You're not the only one who can lie, Izuku countered. His heart was racing. I couldn't let you get any suspicions of my plans. Your plans. His alpha fangs were wet and dripping as he snarled. What beeping plans? Why would you still want to go west? I've been planning this since yesterday morning. Explain. Izuku sighed, praying to the gods for patience. I knew I couldn't escape on foot again, so I had to wait for the stables to be finished. I asked Kyoka to borrow some of her clothes. I had you leave the towels to use them to climb down from the window. Katsuki growled. I lost my beeping mind when I saw the rope tied to the bed. Why did you even go back to the room? He whined. I told you I was tired. I know. I was bringing tea that would give you dreamless sleep. Izuku scoffed. That doesn't exist. It's from Draconia. The doors creaked under his grip. From our home. Where we're going tomorrow. It's not my home, and I'm not going. You said you would. You agreed to marry me. They were lies. Izuku scowled at him. You really are stupid. You should have predicted that this would happen. You should have known that everything tonight was a lie. Katsuki panted, sounding breathless. Everything. Everything. I was so disgusted that I had to let you touch me to get you off my back. No, you weren't, he denied, his eyes wide and crazed. You wanted me to touch you. You let me touch you. You came twice. You bled and squirted into my mouth. You asked me to come in your mouth. It was so vile to keep up the facade. Izuku shivered at the repulsive memory. I nearly vomited when you beeped me. You're so sick. I didn't mean a word that I said. I just knew I needed to escape. You were just manipulating me. Katsuki's face fell, looking devastated at his words. He let out a quiet whimper. Escape to where? There's nowhere else for you to go. You know you can't go back to Mongoria. Certainly not to Greymore. Izuku shuddered at the capital's name, then turned away from him and steeled himself to lie. I'm going to the Citadel. I need to get my brother. I already plan to retrieve him, Katsuki said. Izuku glanced at him in disbelief. It's true. As soon as we get to Exerberg, I was going to take you over the ocean to get him. He narrowed his eyes. King Shigaraki controls the northern seas and the Bay of Souls. We'd never make it there. He doesn't control the skies. What are you talking about? Katsuki sighed, releasing the doors to drop his face into his hands. They had left deep imprints in the thick wood. It was supposed to be a surprise. We'll fly there, above the clouds so we won't be seen. Fly. You've gone mad. On Dragonback. Izuku scoffed. Your dragon is dead. I have another. He dropped his hands to expose his earnest expression. She's smaller than Deku was, but big enough to carry us and Kota. She's fast, too, the fastest to have ever lived. You're lying again. I'm not, Katsuki insisted, gesturing at the keep. Ask any of them. They've all seen her. She's the last one. They call her Blue Lightning for her speed. She'll fly us from Exerberg to the Holy Isles and back again in less than a week. Izuku glared at him. It would take us at least a month to even get to Draconia. I can't wait that long. No one will tell me what the king does with the second sons and daughters. Not even you. He nodded when Katsuki remained silent. See, it must be extremely nefarious for you to not tell me, not even now. Every day is more dangerous for him. I need to get to the Citadel as fast as possible. He'll still be alive, Katsuki insisted. Izuku rolled his eyes. He's alive, just like my father is. We'll rescue them both, and live happily in Draconia after I kill the false king. He closed his eyes at the mention of Masaru. He rubbed his arm in an attempt to soothe himself, holding on to the fact that Katsuki would see him much sooner than he expected. I don't care about your father. Katsuki whimpered. You don't know what's being done to him in Greymore. The torture that's being inflicted on him every day. Neither do you. I do. Katsuki breathed hard and fast as he clenched his fist over his right pectoral muscle. He looked at him with an open, anguished expression. It was me who was captured first, when I was young. It was me Shigaraki kept locked up with blood metal chains under the royal castle. It was me that he drained dry, day after day, for 2 centuries. It was my blood that caused the fall of my kingdom and the deaths of so many of my loyal subjects and their dragons. The deaths of my people. Izuku's heart dropped at the way his features filled with panic as he continued. He tortured me while his subordinates watched and laughed and applauded. He gouged my eyes out and made me swallow them, then did it again when they grew back. He tore off my limbs and my cock again and again when they regrew, selling them to rich lords who took them as trophies. He shoved blood metal spikes under my nails and made me impale myself with them. Stop, Izuku breathed. He felt sick from the graphic description. He shook his head in an attempt to clear the images of the torture from his head. Katsuki didn't listen to him. Or perhaps didn't hear him at all over his shallow but loud breathing, even with his draconian ears. He wore a necklace of my ears. He built his throne with my bones. Prince Shigaraki preserved my severed hands to wear all over his body. They all were entertained by the torture. They all drank my blood as if it were wine as they watched their king defile me every night on a pelt of my own flayed skin. He broke himself off, biting his tongue so hard that blood dripped from his lips. His eyes were hazy from the painful memories as though he were reliving them in his head. Beep. I can't breathe, my heart is going to burst. Then stop describing it. He stumbled, his balance swaying, and grabbed onto the nearest stall to hold himself up. The horse held reared up at the sight of his heaving form and the smell of his blood, kicking at his head to cause him to crumple to the straw-covered ground. Izuku's heart pounded. With luck, the kick had knocked him unconscious. Katsuki hadn't seemed to have bothered to alert anyone about his attempted escape. This was his chance to flee. He fed the dark horse another carrot and urged her forward by the reins toward the now unguarded exit. Katsuki leapt to his feet, snarling down at him. You're not beeping leaving. We're going back to the keep. He reached forward to grab his waist, laughing cruelly when Izuku grabbed one of the meat knives from his belt. You think that little thing can hurt me? No. Izuku met his crazed stare as he brought the blade to the side of his own neck. It can hurt me, though. The alpha gaped at him as his eyes widened even more. They looked as though they were about to fall out of their sockets. Beep you. I'll just heal you again. He shook his head, allowing the sharp blade to nick his skin slightly. I know where to cut. He tapped the side of his throat, right over the major artery there. One slice here and I'll bleed out in seconds. You won't have time to feed me your blood. Katsuki dropped his hand and took a step back. He was shaking. You wouldn't. Tears began to gather in the corners of his eyes. I would gladly do it just to spite you. His broad chest heaved. No, you wouldn't. You could have thrown yourself from your tower after your mother died or after your father beat you. But you never did. Izuku laughed cruelly. His arm ached from holding up the knife, but he didn't dare take it away from his throat. Neither of those things compare to what you did to me. Please, he begged. You can't take yourself from me. Nor your life. Not after everything. Everything was a lie. Tears began to fall from his eyes. He looked just as astonished as Izuku felt that he was crying. He had never cried in front of him before. It wasn't. Everything we shared couldn't have been a lie. It's not a lie that you're a draconian. It's not a lie that I wish to marry you. He scrubbed angrily at his wet cheeks. It wasn't a lie that I call you by my first dragon's name. That I started calling you Deku long before ever knowing that the color of your eyes or the shade of your hair are the same as he was. It wasn't a lie that I delayed rescuing my own father from the same torture I suffered for so long because of you. Probably even worse since he's an Omega. All because I love you so dearly, from the moment you first spoke to me. It's not a lie. Izuku clenched his eyes shut to block the distressed look on his face and willed himself not to cry as well. I don't care about his suffering. I don't care about yours, either. Katsuki let out a choked sob. That can't be true. It is. Izuku nearly cringed at how cold his tone sounded. You still don't understand the extent of the torture, the humiliation. Izuku opened his eyes as he clenched his fist at his side, digging his nails into his palms sharp enough to draw blood. He welcomed the pain as punishment for what he was about to say. You deserved it. What? Katsuki gasped. A wild turmoil of emotions flooded through his features. Shock, bewilderment, fury, anguish, despair. Each of them broke off another piece of Izuku's heart. You deserved it for what you would end up doing to me. Izuku clutched at his chest with his free hand, stroking it to try to soothe his heart. It was fine, he tried to convince himself. Now Izuku would deserve it, too. You can't truly believe that. Katsuki shakily clawed at his arms, scratching the skin there deeply to draw blood. It dropped down to stain the hay beneath his feet. You can't. I do. Everything you did to me was vile. I want to vomit when I remember it all. And he couldn't help but remember it, remember everything, when he closed his eyes after seeing Katsuki fall to his knees, unable to even stand any longer due to the impact of his harsh words. He remembered when Katsuki brutalized the other competitors at the arena, slaying nearly half of them to be his guard. He remembered the day he first got Izuku to speak to him by teasing him. He remembered him protecting Izuku from the lewd taunts from Lord Kaibara and Monoma. He remembered that first night in the gardens, the way Katsuki had looked at him with such adoration when he was smelling the moonflowers. He remembered the night later that week in the Scarlet Corner, when Katsuki touched him so intimately despite knowing exactly who he was and what his purity meant to Umbrangrad. To King Shigaraki, Izuku's eyes flew open, no longer having to pretend to adopt an expression of hatred. Fresh rage boiled in his gut, filling him with a heat that rivaled Katsuki's skin. He scratched at his own skin through the cloak, wishing he could peel it off and forever discard everywhere Katsuki had ever touched him. He couldn't believe he hadn't realized it until now. He should have figured it out the moment Aizawa told him about Katsuki's capture. Of course, Katsuki had pursued him so passionately, had touched him so intimately. He hated the king and his son for torturing him, for torturing his father. He must have always planned to defile Izuku, to steal his purity from the family he was supposed to be married into. From the family Katsuki hated the most. He didn't love Izuku, he loved the way he could use him to get revenge against the Shigarakis. Katsuki must have planned to never give him to the king, even in exchange for Masaru, as soon as Izuku had started to return his advances, beginning in the brothel and ever since. Izuku cursed his stupidity and his blindness. It made too much sense to not be true. It explained why Katsuki was so delighted every time Izuku let him touch him, why he smiled for him as he smiled for no other for centuries before. Every smile and every touch was retaliation for what Shigaraki had done to him. All he wanted was revenge when he touched Izuku in the Scarlet Corner, when he whispered sweet nothings to him and beeped his skin. When he tried to beep Izuku after the apostate riot, when he did beep him through Izuku's hand. When he touched Izuku when he confronted him on the wall after the cursed had attacked, touched him all over. When he taught Izuku to dance. When he beeped Izuku so passionately during the masquerade ball. When he pressed himself against Izuku's back on his horse, when he pleasured him in the woods. When he had Izuku bathe him. When he beeped between Izuku's legs the first night in Verdant Watch. When he forced Izuku to drink his blood to heal the fatal wound and when he ravaged him afterward. When he chased him down after Izuku had stabbed him, bringing them both over the edge. When he beeped Izuku on the table in front of all of his followers. When he bathed them together, naked and bare. When he pleasured Izuku over and over just an hour ago, drinking his menstrual blood shamelessly. All he wanted was revenge. Izuku trembled with rage as he looked down at where Katsuki still knelt in front of him. Just like he had when he vowed to protect Izuku, when in truth all he was vowing was to enact his revenge. Izuku gathered his saliva and spat on his hair, right on top of his stupid head. You are sick, he hissed. I know the truth now. I should have realized it a long time ago. Katsuki lifted his head, tears still rolling down his cheeks and dripping from his sharp jaw. What? He croaked. rubbing at his puffy eyes. Every touch was a calculated move, Izuku continued, lifting his foot to stomp on Katsuki's shaky fingers hard enough to shatter his bones. Every word was a careful lie. "What are you saying?" he hiccuped pitifully. "I don't understand." "You used me." Izuku barely resisted the urge to keep hurting him. "You are utterly pathetic. Gods, I never thought I could hate you more." "Please," Katsuki begged. "That's not true. I didn't use you for anything. I don't want you to hate me. I know I've said that you can, but I don't want you to anymore. I'll do anything you want." "Anything." He squinted when Katsuki nodded his head up and down desperately, sending tears and disgusting snot flying everywhere. "Turn yourself in." Katsuki's brows furrowed. "What? Go to Greymore. Give yourself back to the king." "Why?" He wept pathetically. "Why would you say that?" "Because that's what I want. It's what you deserve." The prince whimpered deplorably at the cold fury on Izuku's face. "Don't look at me like that. I can't stand the sight of it." "Then take your eyes out." Izuku watched with horrified awe as Katsuki obeyed him immediately, leaning back so he could reach up and scratch at his eyes. Blood joined the tears on his cheeks as he wailed, curling his fingers into his eyeballs and clawing them out until they fell to the hay, rolling and bloody and malformed. His eye sockets gaped without them, red and bleeding. It was a disgustingly fascinating thing to see how desperate he was to beg for Izuku, to plead for him not to flee. "My gods," Izuku breathed, looking up at the roof before he vomited at the wicked sight. "You really are pathetic. I can't believe you just did that." "Is it enough?" Katsuki pleaded. "Will you stay now?" "No. Please, Izuku, please. I can't live without you." "I don't care." Katsuki whined at the indifferent tone of his voice. "Why do you sound like that? Should I rip my ears off too?" "I will if you ask me to. I'll do anything you ask me to. I already told you to give yourself to the king. Anything but that. I'm begging you." He was sobbing again with shuddered breaths that wrecked his whole body. He looked so small like this, curled over and bleeding and crying. "All I ask is that you stay with me. I won't touch you ever again if you don't want me to." The flesh of his eye sockets was moving and thickening as they already began to heal themselves. "You're right that you'll never touch me again," Izuku mocked down at him. "You'll never speak to me again. You'll never even see me again. I'll be gone before your eyes heal, and I will delight in it. You can go back to Draconia if you choose to live and choose to disobey my command. Resume your celibacy, or find some other Omega to take to bed, I don't care. I won't ever think of you again." Katsuki keeled over to the side to lay on the hay, crying into it pitifully. I can't ever touch another after what Shigaraki did to me. It's only you, it's only ever been you, it'll only ever be you. You can't leave me, you'll ruin me if you do." "You already ruined me," Izuku hissed, struggling to keep control of his gift. "From the moment you first touched me and every time since, you've ruined me more and more. You soiled my bed, destroyed my purity, spat on my pride, all for the sake of pointless revenge." He looked up at the words, even though he was still blind. "Revenge. I will never stop despising you," he continued, ignoring the confused question even as he began to lose his hold on his gift in the midst of his rage. "You are selfish. You are vile. It makes me want to peel my skin off to remove everywhere you've touched me. I hope the king captures you again and punishes you more viciously than ever before for what you've done to me." "Stop," Katsuki cried out, holding his bloody hands over his ears. "Please, gods, make him stop. Take his tongue so he stops." He whimpered again and again. It hurts more than the hells themselves. I can't listen to his words anymore." Flesh ripped from flesh as he yanked his hands down, ripping his ears from his skull. "Just leave, Izuku. Take my horse, take my heart, take my head, take whatever you want. I can't stand this pain." Izuku lost control of his gift. Agony and anguish soared through him, pooling in his eyes and his ears and his pounding heart. He screamed at the fire of it, at the way it seared through his body. He bent over to brace his hands on his knees to keep upright, turning his head to the side to vomit into the empty stall where the black horse had long since fled. His burning throat faded to the impossible pain he felt from Katsuki. The pain, the devastation, the despair. It was almost enough to make Izuku wish he knew how to put him out of his misery. He coughed, gathering his saliva on his tongue to swish it around his mouth and spit out the taste of his bile. He desperately reined in his gift, crying in relief when he succeeded. His legs still shook as he waddled to the stall that held Masarya, stepping over Katsuki's still weeping form. He didn't bother brushing her coat before saddling her and donning his bridle, whispering an apology to her as he did. Someone must have heard his screams or Katsuki's cries. He needed to leave now. A bloody hand wrapped around his ankle. "Please, don't go," Katsuki whispered weakly. "Please, please, please, please." Izuku ignored the way his heart clenched at Katsuki's desperate pleas and tugged his foot free so he could lead the mare out of the stable. He ignored Katsuki's sobs behind him as he mounted her. He ignored Katsuki's tragic howls to the moons like a lone wolf who had lost its entire pack as he steered her west and urged her into a gallop, wiping away his tears with one hand. Izuku's legs were already sore by the time the sun rose. He had to keep Masarya at a quick walk or a trot, not only because he needed to prioritize speed in his escape from Verdant Watch but because each time he tried to slow her stride to a walk to give her a break, she began to turn back east. He realized it when he tried to slow her pace once they reached the forest to the west of Verdant Watch only for her to start to veer to the right to turn around. The only way he could keep her going in the right direction was to bring her back to a quick pace, which forced him to hug the southern edge of the forest as the speed wasn't suitable for riding between trees. Izuku would have preferred to be on the northern edge further from the Crimson Woods, but that would require riding north and then west along the coast, extending the travel time to Kingsport by almost a day. He couldn't afford to waste so much time, not when the rest of Verdant Watch had surely realized what had happened by now. His eyes burned from the bitingly cold wind and from how long he waited between blinks. Each time he closed them, he was plagued with the memory of gouged-out eyes and torn-off ears. Even when he kept them open, he could still hear devastated sobs and panicked breaths. He shook his head every once in a while to try to clear it, telling himself that it had all been justified. His actions and his cruel words were nothing compared to the way Izuku had been seduced and tricked into believing he was loved and cherished only to be used as a tool for retribution against the king. It was deplorable, no matter what the king had truly done to the heartless prince nor what he currently subjected Draconia's king consort to now. He wore a necklace of my ears. Izuku covered his own to block the memory, nearly falling from the saddle when Masarya began to bank to the right. He grabbed the reins to steer her back west. He gouged my eyes out and made me swallow them. Izuku squeezed his own eyes shut to hold back his tears. He refused to cry again because of that wretched blonde. His words were likely to have been exaggerated lies, anyway. He built his throne with my bones. Izuku punched at his head hard enough to leave a bump in an attempt to force his brain to forget the words. He himself had said that the prince had deserved it all. He had no choice but to believe that he was right. At least he had a spectacular steed, he murmured, stroking her dark mane even as his groin screamed and ached from her trotting. Even as midday came and went, Masarya showed no signs of fatigue despite still not having had a break from riding. Her stamina was truly something special, even for a Midgardian horse. They were bred for their endurance to shorten the time it took to ride across the eastern plains of Umbrengrad, but they should still need breaks throughout the day. Izuku squinted down at her neck. "You're not a normal horse, are you?" he whispered accusingly. Her ears swiveled back to him at the sound of his quiet words as she easily quickened her stride into a canter again. "You shouldn't be able to do that after half a day without a break." She threw her head once, and he shook his. "I must be going mad. I'm talking to a horse." He slapped himself once to force his drooping eyes back open. It had been more than a day since he had last slept, but he couldn't stop now. Yagi had once said that he knew a man who had once gone more than 5 days without sleep. It would be dangerous, but as long as Masarya's stamina kept up, Izuku had no choice but to keep riding. If the other Draconian's horses were like her, they would catch up to him if he stopped. He had to keep riding for as long as he could, all the way to Kingsport, if the gods permitted it. The gods shunned his prayers. Masarya came to an abrupt stop at the end of the forest after the sun had set. She threw her head, seemingly threatening to buck him off. Izuku tried to soothe her, but she shook his hand off. "Fine," he murmured to her, bracing himself to dismount. "You've been such a good girl. You can rest for a short while." His knees nearly buckled under him when his feet hit the ground. He winced at the impact, then forced himself to stand straight so he could lunge for her reins when she tried to turn back east. He stood on his tiptoes despite the screaming pain in his leg muscles to grab some carrots from the saddlebag. He fed them to her, sighing in relief when she finally settled, and led her to the nearest tree to hitch her to a branch. His fingers shook as he tied the knots. Once he was satisfied that she was securely hitched, Izuku looked back east. He couldn't see far, even under the moon's light. There was no way to tell if anyone was following him. He hadn't seen any sight of pursuers when the sun was still up, and he held on to that for hope that he could afford a short rest. He drank slowly from his waterskin despite his extreme thirst, heeding Yagi's advice to never hydrate too quickly, before grabbing the larger waterskin to allow Midoriya to drink from it as well. Izuku loosened the saddle enough to run his hand under it in an attempt to mimic brushing her. He hadn't thought to grab a brush from the stable, he had been in too much of a rush to get away. He looked back at the saddlebag curiously. It was worth an attempt. He dug through it, but only found vials, clothes, the food he had squirreled away, and a pouch of gold coins. He groaned in disappointment as he ate a few pieces of bread, then furrowed his brows when a light piece of fabric caught his eye. "What the hell's?" he whispered as he held it up to the moon's light. It was a tattered piece of white silk, cut as though a square piece had been removed from it. His eyes widened as he stroked his fingers over the silk. It had to have come from the skirts of one of his dresses from Mongolia. Izuku threw it to the ground in disgust and stomped on it. Midoriya whinnied at the commotion. He shushed her harshly, his heart pounding. His vile guard must have cut it from one of his gowns before they left Mongolia and stuffed it in here for some sick reason. He didn't want to know what happened to the piece that had been cut from it. He crouched low to dig a shallow hole in the dirt to bury the fabric without a second thought. He refused to take it with him, but he couldn't allow it to be found by anyone who pursued him. Izuku leaned back to sit and dropped his face into his dirty hands once it was out of sight, groaning at the drowsiness that threatened to overtake him. He couldn't let himself fall asleep now, he had to stay alert and ready to ride again at the sight of any apostates. He looked up at the moons, then back east. Perhaps he could afford just a quick nap. Would he be able to sense any pursuers before they reached him? Izuku looked back at Midoriya's resting form. If she was indeed somehow a magical horse as her stamina suggested, surely her senses were enhanced as well. His mind raced as he thought through his options, and then he reluctantly dug the fabric back out from the ground. He ignored his sore muscles to force himself back to his feet, cooing at Midoriya to keep her calm as he tied the two meat knives to her reins. He poked them as a test, smiling when they rattled against each other. She would grow restless if she sensed anyone approaching, and the sound was enough to rouse him. Izuku shed his cloak to lay it on the ground just far enough away from her that there was no risk of her stomping on him in his sleep. His eyes thanked him as he closed them long before his body even hit the ground. He couldn't see anything, blinded by the pain that engulfed his whole body. He had felt it before, sometime recently, but his memory failed him. He couldn't remember anything, not how he got here, not why he was in so much agony, not even his own name. He reached up to his eyes, shrieking when he only felt empty sockets there. Fresh pain erupted from his wrist, causing him to wail. His right hand wrapped around where his left one should have been, only finding a bleeding stump there. His fingers were yanked away by an unknown force to be replaced by a searing heat that was hot enough to char the skin and nerves of the stump, causing him to howl in anguish. "Don't worry, darling," said a low, hoarse voice in his ear. Warm fingers stroked it before pinching it tightly to rip it from his skull. "I can't let you bleed out just yet." His consciousness beepered over an unknown period of time as he was tortured, his pain doubling with every nail that was removed and every strike of a cane on his bare back. He cried out, pleading with his captor to have mercy. "Do you feel that?" Another strike fell, the cane hotter than it ever had been. "I once killed someone for beating you like this." His head was jerked up by his hair. Something soft touched his right cheek. "Now I'm the one beating you. What does that tell you?" Something was forced to his lips, and he was too weak to refuse the salty liquid that burned down his throat. He gasped as he felt his empty eye sockets begin to burn as they filled with new flesh and fluids. It was uncomfortable, it was so uncomfortable. It felt like his eye sockets were being infested with some kind of foreign mold. He screamed, begging for it all to stop, for the gods to stop this torture. I've screamed like that before. Many times, in fact. Mostly a long time ago, but once more recently. The welts on his back were slapped by a burning hot hand. Because of you. He wailed again, pleading for death to find him to free him from this pain. Someone shushed him, stroking his hair as his eyes grew back. He blinked tightly once, twice. After the third time, his vision was filled with a wide grin and blonde hair. I'm not even close to done with you, Deku. Izuku sat up quickly, biting off the rest of his scream. He grasped at his pounding heart, looking down to see that he was still fully clothed and his hands were intact. He panted, his shoulders relaxing in relief. It had just been a nightmare. He heard metal clanging on metal as his ears stopped ringing, causing him to leap to his feet. He whirled around, listening for any sound to indicate someone approached him. There was none. Midoriya must have been startled by his screaming during the night terror. He looked up at the moons as he gathered his cloak and reddened it, cursing when their positions indicated he had slept for far too long. Izuku shook off the haunting memories of the nightmare as he readied the mare to resume riding. The gods must have sent him the dream to wake him, to remind him what his fate would be if he was caught. He tucked the knives into his belt and the white cloth into the saddlebag, refusing to take the time to bury it again. There was no time. He had to get to Kingsport as soon as possible. Midoriya threw her head and sidestepped him when he tried to mount her again. It's all right, girl, he cooed at her. You've rested enough, haven't you? She whinnied and looked to the east, causing him to shudder and take the reins to lead her forcibly in the other direction. Come on, now, we need to go. Izuku led her northwest for the rest of the night, feeding her carrots and cursing when they ran out. He would have swiped some apples as well if he knew it was her he would be riding. She neighed when he tried to mount her again, forcing him to tap into his own food supply to appease her. There you go, he murmured as she ate the last piece of bread. He risked stopping her as dawn began to press his forehead to her snout. Please, Midoriya, be a good girl. I'll make sure you get treated very well in Kingsport, I promise. She looked down at him wearily, then huffed and turned so her right flank faced him. Good girl, thank you. Izuku kept thanking her as he mounted her and as they took off again to the northwest, the sun to their back. She graciously no longer tried to turn back the way they came from, allowing for a slower and more sustainable pace than the previous day. He thanked the gods, too, that no apostate had found them yet. It was nothing short of a miracle, given how long he had slept for. It took the rest of the day before Kingsport came into view as they crested a hill. It was a sprawling town on the eastern shore of the Bay of Souls, just a few days' ride south of Greymore. Its population was mostly merchants and travelers, but this close to the capital they were doubtlessly all loyal to the king. There would be no apostates this far east, but Izuku would still have to keep his guard up and his head down. He threw his cloak's hood over it now as he slowed Midoriya's pace to prolong her stamina. He would appear as nothing more than a lone traveler, stopping at one of the many inns in the town to rest for the night. Izuku decided to take the time to keep his distance until they walked on the main road to the southeast of the town. The same road that started at Mongoria, leading east past the Crimson Woods before splitting north and south to Anchorage. It split again north to Greymore and northeast to Kingsport, the latter of which Midoriya's hooves now clocked against. The town thankfully had no gates to pass through, for such a minor port had no need for walls. There were few other travelers on the road this late in the evening, yet the two guards on either side of the road still only nodded at Izuku as he passed them. He dipped his head back at them, thankful he wasn't stopped or questioned. It seemed that for once in his life, he had luck. He steered Midoriya through the town, stroking her when they passed multiple inns and shops. He certainly was tempted to stop at the first inn they encountered, but it would be much safer to stay the night deeper in the town. If the apostates dared to come to the port to search for him, they would stop at the outermost inns first. The port was busy, but surely not as busy as it was during the height of the day. Several children skillfully dodged between horses and carriages, barefoot and rubbing their bellies as they ran home for supper, as they surely did every evening. The road's traffic was loud with clacking hooves and creaking wheels and the loud cries of merchants trying to sell the last of the day's stock before nightfall, causing Izuku's head to throb. He shook it away and locked his senses down tight. It would be disastrous if he lost control of his gift now of all times. Midoriya began to drag her hooves on the dirt road, causing Izuku to sigh and steer her to the side out of the way of the traffic to halt her and look around. He spotted a sign swinging from a nearby building that marked it as an open inn for people and horses alike. He freed his feet from the stirrups to dismount, locking his knees so he didn't collapse to them like the inexperienced rider he was in front of the people around him. He pulled the saddlebag from her back to carry in his arms. The front door to the inn creaked open to reveal a female beta with unruly blonde hair. She looked to be maybe 2 decades older than Izuku. She stepped out with a welcoming expression that faltered slightly at the sight of him before smiling again. "Welcome, traveler," she said, bowing her head slightly. "Surely, you and your beautiful mare are in need of rest." "We are," Izuku agreed, following her as she gestured for him to follow her to the stable behind the inn. She cooed at Midoriya as she dug through the sack that hung from her hip for a red apple, smiling again when the mare ate it greedily. "She has such a lovely bespectacled pelt. What is her name?" She eyed him curiously, beepering her gaze down to his filthy cloak. He bit his lip before answering. "I call her Ochako." "Such a pretty name." She held her hands out and thanked him when he handed over the reins. "Mine is Hagakure." "Thank you, Hagakure." Izuku's mind raced to come up with a pseudonym for himself. "You can call me Kota." "Do I pay you now?" "I only need her stabled overnight." "You can pay inside." She tilted her head to the small building before squinting carefully at him. "The front desk is just inside, you can't miss it. I will make sure she eats and drinks and rests plenty tonight." Izuku thanked her again before hurrying back to the inn's front door. The building was warm inside, adequately lit by the torches on the wall. There were half a dozen tables scattered across the large room that filled the inn's entire first floor, though only 2 tables were occupied by a handful of people nursing their drinks. In the middle of the room stood a wooden staircase that led to the second floor. The front desk seemed to also serve as a bar, as evidenced by the rows of liquor bottles on the wall behind it and the line of stools in front of it. Izuku swallowed back his bile at the sight of the bar, willing away the memories of the last time he was in a bar over 15 years ago when his family was attacked. A blonde middle-aged beta paused from where he dried some glasses on the bar at the sight of him, his dark eyes looking him up and down as he took in his appearance. "Welcome," he called out, setting aside the rag and brushing his hands off on his trousers. "Need a bed? A drink, maybe?" Izuku raised a hand in greeting. "Yes, 1 bed for 1 night. And just water, please. Food, if you have any to spare." "Certainly." The man bent over to rummage through the cupboards behind the bar and pulled out a large open book. "I'm the innkeeper, Ojiro. I just need your name and 10 gold pieces." Izuku furrowed his brows. He remembered his mother having to pay 3 times that price. It had been for 2 beds and 3 guests, granted, but the kingdom's currency had been subject to inflation since then. "That's all. I have a horse to be stabled overnight as well." Ojiro beckoned him closer, leaning over the bar to whisper so the other occupants of the room couldn't hear. "We don't get much business this deep in the city other than these drunks. I should have known there was a catch when the property was selling for such a low price a few years ago. Because of this, I keep my prices low for anyone who needs a room." It made sense. "I thank you. My name is Kota." "Kota," Ojiro repeated slowly as he scribbled the name in the book. He nodded as he finished writing, then bent down again and rose with a rusty key in his hand. "Here you are, friend. That'll be room 6, the third on the left upstairs. I'll send up food and water as soon as Hagakure gets back." He tilted his head toward the occupied tables as he brought his voice back down to a whisper. "Can't trust these folk to not leap over the bar and bleed me dry of alcohol if I leave it unmanned. And I can't afford to close the bar until after midnight." Izuku chuckled lightly. "I am sure. Thank you, Ojiro. Enjoy your stay." Kota. His eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded kindly. He kept his gait slow and casual as he ascended the stairs, only allowing his posture to droop and his feet to drag once he reached the second floor. Izuku barely kept his hands steady enough to unlock the door, sighing in relief as the lock beeped open. He slumped back against the door as soon as it closed, allowing his knees to buckle and fall to the dirty wooden floors. Gods, he breathed, massaging his aching quadriceps. He was so tired, more exhausted than he could ever remember feeling in his entire life. Izuku let himself kneel for several more minutes before forcing his feet back under him to stagger to the bed. It was a small one, yet big enough to take up half of the cramped room and certainly big enough for his short stature. He groaned as he sat on it, ignoring the resulting creaks and resolving himself to be grateful to sleep on a mattress again, no matter how thin or stiff it was. He pulled off his boots and set them to the side, replacing his damp socks with fresh ones from the sack. He hesitated when his hands raised to unclasp his cloak. Kyoka's clothes were baggy on him, but he still couldn't risk anyone suspecting him of being an Omega by the shape of his body. He would have to wait until after he was brought food and water to take it off. For now, he only pulled down the hood so he could rinse his hair and his face in the wash basin that sat next to a clean rag and a shallow bowl of matches on a table, the only other piece of furniture in the room other than two small unlit torches on the wall and the covered chamber pot in the corner. The water was cold but welcome on his skin, the basin quickly turning a light brown from the dirt. His reflection in the small dirty mirror that hung behind the table showed that he looked as exhausted as he felt. He dried his thick hair as much as possible with the small rag, then grabbed a match and lit it on the wood of the table. A knock sounded as he finished lighting the second torch. He quickly tugged his hood back over his head. Even when damp, the green curls were distinctive, and beyond that, his scars would surely be questioned even by strangers. "Come in, it's open." Hagakure opened the door with a small smile. She held a tray of food in one hand and a large flagon in the hand that had opened the door. Izuku was impressed with the strength that was required for that. "Good evening again, Kota. Ojiro said you requested food and water." Izuku tipped his head just enough for the motion to be seen through the hood. "I did, thank you." He stepped to the side so the shadow of his hood hid his frown. "That was faster than I expected." She set the flagon on the table next to the wash basin and the tray on the bed next to his saddlebag, then brushed away his concerned tone. "Don't worry, your mare is already satisfied and resting. I'm good with horses. Have to be, at an inn like this where we need someone on the first floor to guard the bottles." "Ah, yes," Ojiro said as much as well. "Is it really just the two of you working here?" She shook her head, rustling her messy hair. "We usually have a third, but he is busy tonight. He's the best at bartering for food and liquor." Izuku nodded, shifting his weight from foot to foot. He didn't want to continue the conversation any further than polite small talk. Hagakure eyed him for a few moments. "Are you certain there's nothing more I can help you with? Or that Ojiro can do for you?" It was a strange inquiry. He shook his head, thanking the gods when she nodded and left. He hurried forward as quickly as his feet would take him to lock the door behind her, then frowned in suspicion. Why had she asked him that? His eyes widened and he smacked at his forehead. Yagi had told him once that businesses in some parts of the kingdom expected additional payment in the form of tips for their services. Hagakure must have been waiting for a few extra coins, especially since they had charged him so little initially. He would have to remember to leave some coins at the front desk for Ojiro in the morning. For now, though, he let his cloak drop to the floor before alternating between the flagon and the tray until his hunger and his thirst were satiated. The water was warm and the food was dry and bland, but he welcomed it anyway. He emptied the tray fully and set it on the floor, beeping in satisfaction as he rubbed his stomach. It felt like it had been empty for much longer than 2 days. Izuku only felt a little guilty as he tucked himself under the thin blanket on the bed. His clothes were sweaty and caked with dirty, but surely the innkeeper had the sheets washed between guests. If not, well, he supposed that wasn't his problem. He prayed to the gods for a dreamless sleep as he slumped his head against the thin, scratchy pillow. He was blinded again, his vision dark wherever he looked. He felt no pain this time, yet did not feel grateful for this, for some reason. That reason chuckled in his ear. Such pretty green eyes, these are. Flesh squelched on flesh. I wonder if I can turn them into earrings. You wouldn't mind, would you? He opened his mouth to protest such a vile thing, but his tongue wouldn't move properly. He could only garble out an indistinguishable collection of pathetic sounds. A disappointed clucking sound filled his ears. I cut your tongue off, remember? Got tired of your whines. They were so very pathetic. They made me want to vomit. He whimpered, trying to stroke the insides of his cheeks with his tongue uselessly. The stub couldn't reach them, couldn't even reach his teeth. Remember how you made me whine like that? The low voice purred. How you said my touch made you want to vomit, too. How you made me get on my knees and claw my eyes out, all while I begged for you to stay with me. That was so very cruel. Footsteps walked away from him, purposefully heavy enough for him to hear them. Steel creaked. Now you'll never be able to leave me again. The cell door slammed shut. Izuku gasped and panted up at the low ceiling. His head throbbed as he sat up, but he ignored it as he looked around the room. He could still see it, could still see the torches burning on the walls. He raised his hands to stick his fingers in his mouth, relieved to feel the entire flesh of his tongue. It had just been another wretched dream. Gods, he whispered, slumping back against the mattress with a groan. Leave me be, please. I understand, I need no more nightmares. The room had no windows to inform him of the time, but it was surely still dark out. Even before he had fallen asleep, he had been able to occasionally hear a drunken voice downstairs calling for another drink through the thin walls and floors. The bar must have closed, so it was past midnight. He was too tired for it to already be morning, though. Izuku let out another groan, wincing at how sore and dry his throat was. He threw back the blanket and limped over to the table to drink deeply from the half-empty flagon. Wiping at the water on his chin, he looked at his reflection again. The bags under his eyes were only slightly less dark, and his hair had dried in clumped mats. The table was a simple one with no drawers that could have held any brushes or combs. He cursed inwardly for how utterly unprepared he had been for traveling. He was grateful, though, that he had found this inn. Even with the tip he planned to leave with Ojiro in the morning, his coin bag would hardly have a dent in it. He could buy some supplies from the shops after the sun rose, maybe even have enough gold left over to purchase a decent blade. He muttered his musings under his breath to the dirty wash basin, not noticing the way the wood of the floor creaked slightly behind him until he felt cold metal at his throat. Izuku's eyes widened, chancing a glance up to the mirror. The reflection held nothing but his own scared expression. He began to lift a hand to reach for the vial in his back pocket, then froze as he heard a low hiss. Don't you dare move. It was Hagakuri's voice in his ear, though she was nowhere to be seen in the mirror's reflection. You have such a curiously scarred face. Who the beep are you? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.